Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what is... Oh. Why am I hearing myself? Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Are you guys hearing 2 of me or just 1 of me? Oh dear. Oh, I figured it out. I found it. Certain somebody gave me a raid. Thank you, Kavath, for the raid. And it just ruined my intro, though. But I love you, nonetheless. All right, guys. It's another day. It's another you. It's another me. It's qualifier day 2. We've got ourselves 3 matches, and we are probably going to be squeezing in, say, a match from yesterday that I didn't get to cover, which is Zook versus Zook. It all depends on time. However, it all depends on time. Right now, Ragnaroks and Hell's Ravage are currently braining it out on their drafts, trying to organize which gods they want to play against each other. They've both had an amazing run thus far in this tournament. Ragnaroks has basically upset one of probably my favorites to get through this sort of competition, and also someone who I thought had like a kind of dark horse chance to get a ticket to Athens. That dark horse chance has become very much non-existent because he's out now after Ragnarok's 3-0'd him. 3-0 from Ragnarok's. I didn't see the games, but was a dominating performance from him. On the flip side, Hell's Ravage had a little bit more of a tricky time to get to this decider round here, as he went 3-2 against Assem, barely getting past that, barely getting past him, but getting past is all that matters. It's all you got to do. So now it's Hell's Ravage versus Ragnaroks. The first map for today is going to be on Gorge, and it's going to be a pretty gorgeous time, I think. The other series that we're going to be watching today, we've got Joe versus Eric. There is a bit of a gap between these two series, so we're going to try and fill that with the recorded games. Maybe bounce between recorded games and the live games or something. Not exactly sure. You know, we got to do the jokes. You know, it's part of my job. This is what we do. It's either I have to put out controversial opinions about stuff, or I got to do some sort of humor. Not that I'm funny at all, but we're going to do it anyways. Let's jump over to the draft and talk about what's going to happen here, because I don't want you guys just waiting for the action. Let's get into the action as fast as we possibly can. Alrighty. Oop, I forgot to do this. Oh no, it's all okay, fine. Alrighty, so Hell's Ravage and Ragnarok's drafts are in. And some interesting picks here, to be honest, from both players. Hades and Zeus banned from Hell's Ravage. He wants to keep those Greeks away from Ragnarok's, because Ragnarok's did pick Mirage. Greeks have been very popular on Mirage, so if he can sort of push Ragnarok's off of a Greek on that map, maybe putting him into a bit of a uncomfortable situation, it might be nice for him. And then I guess we've also got the Loki and Susanoo bans. That's very much Hell's Ravage targeted there. The two gods that I know Hell's is fantastic with. Hell's is an amazing Norse player. He's an amazing Japanese player as well. He loves to go down that route of, you know, just being really, really active, really, really quick, and just dominating where he can. So let's now talk through the gods. So Hells does actually prioritize the Gaia. I think it's a good, strong pick. I think Gaia is one of the kind of, how do I put it? It's one of the gods that just has got decent matchups everywhere. You're not super unhappy playing Gaia into anything. She's just solid. And a first pick like that makes a lot of sense. You get a nice, solid god that isn't like trying to avoid matchups, trying to hide some of your other power picks behind that. But it does give your opponent an opportunity to pick up some of those more powerful gods. That being said, Ragnarok's doesn't opt to do it. Shenong and Odin getting picked by Ragnaroks here. And both of those picks, well, I can't say that they make a huge amount of sense, but in terms of what Ragnaroks is good at, he's obviously prioritizing them. I know he's got a really good Odin in team games, where this is where Ragnaroks really does shine. He shines in the team games. But now he has to play the 1v1s, and things do change out quite a bit where that's concerned. Quite a bit. So we'll see. We'll see how he's going to go. Following that on, Tsukiyomi Thor from Hell's Ravage. He gets his Japan, he gets his Norse in the next 2 picks. So he does manage to get that nice safe pick with Gaia, and then also picking up a comfort pick in Thor. A comfort pick in Thor and a comfort pick in Tsukiyomi. So he's got the nice round pick, 2 comfort picks that he's going to be happy with. And then Ragnaroks goes and strikes back with Ra and Poseidon. Not exactly sure what Ragnaroks' god pool even looks like outside of like the Odin or the Loki in team games. But Ra, Poseidon, 2 solid picks regardless. And then Hells does pick himself up Fushi and Uranus. Again, another Uranus pick, another solid pick. Again, you can kind of pick that anywhere. Fushi as well. It's got a lot of versatility. We are going to be seeing the Fushi picked on Gorge. Ragnaroks then picks up Freyr and Set. Does decide that Freyr is going to go on to Gorge as well. And then Hell's Ravage rounds out his draft with the Amaterasu, which I actually really like for Mirage. So he's got a lot of different options. Both players do. Ragnaroks... I like Ragnaroks' draft for these maps, though. It's looking very, very, very nice for him. He's got a lot of versatility, and these maps are going to be playing very nicely for him. The first map, Gorge, you got to play what you got to play. He does pick Fushi. He picks Freyr into Fushi. He doesn't know that Fushi was coming, but he picks Freyr. Very nice defensive god. Allows him to play defense and enjoy that there. So we will see how things go where that's concerned. Let me just quickly see. I need to make sure these guys are on the right patch. They are fantastic. For anyone who wants to play along at home, we are on a tournament build. So if you do want to watch your own game or whatever, or you're casting and you can't find the game, we are on the tournament patch. So you need to be on that for this one. Alrighty. So yeah, there's no Aztecs. That's probably the biggest surprise for me inside of this draft. Yes, the Aztecs were nerfed, but to me, they're just really strong. They're a really solid civilization, and basically the cheese strats that everyone was doing were basically taken out of the equation, and now you actually have to play the civ. So for those of you who actually spent any time, or those are the top players who spent any time actually trying to learn the civ rather than just playing the broken strat, well, they're going to be living the dream because they can still pick this really powerful civ. But those that just kind of went, I'm just going to keep on running this broken strategy into the ground and trying to perfect it, even though it will get nerfed, well, unfortunately, you lose out because now you can't use that god because that strat's no longer any good. So that's the kind of issue, so to speak, with maybe these 2 players. Maybe they just haven't played Aztec, don't feel comfortable with it. It has been out for a little while now, but still, it's one of those things. Some players just don't like playing certain gods, and that's fine as well. But nonetheless, the Fushi Freyr matchup, I really actually like Fushi and Shenong against Freyr. I find Freyr is generally quite good versus specific styles of China, but one really strong style of China that I know Hell's Ravage is good at is the aggro style. And on a map like Gorge, you're nice and close to your enemy. You can go for this aggro style. And it's basically the whole premise is that you've got a counter to Ghoul and Bursty, so you're not scared of it. The counter to Ghoul and Bursty is lightning weapons. You can stun the Ghoul and Bursty, and then you're literally just good to go where that's concerned. So I expect to see Hell's Ravage being aggressive on this map. Yes, it's a extended map. And can I scream Ragnarok as loud as I can if they're Ragnarok? Is that what you wanted? Are we happy now? How you going, yo, Tesla? It's been too long. I hope you are having a fantastic time with all things Halo Wars. Alrighty. Okay, so we've got 2 minutes to wait here. Now, let's just say for example that Hell's Ravage does decide to play his aggressive route, and he does play that aggressive route in a way that shuts down a Ghoul and Bursty. What's the game plan from the Freya side of things to try and get through that? Well, first things first, and the most important thing you have to know in this matchup as Freya is that you don't want to hold on to the Asgardian Bastion trying to just pop it on a second gold mine. You don't actually want to do that. You need to drop the Asgardian Bastion as fast as you possibly can so that you can get into throwing Axeman, Huskal, and if need be, Draugr. Those are your main units. Hursar as well are fine to build. You want to stay away from raiding cavalry if you can versus this type of an idea. It forces the Fushi player to go for Dao Swordsman rather than going for Halberdier. And yes, the Dao Swordsman can be effective regardless, but they are a lot easier to kite and to play defense around than sort of Halberdier, Fire Archer, Javelineer. So if you stay away from the Cav and you go into those Huskal, you're in a much better position. And then, of course, Draugr are always going to be nice and all that other good stuff. So it is a nice matchup. It's got a lot of different dynamics. If you know how to get through the early stages of the game, then you can find yourself in some really, really interesting situations. That being said, the other option, which we might see here, I'm not sure how good it is or how bad it is, or I don't know how good it is or how bad it is. But yeah, we'll see how it's all going to go, ladies and gentlemen. First game of the day. The players that win today, we will see them starting next week for the first playoff round. The first playoff round for the online qualifiers does begin tomorrow. So, well, I mean, technically begins tomorrow. There's probably not going to be any games tomorrow, but technically begins tomorrow. So let's jump into our first game. We are going in onto the map Gorge. Let's check it out. And we are... Did the Discord sound come back? Ross! All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hell's Ravage in the left-hand corner of the map. It is Fushi for him. His opponent today in the red color. This is Ragnarok, and he's playing for it. Here's a little background that you might not know. Here is a little background that you might not know. Ragnaroks, when it comes down to it, in certain families, talent is bred. In certain families, you're born with it. And this family is born with it. Ragnarok's brother is Kvothe, one of the best Age of Mythology players currently playing this game. So these are two incredibly strong RTS players, Age of Mythology players, and there's definitely going to be a lot of Kvothe coming out of Ragnarok's in this series. I'd have to imagine he's got Kvothe in his ear to some degree. I was playing some customs with him before. They've played a lot of games against each other over the years, but we'll see how things are going to go. Relics on the map. We've got ourselves the 9 cauldrons over here, which is going to be damage vulnerability to hack and pierce, minus 5%. Up onto this side, there is the Hermes' winged sandals, which is movement speed plus 5% there for the heroes. Up onto this side, there is the tail of Cerberus, which is going to make your myth units recharge minus 25%. This is a must grab here for Ragnaroks. I was already talking about it beforehand, but those Draugr are going to be such a key part of this matchup if it goes the way that I expect. Up onto this top side as well, there's going to be the Cathara of Apollo. Movement speed plus 10%. Always nice, especially on Gorge, but it's always nice to just have those villagers moving faster so you can kind of rotate around the map and all of that other good stuff. So when I say this matchup go the way I expect, you guys might go, but how do you even know how the matchup is supposed to, how's it going to go? Like, they can do whatever strategy they want. It's like, answer is yes, they can do whatever strategy they want. This could be a 2TC. It could be a fast heroic. It could be a 2TC classical fight. It could be a 2TC fast heroic. It could be going for Zhuan Nu. It could be going for Qi Yao. It is going to be Qi Yao. So we've already got that part right. And on the other side, it could be exactly the same sort of ideas. It could be Ulla, it could be Freya, but it is going to be Ulla. So I'm currently 2 for 2 on the old predictions here. The question is now, is it going to be more aggro or is it going to be more defensive into whatever else is next? But the reason I bring all these things up is because of certain facts in God Power interactions. So the lightning weapons, for example, you can also use Vanish. Let's be honest, you could also use Vanish to beat the Ghoul and Bursty, but lightning weapons completely nullifies the Ghoul and Bursty. You take it out, and you can continue to fight afterwards. That's kind of the advantage there. Plus, it's also useful when your opponent isn't close to a second town center, so there's multiple ways to use that, whereas Vanish only really is an answer to Ghoul and Bursty. So yeah, that's why I'm saying all of this. And then if you do end up going for a town center, then, well, it allows the Freya player to get set up, get walls everywhere, get their own town center up, and then that's more Ghoul and Bursty angles. Game gets a little bit more tricky to play. Hell's Ravage is going to be going for his classical fight here thus far. And now I expect to see a Asgardian Hill Fort dropped right here, right now. This is something that is very important, I would say, for Freya in this match. You could try and drop it over here, but in my experience, I think it's just not worth waiting because you've got to get those Huskal started as soon as you can. You can actually already see the resources kind of in for Ragnaroks to start making things happen here. Nonetheless, am I going to play in the qualifiers? Unfortunately, no. I'm not playing in the qualifiers for this event. Not able to cast and qualify. Not possible. Nonetheless, the Hell's Ravage. Yatsa does get sent packing there as it's going to be pulling away up onto the top side. Hell's Ravage is just getting vision settled down here, and he is building the units, and there goes the Asgardian Hill Fort, and it's not scouted just yet. It could be up onto this side, but Hell's Ravage has rolled the dice, and he is coming through, and he is going to be ready to put pressure onto this position. This is not going to be an easy fight for Ragnaroks to win in the slightest. In fact, I would go in so far as to say dropping the first lightning weapons here wouldn't be a terrible idea for Hell's Ravage. And there he goes on that lightning weapons. He's got to pick off some units. He wants to stop the Asgardian Hill Fort. If he can, then it's going to be a very, very difficult game for Ragnaroks here as Hell's charging in. He's got 2 fire archers only trying to pick off that back line. Those halberdiers not the best on the front line, but the fire archers and pioneers are going to be getting the damage done. Ragnaroks' Hill Fort 90 seconds from completion. The defender's advantage is quite big here, but those archers are going to just continue to shoot and scoot out of here. And what can Ragnaroks do now to finish off his Asgardian Hill Fort? It's going to start taking some damage. It's not all over for Ragnaroks just yet, but he does fall victim to a certain problem that does exist here, and Hells is going to be happy. Hells is going to be happy. He takes down the Asgardian hill fort, prevents the Huskarl. Now Ragnarok has to go for Ragnarok has to go for raiding cavalry. Now, it's not the end of the world here for Ragnarok. He did get out of lightning weapons. Traded lightning weapons for his hill fort. That means his Ghoul and Burst is on the menu to be utilized to get some value as well. But no Huskarl mean that Hell's Ravage can just go for Halberdier here. And that's exactly what he's going to be doing. And he's going to be able to build up to this really, really big death ball and live the dream here. Now, given the way that Hell's Ravage is playing here, one really nice idea for Ragnaroks is to be looking into the main base. Looking into the main base for damage here. The villagers on the back wood line onto the gold mine here can get taken down. Up onto this side, the villagers here can get raided. That's the weakest part of Hell's Ravage's Fushi at the current moment. So, is he going to be able to make that happen? Raiding cavalry, moving off, looking for something here. He knows there's got to be a spawn of boars somewhere. He hasn't spotted. They could be here. They could be over here. And it turns out they're going to be on this back position, and the raiding cavalry will get in here. They will spot this, and Ragnaroks is going to get a little bit of damage here. Peasants, for China, the Chinese villager is weaker than all other villagers, right? They've got a little bit less HP, a little bit less damage, I believe, as well, but definitely a little bit less HP. As the raiding cavalry get away, couple of picks. That's really good for Ragnarok. He's getting close to being able to go for another Asgardian bastion as well. He needs 60 favor because you just get this technology in the town center, and then you can drop the Asgardian bastion elsewhere. But the problem is that if he does that, then he doesn't get access to the Draugr, which I was talking about, that he also needs to build, which is why that first Asgardian bastion, making sure you have that completed and in a good spot, is so important. Meanwhile, units into the middle. Dow Swordsman is scary, but they aren't. Dow Swordsmen aren't halberdiers. They're strong, but they're not. Look at the damage difference. We'll just do a quick comparison here. You got 5.5 times 4.5. You do the math. That's a lot of damage. Or you've got 8.3. One unit is scary. The other unit is not scary. Let's just go with not scary. And that's the Dow Swordsman. The Dow Swordsman is not scary here for those raiding cavalry in the slightest, as the raiding cavalry will be returning back over onto this side. But these Guafu 3 raiding cavalry are not a problem here in the slightest. But Ragnarok's quick to micro, quick to bounce in and out, does pull away. The gold mine in the main base here for Ragnarok's is about to expire as the blue units are up onto the top position here. Now, one quick move here from Ragnarok's, which would be very, very smart, would be to come down to the bottom, drop the walls while this army is out of position, drop the walls, or drop a wall in the center here would be so smart as well to make it very, very tough for Hells to react to the gold villagers moving to the bottom side. That being said, there is already a halberdier over here, so all of the Ragnarok units need to move up onto that spot. Raiding cavalry continuing their annoying ways, but the halberdier are in, and he is getting distracted back as more cav coming through. But while he raids, he gets set up over on this position. I love this for Ragnaroks. Any distractions right now are exactly what Ragnaroks needs to get through this sort of difficult position in the game. That being said, Hells, he is no slouch. He knows where he needs to go, and he's going to be heading this way. We do see the raiding cavalry back into the main base, and Hells is actually going after his Peach Blossom Spring, so it's a pretty large economic boost moving forward, and he decides on Nubar instead of the very common Gourmand that you see from Chinese players a lot. And what this does is it gives him actually a really nice offensive god power to try and push through a town center or a hill fort. But Ragnaroks gets his walls set up. He can play defense behind these walls, and Hells has to be very, very careful with how he decides to approach this, because if he just has the fire archers on the back, then throw an axemen are going to be able to get their damage in. Up onto this side, the raiding cavalry are still searching to try and get through these walls, trying to get damage done, so it's going to be a little bit of some combo damage here. Now, Ragnaroks could decide to just run, move up to the top position, and the repairing here from the Kwafu is slowing things down. But he can try and get through here and then look to basically idle the villagers of Hells such that his movement from one side of the map to the other is met with him also causing idle time. So it's a win for Ragnaroks in the end here as he picks a Quafu off, and he's going to be idling these villagers off of this gold mine, though the Halberdier are in the back here ready for some defense. You got to be careful if you're Ragnaroks. You don't want to lose these raiding cavalry. They are sitting here to try and get as much idle time as they possibly can. Ragnarok's now popping over onto this side. He's going through Bragi here as well. That is a surprise. I don't like Bragi versus China at all. Generally, the Tempest is so important because Rock Giants to hit the Halberdier is going to be so huge. That being said, lots of favor in the bank. Potentially Battle Boar might be the right move here as the raiding cavalry moving off onto this side. The villagers over here have been spotted, and Ragnaroks, he needs to get away from here. We've also got units down onto the bottom side checking out this gold mine, and Ragnaroks is sort of like raiding cavalry, raiding ways, kind of causing some issues for him here. He's hit the heroic gauge through Bragi. He will be able to go for a flaming weapons here. He's got a really nice strong army. There goes the flaming weapons as the berserks charging through here. The raiding cavalry coming in onto the back to try and prevent the retreat for the time being. There's also a Tautier to come in and get some good damage done as the raiding cavalry coming through. There goes the drought as well, which will take the HP down by 10% as well. The Tautier onto the back line as one does end up getting eaten here. He can also use that special ability if he needs to, but it's looking like there is not going to be enough blue stuff here to win the game on this moment. Ragnaroks back up onto the gold mine in the heroic age, has himself an equal military situation here, and his Frere. So he's behind a little bit on military, a tiny bit on military, but he's Frere. So all of these upgrades that he's going to be getting now, heavy infantry, heavy cavalry, the economic upgrades, all half price for him. So it's going to be a huge power spike to catch up on any sort of tech difference that has been that's happened here. The next thing for Ragnaroks has to be to get this favor spent. He needs to get the favor spent as soon as he possibly can. Great control here from Ragnarok, from Hells, excuse me. For the moment, he's got the fire archers taking out these thrown axemen beautifully at the moment. Where are the myth units from Ragnaroks at the moment? I don't think he can win this fight. Even with the Battle Boar in here now, the Najar has come through. He's got to run the Battle Boar actually, and Ragnaroks in that moment, I thought he was actually in a decent position, but Ragnaroks in that moment does tap out, and Hell's Ravage gets the dub. All of this, I think, stems from the simple fact that Ragnaroks didn't put the safe Asgardian bastion down. Inside the main base is the most important thing here, because you just cannot afford to be losing that. You need Huskar. On top of that, we didn't see the Gullen Bursty just for, like, he could have dropped a Gullen Bursty in while this was going on to force the units back for a little bit, maybe dropped a hill fort down on this position, maybe able to continue a little bit longer here. And in reality, the name of the game for Frere is just, let's just get to the next stage of the game. Just get to the next stage of the game. And eventually you get to the Mythic Age and you're going to be in a good spot to win the game. But that just simply did not happen there. So Hells gets off to a really, really nice start here. He's got his win with the Fushi. He's up 1-0. And now he has to pick which map to go next. Well, Ragnaroks has to pick which map to go next here. And it's going to be a Giza map. So let's jump back over to the draft and see what we're going to see for game number 2. Alrighty, so this is going to be a Gaia versus Ra situation for game number 2. This This is a map that I quite like to play. Not Ra, Gaia on. Ra is a bit of an interesting god as well to be seeing here. So I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is for Ragnaroks with this Ra. Maybe he was expecting to see a Thor or a Tsukiyomi or something, though I'm not even sure that would be a good idea either. And nonetheless, let me see if I can find this game. I'm struggling to see. Are they actually already in the game? And they didn't send me the URL again. No. Yes. Give me a second, guys. What am I supposed to do if you don't send me the bloody L? Okay, there it is. Jesus, these guys, they really terrify me when they don't follow the rules. We got the game, but I think I'm lucky to see the game at this point. Let me berate them. All right. So let's talk about this matchup. Gaia versus Ra. Unlike the last matchup, there's a little bit less specificity that is necessary to play. So in the last matchup, there was things like Fushi needs to play aggressive. It makes a lot of sense to play aggressive. Freyr needs to drop that Asgardian Bastion, or at the very least make sure that Asgardian Bastion gets up for Huskal to have a nice solid game. This next one, you know what I think? I think Hell's Ravage should be playing Leto in this one. Leto is head and shoulders the more powerful option versus Ra than Oceanus. Ra doesn't have strong priests, doesn't have access to Nephthys, so can't get those strong priests. Ra doesn't, and if you've ever done any testing on Automaton versus priest, you'll know that the Automaton can actually beat said priest in a 1 versus 1, which means you just need to get in a couple of extra units to make life really, really tough. And you can go effectively, your infantry units can effectively just be Automaton. On top of that, you also get access to the spider layers, which can help you lock down the map. You can also play a 2 TC Automaton type idea. So let me break it down just a little bit more. If we don't see an economic guild at the start from our Gaia player Hell's Ravage, I think he's going to be in on the Leto train. If he'll understand what that's for. If he does go for an economic guild first, I might be a little surprised that we'll see Leto. So it's going to be coming in here. We're going to be seeing it momentarily. So strap in, get set. Let's jump in to our map Giza. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, game number 2 in the left corner. we do indeed see the Economic Guild. I'm going to break down a little bit of my strategic thoughts about Gaia, and I think this is also sort of what I'm starting to see from other top players inside of Gaia as well. But we'll talk about it a little bit later. Ragnarok's on the right side here does have his Ra, and he does open up with the monument to the villagers. Okay, so it's Giza, and you're playing Gaia, and you drop an Economic Guild. What does this mean? It means you're taking a later advance time, and it means you're not getting your temple up very fast. Unlike every other Civ, who can... Well, actually, no. A lot of Civs need to get their temple down very, very fast for this specific reason. And that reason is to get out either early relics. As you can see, some relics over here sitting on this position. You have this Fatal Fiery Sledge, which is nice. You have up onto the top position here, you got the Great Sompantly, not the most important of relics, but can be nice if the game does end up going late game. Over on this side, there's the Black Lotus, which is going to be beautiful for both gods in this game. Both Gaia and Ra are going to be really enjoying that, and Pelt of Argus, not the most important. Nonetheless, grabbing a relic or two early on and a Hero Oracle, that's just the start. After that, you can also continue to build your oracles, and you can start getting yourself a really nice favor sort of situation as Gaia early on. The other option, which is also inside of the no Economic Guild opening, is fast second town centers. And now you might say, Boit, can't I just drop an Economic Guild and get a town center up? To which I say, it comes in about a villager later. And if it comes in a villager later, that means you're one villager behind for the entirety of the game, which means your early hand axe and pickaxe will not get you as much value as someone simply delaying that hand axe and pickaxe for a couple minutes, but being up a villager on you. So that's the take there. So Economic Guilds here generally means for Gaia, they're going to have to do some sort of one town center early shenanigans. They can also go for the town center. It's just a little bit less resources. It is just a little bit less resources. Nonetheless, oh, Hell's Ravage is pulling a spicy on me. He is going for the Leto. Look, I was saying this is not the right way to do this. It's not. You should grab the temple first, get the oracles, and then get the Economic Guild, because you just get more favor. And the resources, in the resource department, what is the bottleneck in this strategy is always going to be favor. You want to spend every little bit of that favor. Basically getting up to 6 oracles and getting the relics in is very, very important. Now, we have seen over on this side that Hell's Ravage does pick up this Black Lotus, so an extra 10% food gather rate, that's going to be really nice here. And the big question mark for me is going to be, what's Ragnarok's going to do as a response? The really difficult thing about these automaton and about this strategy, as we also see an immediate perception, is 2 things. Thing number 1 is Spider Lair prevents the raids onto your unit. So if you want to play some sort of a classical fight, some sort of raiding sort of style, it's not going to work too well, because these Spider Lairs, they're going to be sitting in a nice defensive position, protecting your oracles, and giving you a really, really big advantage. And the other thing that... I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? There's 2 things. There's the spider... Oh. I'm going to just pretend like there's one thing there. The spider layers are everything. I definitely had a different idea in the back of my head, but it's fine. Okay, so... what is the plan here for Ragnarok? It's looking like it is going to be a classical fight, and he's going to go for Wadgets. So Wadgets mixed in, nice little answer for the automatons, you would think, but the automatons have 3x bonus versus myth units. So they will just charge in with their what's the speed? With their 4.2 speed and take out the 3.8 speed Wadget. All right, so we'll see how things are going to go here for Hells. But the other thing that's really, really important here for for Hells when he's playing, or when you're playing Leto, just in general. I'm going to give you all the secrets right now. All of my secrets to Leto. Don't leave the Lush. There's no need to. There's no rush here if you are the Gaia. Get yourself the scouting you need to make sure that you're playing either against a 1 town center or a 2 town center. In this case, Hells has not got that scouting in, so he's playing very, very risky with his automaton. But he is also playing against Ra, so there's not really any sort of risks that he's going to be taking here. But he does need to just see something. Sending the automaton in to just get a little bit of a scout. Coming around this side, he's going to see the market and an armory getting placed over here, which I don't know if that's not what he needs to see. That might give him the wrong idea of what's happening here. Priest starting to come through as well, as these units here do get spotted. The Wadgets coming through, and Hell's Ravage will pull all the way back up onto this position and try to figure things out. He's getting himself out an extra Oracle. Next thing he needs to do here, and this might sound crazy to a lot of people, the next thing you need to do inside of Leto is get yourself a second temple. So, unlike every other god who's playing a myth unit strat, Leto is the only one that needs an early second temple. Some other gods need kind of a later second temple. For example, if you're playing as Greek and you need to make sure that you're always going to be sitting at that death ball kind of situation, you might need to drop a second temple to make sure that you're going to be able to keep spending all that favor once you start losing units, as the Spearman coming through, trying to take out an Oracle there. But in this situation, you definitely do need that second temple, as Ragnarok's trying to bait Hells in. This is the other thing here about the automaton is they're quite weak early on. They are quite weak. You don't want to take a fight somewhere where it's not going to be advantageous for you. You can't lose a fight, in other words. So sitting back and allowing this Egyptian army to charge at you while you're building up your death ball, that's generally the best type of play. Over on this side, we've got the Oracles getting sniped down as these units charging forward. Automaton's over onto this side. Not exactly sure where Hells is going with those, but the Spearman charging up to the top. This Oracle's chilling on this side. One other thing you can kind of go for is you can drop your spider lairs onto town centers and things like that, onto gold mines. Enemy gold mines as well isn't a terrible idea. Double Oracles over there from Hell's Ravage. Not the best of situations for him there as the Murmillo chilling on this side. There will be a little bit of damage to come through as the Murmillos are going to pull back. Has revealed those spider eggs, so it says let's get off of that. And apparently Hell's Ravage is going to be trying to give his opponent Battle Fiery Sledge here as the units do move forward. Going to start taking some damage. He's got to run away from this. Ragnarok gets some nice value here. He picks off the Oracle there with the Relic, and I imagine Ragnarok will be picking that up for himself here as another Spider Lair does get dropped down onto the backside here as the Caraballister ends up falling, and that's not ideal for Hells just yet. He's going to have to reconsider where he goes next as the Spearmen back in onto this side, looking to get some damage done. They're going to be moving in here, and this is going to be a good fight here, I'd have to imagine, for Hell's Ravage. The Spider Eggs come in. They pick 3 units off there. That's got to feel really good. Citizen's going to be pulling away from here, however, as Hells, for whatever reason, not wanting to take the fight just yet. Gold situation for Hells. Little bit on the low side as another temple now does come down, but he needs the gold mines. And here's the problem. The problem for Hells is there's shifting sands. So what Ragnarok can do is he can move a Spearman around onto this side, and if there's a bunch of villagers over here, he will shifting sands onto them. As the second temple up, this automaton does get caught out, will end up going down. Meanwhile, units coming up onto this side. We see the Spider Lair getting dropped over here, as well as Hells has to actually make something happen here. He's turning all of his Murmillos into heroes. I can't say I'm a fan of that because he's got the anti-myth unit inside of the automaton. He does not need anything more there, but nonetheless, this is a death ball of Ra, of Egyptian versus a death ball of Atlantean. The villagers up onto this top side, chilling. Slinger coming in. We'll see that Lush there, and we'll get alerted. He's going to wander forward, looking to hit the gold mines. Will we see the shifting sands, though, is the big question. I mean, of course you're going to see the shifting sands. There it comes. Citizen's going to bail in, jumping into the manners there. He's going to drop 2 here as the automaton's charging forward. The citizen over here, a little bit in a bad spot, but the army's going to be moving forward. They do have themselves on that Lush here as the hero Mamillos to come through. There's not enough priests in this fight to make this work, but the Wadgets are going to be doing some nice work on the back there. Now the heroes finally get retasked by Hell's Ravage to try and take down those Wadgets. The automatons are slowly falling here. There's really not that much military left for Hell's Ravage, but the automatons don't have any counter remaining. This Caraballister on the back going to be getting huge amounts of value as the Wadget over there does end up dying. The Caraballister on this side going to get targeted down quickly, but the rest of those spearmen are going to be falling, and Hell's Ravage looks like he will be holding this big shifting sands push from Ragnarok's. Hell's got to get his citizens back in. And on top of that, look at all these automaton bodies chilling here, waiting to get repaired. That being said, the next wave of units do seem to be coming through here. There's still a couple of spider eggs remaining to eat units, but Hells has got to repair his dudes back up. He's now starting on the automaton repairing. More units to come through as Ragnarok's posturing here. He's trying to get himself his own priest out. I wouldn't say it's a bad idea here for Ragnarok's to drop a second temple, just because he knows he's going to need more priests to deal with all those automatons. Another spider egg does get dropped down. The citizens on this gold mine enjoying that for the time being. It's 52 citizens to 43 villagers here, however, as the unit spammage from Ragnarok's continuing along. Gonna try and pick up a couple of units here, but Hell's just repair the automaton. Like, what is the... You've got it. That's the whole point of this strat, is that if your opponent decides to do some sort of an all-in, you're able to get your units back in and able to keep yourself pumping along, because this is... I mean, it's just free resources sitting here. Nonetheless, units over onto this side. There will need to be another fight here from Hells. Does he have channels? Doesn't have the channels technology in. He's going to utilize this time to get himself back another automaton on the top, as the Pharaoh is going to be joining in on this fight next. Still a very, very close amount of units here, as the army is going to charge over the spider eggs as well, taking a little bit more damage there. Another spider egg gets dropped over onto this side as the sandwich from Hell's a little bit slow here. He pulls all the way back into this corner, and now the army coming onto the backside, the Murmillos, to start charging in. There's no real good counters for that, but the Caraballister do end up going down very, very quickly as the priest trying to take down those automaton in the back there. They are falling, but there's just so many more units here, or useful units, I should say, here for Hell's Ravage, and Ragnarok's is going to lose out on this fight yet again, but reinforcements coming through. There's no Caraballister this time for Hell's Ravage, as he does end up losing them. Units getting distracted over onto this side, as Hells still just needs to take a breath here, let his opponent run away, and get himself his automatons back up, because they're just sitting here. It's free resources. Picking off his opponent's units is fine, but free resources is always free resources. Nonetheless, Hells now says it's time to run. More automaton are going to come through. He does send the automaton back here to start working. The other secret here, if you want to go full min-max on this, is put one on each of the automatons on the back. Repair the automaton! I'm going to lose my mind. He's only got 4 left. There's 6 on the ground. Okay, there's like 4 on the... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. There might be more here. Okay, fine. Fine, don't repair them. See if I care. I don't mind. It's fine. It's fine. Another temple. Another temple to spam out more automaton, but you could just repair them. And they're all dead. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. There could have been more automaton than there is, but they're all dead now. How do you feel, Hells? The other tech here that's not being grabbed, which is really, really, it's a big mistake, I'd say, from Hells, is this this channels technology. Splitting up his Murmillo again. Maybe going to look to sandwich the army charging forward here. He does probably need some... Well, he's got some Murmillo heroes over here, but he probably needs a few more. Militarily speaking, it's about equal as the Murmillos baiting over onto this side, looking to get in. Hero Murmillos do get converted there. They're going to be able to hit the backline Wadgets as the Terma have to take out those Karabalas. So a little bit of micro on those Karabalas would go a long way, but it's looking like he doesn't even need to, as the Slingers are falling very, very quickly to those Terma. The Murmillos, however, they're not going to be doing as well as a whole bunch of Automaton, but Pharaoh is back in to help out, but one Pharaoh just is not going to be cutting it here against all of the Myth unit, especially when it's trying to face tank a whole bunch of Terma, and Ragnarok's army falls yet again as Hell's Ravage has held the onslaught for the time being. And not only that, Hells also goes, hey, I need food. Let me just put farms down over here. Remember, he does have this tech, or this relic, I should say, inside his temple, the Black Lotus. So he's getting a little bit of extra food than he otherwise would. And he can go up to irrigation as well. So he can basically be at flood control in the classical age, which is tier 3 farms, without buying tier 3 farms, right? Like, you can get tier 2 farms and be at tier 3. As the villagers back over onto this gold mine into the middle, needs to drop a house over here, or he doesn't have any, but an economic guild would not go astray. Start spreading lush all over the place. Live the dream where that's concerned. Maybe a second town center, maybe a heroic age wouldn't be a terrible idea for Hell's Ravage. Ragnarok's, on the other hand, he's got to start thinking about his own heroic age. He cannot win sticking it out in this classical age anymore. The priests don't have enough damage. The Axemen, they're going to start being incredibly difficult to actually micro in a fight, to take out Murmillos when they're also got Automatons mixed into the middle. It's not easy to do. But he is macroing up an army again. He's getting himself more Wadgets in. He's been pumping them out relatively consistently. Onto the top side, the villagers do get spotted here as well. That's huge for Hell's Ravage. He's already in front in military, in eco, and now he's getting even further in front. But the Murmillos face tanking right into those Axemen. They are quick enough to get away from the Axemen at 4.5 speed, so they will get they will run, and the villagers can now move up to the top and start enjoying the gold mine there, as well as Hell's Ravage moving forward. A little bit of a spider egg onto this position here as well. Gold mine over here, 156 gold there. Not going to be that important, but Hells can now move down to the bottom side of the map. This is where the gold mines are. That's what he needs to be attacking, and that's how he ends this game in this moment. That being said, he could also end this game in this moment by cutting Ragnarok's retreat off and basically destroying that army for a third time. That being said, Thaya's going to come through. That's an automatic upgrade for all those Automatons. They get sent back to the shop. The robots get a little bit of extra damage. 25% more HP and damage, to be clear, as the Murmillo Terma coming down to the bottom side. Villagers pulling back. Armory situation. Ragnarok's gets him up to full upgrades, but Hells is already there as the Spearmen looking to move forward and face tank. Terma coming over onto this side. They've got more villagers there. Sobek has been queued up, though, as Ragnarok does manage to get to the heroic age onto this backside. An immediate palace from Hell's Ravage. He's at 190 pop, picking off villagers on this gold mine. And Hells is looking incredibly good in this game. Even the hyenas getting involved. There's 3 villagers managing to make it into the corner. Villagers back onto this gold mine for the time being here. And it's actually going to look like... I don't like this pick from a Leto player. Generally, the Hecate from Gaia is so appealing. Hecate, Thea, Leto is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, late game sort of god path you can go for with Gaia. But against a full barracks army, I can't fault Hell's Ravage for wanting to just click implode on this army and erase it. That being said, he's pulling back into his main base. He's going to give Ragnarok's an opportunity here. He's going for raids. That's fair enough. He's going for raids, but Ragnarok's can get a town center. He can get himself back into this game. This amount of score diff, it's not game over here. That being said, he also needs to play around the implode because that will be game over. Losing an entire army to implode is going to be really, really tough. So how do you play around that? Well, you've got to be moving your army into multiple different positions, attacking multiple different angles as once. As the Spearmen come through, and they will be taking out all the Terma here. Spearmen 5 speed, Terma 5 speed. You can sort of get away from them, but Hells can also think about grabbing a third town center if he wants. This one is a perfectly reasonable option. Another tech here from Hells, which would help his favor gain, is this one. Lots of players forget about that as the Locust does get dropped down over here and Hells pulls back yet again. I don't know why he's running from these fights. Like, I'm 95% sure he just straight wins the fights, but of course he doesn't want to... Oh no, he's going Mythic Age, so it makes sense for him to be avoiding them, but he just wins the fights. Nonetheless, he's going to start charging forward. He's going to look to hit this bottom side of the map yet again. There is a slight issue for Hell's Ravage in this game, and it is also going to be an issue for Ragnarok's in the fact that there's only 2 more large gold mines on the map. Did channels ever get researched? Nope. Speed isn't important, guys. Oh, and there goes the Resign as the Atlas. Doesn't even want to let me see it. He knows that his army is done for versus this god power. Like, Implode is a god power that will pick off an entire Egyptian army, but oftentimes it doesn't matter that much. But in this situation, Hells was so far in front that he picks the safest, I guess, the safest route to a win here, to some degree. I don't know if it exactly is the safest. I think if Ragnarok maybe managed to make something happen there, it would have been a little bit of a different situation. But a nice game from Hells. He gets himself up to 2-0 here with some Leto shenanigans, putting on the show for all to see. I'm not exactly sure. I think Ragnarok's went wrong here with his shifting sands. I think that's where he went wrong with this. I don't think he needed to really take a full-on fight. Probably could have played a little bit slower. Unlike Oceanus, you can play a little slower versus Leto. You don't have to play in onto the position. He could have dropped the town center. He could have gone so back before taking the first fight. Generally, the way to beat Leto is to dominate the Leto army when it's out of position. If they push forward, take the fight, drop a Locust down, kill them off, shifting sands on top of them or something, take them out and win. But a well-played game from Hell's Ravage nonetheless. We'll see what the next map is going to be. It's going to be on Mirage, and it's going to be, well, they're going to be picking their gods momentarily. So let's jump back over to the drafting screen. So our next map is going to be on Mirage, everyone's favorite. And this here is interesting because there's no Greeks to play here, which is just one of those super interesting situations. I mean, there is Greeks to play. You could pick Demeter, you could pick Poseidon. They're both actually pretty decent on Mirage, if you ask me. Demeter definitely is a pickable god with Ares on Mirage. Definitely scary to play against, and there's lots of value there. But obviously not what we're seeing, as here comes the god picks, and it's going to be a pretty interesting decision from both players on this map. 2 gods that, to be honest, I wouldn't have expected to get picked here. Uranus versus Odin. So if I'm Hells in this position, I'm thinking Tsukuyomi, or I'm thinking Amaterasu, or I'm thinking Thor. Those gods sound fantastic on Mirage. The last thought I've got is Uranus. And if I'm Ragnarok's, I go, maybe Odin. Heimdall Odin sounds pretty decent. But probably Poseidon or Set here makes a lot more sense. against what he's going to be playing against. All right, let's have a little look-see and see if we've got ourselves a thing. Okay. Don't really understand Odin on water compared to the other Norse because he doesn't really want to use the food for her, sir. So what does he use the extra food for? Well, Berserks, basically. And Jotun. Yeah. It's not bad. Odin is fantastic on water maps. It's just not really fantastic versus Amaterasu or Tsukiyomi or Thor even. But I think he's actually quite good here against Uranus. I'm thinking about this, trying to get some sort of a game plan in for Hell's Ravage, and I have come up with one thing for him with Uranus against Odin, and that's a Prometheus angle. Prometheus here from Hell's Ravage with the extra 9 fish makes some sense. So you're going to be going for Prometheans, Carabalus, the Catapulti, and Live the Dream. And of course, some people might say, well, boy, why would you go for Myth Unit versus those Hamask Odin Berserks? For those of you who don't know, Hamask gives 0.5 extra bonus damage versus Myth Units, to which I say Berserks die really, really quickly to Caraballister. And I've got Sky Passages to boot, and I've got Shockwaves to help keep my units alive, and I've got Valors to help keep my Caraballises alive as well. So it makes a lot of sense actually to go that route. Oceanus, on the other hand, I'm starting to think about that and going, that doesn't make any sense at all. In fact, it's probably really tough to play an Oceanus game versus a Heimdall Odin, Hamask Heimdall Odin on Mirage. Anyways, I guess we'll see how it's going to go. What other sort of ideas? A fast heroic for Stymphalian Bird also makes a lot of sense here for Hell's Ravage. No, that makes even more sense. The more I think about it, the better it becomes. Stymphalian Bird, fast heroic. It's really, really strong with Gaia because you can have the Stymphalian Birds over Gaia Lush and you boost the speed up of said Stymphalian Birds. But with Uranus, you don't get that speed boost. So playing like microing them in the actual fight, keeping them alive versus Godi is a little bit more challenging. But you can just make Terma. Terma, Arcus, Stymphalian Bird. Of course the Lush works with the Stymphalian Birds. Why wouldn't it? You think the unit has to stand on it? No, it's an aura. It's got its aura there. Little known facts. You guys want the little known facts, you can get them. How's the YouTube audience going today? Hope you guys are having a fantastic time chilling over there. I'm definitely having a fantastic time checking out these games, enjoying these games, and all the other good stuff that happens where that's concerned. So let's jump into game number 3. See if Hell's Ravage is going to be able to get his spot booked in really dominating fashion, or if Ragnox is going to say, no, not today. Let me show you how it's done. Let's jump in onto the map, Mirage. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Hell's Ravage in the left-hand corner here. Does spawn in with his Uranus. And in the right-hand corner, Ragnarok's with the Odin. I have to say at this point, if you're Ragnarok's, you've really got to be thinking, okay, I don't, maybe when, obviously I want to win, but you got to get as many wins as you possibly can. 1 win here, 2 wins here, still keeps the road to Athens, the Athens dream alive for Ragnarok's. Kind of. Maybe not. I don't actually know. I haven't done the math just yet. I haven't done the numbers. I haven't rolled the dice. What do I mean by that? Well, the top 8 players here, every player who's winning in this sort of decider round for the open qualifiers goes into the top 16. But every single playoff run, every single gauntlet run that happens over the next week of July, or over every next month of July and the first weekend of August, removes 1 player from that pool. And the highest, or the most, the players that perform the best in the qualifiers will be taking those spots if they did end up losing in the round of 16. So Ragnarok's has got to pull it out. He's got to start thinking, all right, how do I deal with Hell's Ravage here? Hell's has been incredibly solid in this series thus far. What is he going to pull? How is he going to make it work? Check out some relics and see if anything is going to be influential here. Hori's hunting bow, not the most impactful for this map, unfortunately. Hunt, there is quite a bit of it, but it's not super important here. An extra little bit of hunt gather rate. Grandson partly is back again for its cheaper sentry towers. Players wishing that they had this relic for much later in the game, but generally not going to be seeing much use from it. Heavenly Jeweled Spear is actually really, really nice here for Hell's Ravage to deal with things like Jarls, to deal with things like raiding cavalry with his catapulties. So he's definitely going to want to find that one, pick that up, and Nose of the Sphinx here with the hit points plus 15% is always just nice. Can help the Sky Passages out, keep them a little bit stronger, and all that other good stuff. There's the temple now coming up in the main base here for Hell's Ravage. Fishing ships are now all out as well, and the advance time is going to be coming in momentarily, as that will be telling as to what type of Uranus we're going to see here. Now, I was saying I don't think Oceanus is the right call here, but we're seeing Oceanus. And we are going to be seeing Heimdall. And the reason I don't think that Oceanus is the right call here is because Walls, Throwing Axemen, and Berserks are going to be an incredibly difficult thing for Hell's Ravage to be beating in this game, unless he's got some sort of myth unit presence to really punish the fact that Ragnarok's doesn't have himself that hero boosting technology in either Hall of Thanes, which Odin doesn't have, or the Sesrumnir, which comes from Freya. But we'll see what the actual game plan is. Hells could also go for a fast heroic here for the Stymphalian birds, which I think is also probably pretty good inside of Oceanus there. It's a completely different way to play. Circumvents the walls because you can fly over them. You can raid gold mines and all the other good stuff and force the Odin player to be a little bit more respectful of things and having to be a little bit more slow with the expansion, which is obviously quite good. You see double military barracks coming down from Hell's Ravage, and immediately the Undermine does get dropped. The military barracks here does finish up, but he's going to have to repair that one back up and will be able to keep it alive. He can rebuild his other building a little bit later. There's another military barracks coming up over here in the main base for Ragnarok. He drops double longhouses and he can go straight into Throwing Axemen. No problems there. A little bit of a quick economic check. We've got a couple of Throwing Axemen. Oh, not Throwing Axemen. Pickaxe, what I'm talking about. Pickaxe, hand axe, random horn from the ironry to make the units move faster. I don't know what that was about. And there is all the upgrades in for Hell's Ravage as well, as he is going to be off to the races with his Murmillo and with his Terma and with his Carbalister and all the other good stuff. But I like this from Ragnarok. He's actually going straight in to his Berserks. Does see these units onto this spot. Is the Ironry going to speed them up? Of course, Ragnarok's is not going to be able to catch up to these Murmillos. They will just pull back into the main base. Do we see a Caraballister coming out? That's going to be a very important unit to help defend everything that's coming his way. Of course, Ragnarok's is probably going to grab himself the Hamask at some point here. He can afford it now, but there's not really a huge rush as the army of Ragnarok's looking like it says, I'm ready to get some real damage done. Let's go. Fight me, son. Fight me right now. It's the Caraballas that pops out over onto this side. It's not what he wants there in the slightest. We do see the Carnivora getting dropped. The Caladria going to be healing this one up. The hero Murmillo is on top of the Ironary, but the Caraballister goes down. And the Carnivora also goes down. But the Town Center is helping in a big way in this fight, as I think Ragnarok's may have kind of found himself having a bit of getting a little bit overzealous with the fight. He does try and pick off some citizens at the top here as well as the units pull away from here, but that attack was a little bit too much, and Hells comes out on top without question there. Well, not the attack that I was expecting. If he had some throwing axemen, maybe it would have been okay. If he had Hamask, maybe it would have been an interesting one to like try and force the Carnivora and run. But he didn't have anything. He just had maybe a tiny bit of a military advantage, which ends up not really being enough when you're underneath the town center. Very, very strange attack from Ragnarok's. Ragnarok's now motoring around the map as this Oracle is trying to stay out of line of sight here. Does miss the Oracle ever so slightly. There is a Raven chilling over on this side, and it will spot the Oracle moving into the corner. It's the walls coming up over here. Villagers pulling away, and for the moment here, the Berserk raids will keep Hell's Ravage locked to his base or locked to his sky passages. He's got a sky passage over here coming up. He can come to this gold mine. Up onto this top side, the Oracle hiding in the corner, but literally underneath the Raven. Not really hiding at all. And Ragnarok is going to say, excuse you, how dare you have 100 resources out in the middle of the map? That one's going to go down. That being said, now I think it's now... Is it Hells' turn to make a really, really bad play? Hells is going to be looking for a fight here. I don't like this in the slightest. I think he's just checking to make sure that Ragnarok's is playing by the rules, so to speak. He's not cheating out any fast heroics or second town centers, and he sees the units. He goes, okay, you're building units. I'm going to keep building units. This is fine. This is what you want here as the Uranos player, especially through Oceanus. Generally, the game plan for the Oceanus Atlantean is to get to full copper, Bite of the Shark, and a decent amount of units before you actually are comfortable taking the fights, like forcing fights versus a Norse player. Nonetheless, more Berserks coming in, more Ironary, more throwing axe. This is a scary army out from Ragnarok's. Very, very scary. Upgrades starting to come in for Hells. He's still got a ways to go. Very, very nice positioning on this. Oh, he's got to be careful, though. This little shoot and scoop with the Caraballister. No. Not going to go for it. Going to pull back to his Sky Passage and try and use that as... Well, Ragnarok's gets a lot of value trying to move forward here. Can Hells make it work? He turns everyone into Hero Murmillos at the moment. Does have enough favor for another Carnivora, which you can drop onto that backside. There goes the Ironary, blowing the horn. Shockwave does get dropped down to send everyone flying instead of the Carnivoras. The Caraballister dropping through the Sky Passage, taking out the Throw and Axeman on the back line. The Murmillos are tanking up pretty decently as well versus those Berserks, as the Galadriel is just floating overhead, getting the damage done. And yet again, Ragnarok throws it all into the Uranos, and the Uranos says, thank you for that, good sir. I will take your units. I will destroy your units, and you will find yourself a different battle to fight later. We got another Einherry coming in. So at least Ragnarox has got a little bit of something remaining, but the difference in military now is incredible. There's going to be a little bit more favor necessary for Hell's Ravage to get himself that Carnivore. He does retreat with the Karo Ballista open for destruction, but Ragnarox doesn't pounce on that. That's where this game can get completely turned on its head. The goal here for Ragnarox at this point now has to be to catch Karo Ballista out of position. Hell's Ravage, on the other hand, box formation, he should be fine. Box formation, he should be fine. He's getting himself all these upgrades. That's going to be copper weapons, copper armor, as well as ballistics. Ballistics is such a huge technology for these Karo Ballista. It's something you don't normally get to, or before the ballistics got changed to the classical age, it's something you wouldn't normally get seen on Karo Ballista, because people generally stop building them once the heroic age comes in favor of just building Arcus. But it's a really important tech, and if we do end up seeing it here, you're going to see it. You're going to see these Karo Ballista really dealing damage here. Ragnarox's Berserk, moving around the map. Citizens coming through. This is the type of damage that Ragnarox needs, but Hells spots it immediately, pulling a citizen back. These citizens also need to make a run for it. They're not going to be able to get there. They do get trapped in. That's 2 citizen kills, or 1 citizen kill. But then again, the Berserks also need to escape out of here. Don't want to be losing too many units on this sort of a raid. He's charging past the town center for the time being. Where is he going with these Berserks? He's losing so many units to the town center while this is going on. The wall over here gets broken down. 14 HP, and it is now broken, and the Karo Ballista can move forward slowly here. Ron Axeman trying to take out those Caladria. It's going to be a very, very tough time. As both Einherry end up falling, and the Berserks on this side getting chased away. Up onto this side, there's also a Carnivore that can get dropped down if he wants. He's also got a Shockwave to boot there, as the back and forth from the Murmillo heroes, making life very tough over here. Berserk's here trying to get back and help out, but looks like it's going to be too little too late. The Caladria is continuing to get the heals off. Huge amounts of units in the queue there as well for Hell's Ravage, as the heroic age is through for Ragnarox, but he's just got nothing remaining here. Berserk's coming back to help out, but like I said, there's just nothing in at the moment. 1 Karo Ballista there. Guess he can turn and try and take the fight over on this side, but Hell's very smart. He's just going to pull back. He's going up to his own heroic age now through Hyperion. The walls to come through. There's a little bit of a gap onto this position, though. Little bit of a gap there. I mean, to some degree, Ragnarok's picking off all of these units for free. Well, that could be huge for Ragnaroks to bring this game back. Throw an Axeman over onto this side, trying to get in here as the Karo Ballista. They will die very, very quickly. A Shockwave or something to keep everything alive, though, that's going to change the fight in its entirety. The Karo Ballista are now on this beautiful choke point. Carnivore gets dropped down on the left there as well. More units going to be flooding in. Hero Murmillo is getting converted on the front. It's 4.6 military to 1.4k military, and Ragnaroks taps out as Hell's Ravage books his ticket to the playoff round, the main event for the online qualifiers. Ragnarok's not able to make it happen. I mean, he just wanted to play the most aggressive game of Odin you've ever seen in your life. He just wanted to play the most aggressive game of Odin you've ever seen in your life. I don't understand it. He's got the speed with those Berserks, and that just really shuts the Uranus into his base in such a big way. But he didn't go for it. He didn't go for it at all. And Hell's Ravage gets the 3-0. Props to props to Hell's Ravage there. We're going to take a very, very short intermission. And I'm going to set up the series for Zooked versus Zookalo. I do not believe we're going to see the entirety of this series. This is a recorded game series. It was played yesterday. And then after that, when Joe and Eric are ready to start, we'll move on to that series. So we do have games coming for you. Don't go nowhere. I'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes with the next game, and we'll see you guys momentarily. Alrighty, guys, what's happening? We are back with some more Age of Mythology shenanigans. This is going to be a recorded game time. So we're going to be watching Zuklo and Zook. They played yesterday. The series was absolutely phenomenal. I did not manage to catch a single game, but I can tell you from the fact that I saw a little certain message which has no real spoilers at all, except for the fact that this game cannot fit in the Discord upload limits. Spoilers. So we're gonna slowly work our way through this series if we until the Joe Eric series starts next. That's the next one that's gonna be live. We're gonna jump in onto our first match, which is gonna be a Tsukiyomi versus Set shenanigans here. Alrighty, let's jump into our first matchup, which is on Blue. Wait, hold on. Which is on Blue Lagoon. Everyone's favorite lagoon. It's blue. Let's go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, off we go in the left-hand corner of the map, spawning as one of the Italian stallions. It is Zuklo himself. He's playing as Tsukiyomi. His opponent today in the red color playing as Set. He is a Gaia main. He is a man a bald man, big, tall, bald man who is ready to show the world he means business. It's Zooked. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna ask the mods to put predictions for this series because they have already been played. We are currently watching recorded games, so no predictions for this one. There will be predictions back when Eric and Joe start in approximately 1 hour, I believe. Wait, it might be an hour. It might be 2 hours and a half. I'm not. When do they start? I can't remember. Anyways, strap in. This is going to be an amazing series. I know it is because I already know it's going to be amazing. So strap in. Let's talk about it though. Relics on the map. We've got ourselves the Maya Huels. Huels? Mugay for the 5% refund if you lose a unit. Don't worry, you lost some dudes. Have a little bit back, son. That's what the devs are saying. I've Orno over here. Gives you a little bit of extra bonus damage for your Hypaspis or your Axeman, or in this case, your Samurai or your Axeman. On this bottom side here, there is the Scarab Pendant, which is always nice. And finally, at the bottom side of the map, there is the Bridle of Pegasus. And this is going to be free Pegasus every 60 seconds. Nonetheless, a little bit of scouting coming in from Zukalo over here. I'm pretty excited to see what Zook's going to be coming up with. He has been playing a lot of, well, not a lot of set, but I know that he has focused on the Egyptian side of things quite a bit. He is one of the best Gaia players out there, but seeing him playing some off civs is always quite fun, because you always get to see him having a little bit of a different idea about what's to actually be the game plan. And as the villagers all motor around, they're going to jump onto this gold mine. And of course, an Atlantean main would not understand how to fix these villagers up because he's too busy having no drop-off site. They kind of fix themselves up though, kind of. Nonetheless, let's have a little look-see over here at the main base of Zuklo for the time being, and he is going to be getting himself the Inari Orkami here, not going for any sort of Tsukiyomi Amano Uzume shenanigans. One day we'll see that, but not today. Actually, versus Egyptian, it's not a terrible idea to do this. I did see Mini Yeti going for it once. It does basically shut down Farsec and Town Center shenanigans. So that can force you into a position you actually want to play as Tsukiyomi. But that's not what we're going to be seeing. Instead, we do see the Jiragumo coming out with the Kitsune to start charging across the map and an immediate double stable. as Zukalo wants to get his cavalry out and get himself raiding. Zukalo and Zukt are indeed different players as the villagers die. The villagers going forward here, and not only do the villagers go forward, but they also reveal this is not going to be good. Juragumo is making her way in. Do we see the... I would have expected a new moon almost to come in and hit this, as the Juragumo and Kitsune will end up falling. Villagers going to come around onto this side as well. That's going to be little bits of damage there as the Juragumo will pull back, but no villagers are picked up. No villagers are being harmed in the making of this game just yet. But there will be Naginata Riders coming forward very quickly. Is he going to pick the relic up? It's literally right in front of you. Just grab it. Just pick it up. Alrighty, nonetheless. More Naginata Riders for Zukalo at the moment. He's basically going to be doing an all-in here to some degree. And as the set play, you've got one of two options. You either try and spam out classical units and try and stay here, or you try and get to the heroic age without taking any real damage from these raids and drop 15 billion migdols to try and survive the all-in. Those are your options. As the Naginata Riders coming through, we do see some barracks in this main base. There's a monument to the villagers here to help this all out, and spearmen will be needed here. Spearmen are a fantastic way to dissuade these Naginata Riders from getting in here and getting damage done. But Zukt, he is waiting to the last moment, decides to run, should be able to get out of here, pulls the villagers over here as well. This villager will get into the tower. No losses just yet, but idle time has been forced, and the spearmen, the Naginata Rider doesn't manage to take it out. A nice focus fire there from both the spearmen and the town center, but does lose his spearman as he's going to have to pull back and start getting himself healed back up. Meanwhile, villagers moving over onto a more difficult to defend food source here. One very simple idea here for Zukt, as the 2TC players, has recently been buffed or cost reduced or whatever you want, cost reduced or whatever you want to call it. Survival equipment. If you know your opponent's playing the one town center raiding playstyle, the answer to that is to grab this specific technology very quickly. Of course, it's not in the Egyptian game plan to really want to grab any wood in the classical age if you're on 2TCs, but just stick 2 villagers on it, pre-queue it, and you're going to have a lot better time keeping your villagers alive versus the Naginata raids. That being said, the spearmen are now in, so he does have some defense over onto this side, moving down here to drop the mining camp. I'd love to see a wall dropped here. Being said, Zook doesn't see what's over here, and we will see the Naginata Riders coming down, and they are going straight in onto this position, looking to hit the food straight away. Does stay outside of line of sight, but the spearmen, they're in, ready to defend, and I don't think a single villager will be falling here, though. Swampland gets dropped, and that's going to be a little bit of pain there as the spearmen need to bail up to the top to stay out of it. We do have the Wadjet still getting some good value. We've got the Clairvoyants coming in behind this. A couple of vills do get picked off, and Zukt will get back to his town center, and he can start eating herdables for the time being. But the spearmen, they need to be chasing this to some degree. That being said, it looks like Zukt is still okay. I kind of want to see him drop a second monument because he's been put into a little bit of a rough position here. Second monument and gazelle spamming here is one little known way to get you through these difficult positions as set. Of course, it's favor that you're not going to be able to use on myth units later, which you want to use on myth units later. But if you don't get to the next stage, you're not really going to be able to enjoy those. As the wall's coming up over here, we do see the Naginata Riders coming through, and they will notice the villager. No, they won't. No, they won't. They won't notice the villager. The Naginata Riders check out the food situation over here. We do see spearmen actually moving across the map, trying to get some scouting going on. Axemen also starting to come through for potentially just saying, oh, you're probably going to go into samurai. In fact, there are samurai here. So he will go into... But the spearman going into the main base now from Zook. There's a little bit of defense over here. That's too much for Zukalo to handle as the spearman now in. And Zukalo going to be losing one villager. Maybe more. Does he get it? Yes, he gets the one villager. And he will pop out of here as the Miko will garrison in. No garrison there. He gets the Miko as well. So now he's going to be pulling back away from this position. It's always really, really important or really big if you're ever on 2 TCs and you manage to get a raid off without losing too much. It's always one of the biggest things, because if you get a raid on 1 TC versus 2 TCs, you kill off like 1 villager. That's kind of just keeping you equal in that sort of position for the next, I don't know, 17 seconds. But if you're on 2 TC and you pick off 1 villager, that's you getting in front by 2 villagers to some degree, kind of. Anyways, Zukalo now going to sit back, wait, watch, dream. He's going up to the heroic gauge. He's going through Hachiman. This is often the god of choice for Tsukiyomi. Very rarely do we see the just forgotten his name. It's not Raiju. It's not Hachiman. I haven't seen it enough. Fujin. There you go. Raijin Fujin. There it is. It's not the wind guy. It's gonna be the other guy, Hachiman. The eight man. Alright. But nonetheless, the Naginata riders are searching around here. They don't see the gold mine over here just yet. Not seeing the gold mine is kind of huge. There's gold mines all over the place on this map. One here, one here. They're kind of all just spread out. And that scouting is just not in from Zukalo very well in this game in the slightest. As the spearman chasing these Naginata riders away, Zukalo will be able to get out of here for the time being. A little bit of an attack onto this spot as he does manage to pick off the priest while pulling into the next position. Spearman still getting some kills over onto this side. There's the priest up here. That one will stay alive. And there goes the new moon as nearly full bronze to come through for Zukalo. Castle on the front. Going to look for something to try and siege down this town. So now if I'm Zooked and I see this, I say, fantastic. I'm going to sack the town center if I'm Zooked it. I'm just going to say, take your time, get your upgrades, let the town center die, don't take any stupid fights, get everything together on 20 plus villager lead, and then we can take the fight later and we can be in a really good spot. Because this just takes so long to actually do, to take this out, had Zukalo simply just spammed units instead of going into a castle here, or maybe that would be in a different situation. Maybe the town center would just die because you can't actually take the fight against the full bronze, and life's very tough. But because of this is a big spend, you can just kind of play defense and it's fine. Zukalo now is trying to come down to this bottom position, and he will see the walls over here. And finally, Zook's gold mine has been exposed. Up onto the top side, Zook is over here as well, putting the walls down while this is all going on. And behind this, a Migdol stronghold to come up, but the units all need to make their way down here to defend. This is a dangerous situation for Zook, because for all Zook knows, there could be another swampland coming in, but Zukalo says, nah, we're not gonna go for that. Let's take the town center down, and this is fine. We'll see if Zoot now is going to be able to sit on this advantage for long enough. He is needing houses and things getting placed over onto this position. Going to get the granary for the rhinoceros. Heavy spearman is in, but he's got to be so careful with the next fights as the Naginata riders look to try and come down to the bottom side, but the camel rider out with the Migdol stronghold to help. It's going to be a tough one to try and raid that position there for the time being. So villagers will pull over this side. Going to go for the wood line. And Zukalo's temple will end up falling, and Zook finally says, yeah, it's time to take the fight. He is at full pop. He's at full pop, and he's probably going to be able to win this fight, truth be told. Does he have enough upgrades, though? He's kind of needs to just keep sitting back until he gets those upgrades. No need to really take a fight until he has full bronze. Like, he's getting so many more resources than Zukalo. He could even drop this town center over here if he really wants to. Small amounts of healing to come through. Medium slingers on the way as the spearmen say, all right, time to take the fight. No, not time to take the fight. Time to run away. He's kind of getting wedged up over onto this position, and not the best decisions here from Zoot in terms of what he really wants to do. Do you take the fight? Do you not take the fight? You've got ancestors. All of his units are starting to lose HP. Can he manage to make this work or not is the question. He's dropping population. He's got to click the ancestors. Now he drops it onto the front there as the Slinger's going after that back line of Horse Cav. But to be completely honest, I don't see the damage coming through from those Slingers onto that back line in the slightest. The Spearmen get melted, and Zukalo continuing along in this game with a significant advantage militarily speaking here. The Slingers at the very least now tasked onto those Horse Archers at the back, but like I said, they're just not doing damage here, and the main base of Zookt is starting to fall. Towers going down, villagers idled. Zook just not able to beat this army. Horse Archer, good unit, is what's Twitch chat saying, but I say Slinger, bad unit. Why bother building the Slinger? If you went into Chariot Archer here, it'd be a completely different story. Chariot Archer would beat the Samurai, would be able to space the Yumi Horse Archer. So the town center falls. Zook's going to try and grab the back town center. Zook still has a villager advantage, and he can get himself back up to full population and try and fight again. But the problem is that Zukalo's army is just so strong, and Zukalo should be thinking about his own second town center now. And he will take the one on the front at the moment, and now finally Zook's going to try a little bit of revenge raids, and this is huge because if he picks off villagers, well, it's gonna be a nice advantage for him because he's still in front on the village account, even though he's lost his main town center. Up onto this top side, the Naginata Riders checking in to see if there's any villagers here, and there will be. Zook not finishing off his wall. Bit of a unfortunate situation there as the Naginata Riders will spot this. They see the mining camp, and that's going to be some dead villagers over there. And it's onto the front now. Here comes the Slinger. And Zukalo will say, no worries, I've got my Naginata Riders killing you over here. I've got my siege in the middle of the space dying here, no problems. And these units over here are going to be pulling back as well. Now, ballistics on the way. Town center in the main base on the way as Zookt is going to be trying his best to pull this game back from the brink. As the Shuragumo dies, we'll see the Shogun falling, but not before he gets one more attack off and summons another Samurai. Villagers on this side now moving forward. There is not quite enough favor to drop this Migdol stronghold, but can he stay out of sight, out of mind for long enough here and get that up? Obviously wants it, and now he can place this down. It's not really in the best of spots to defend the gold mine, but he needs something here. He really needs a gold mine because he's got none left in the bank. Another Shogun to come through here for Zukalo is going to be really big as well. I wouldn't have minded seeing the alternate option, Swampland, or even the better option, Tengu. But nonetheless, it's not what we're getting treated to in this game. Well, Zook does have 2 TCs, but he's only got 5 villagers on food at the moment. So not only is he struggling for gold, he's got these slingers that don't really do anything. Sorry, I gotta stop. I got too much bias on my slingers. Let's have a little look, see at the actual damage the slingers are doing. We got 24 slingers with 1,500 compared to half of the army of these Yuumi Ulsa archers, which, never mind, I'm going to keep saying it. These are terrible units. All right, all the slingers getting picked off and zooked. I don't think he's going to be able to hold on this position, even with the Migdol up. The Shogun coming in, getting Samurai onto the gold villages. They're pushed off. Zook could make a move up back to this gold mine again if he wants to. His raids have gotten dealt with over here as well. And the army of Zook is no longer villager differential, now almost in favor of Zukalo. And Zook will tap out, and Zukalo draws first blood in this series. First blood indeed. A very, very nicely played game from Zukalo here. I think Zook was in a good position, but he did build Slinger instead of Chariot Archer, which I cannot agree with. He probably didn't need to go for Nephthys here. Probably should have been going for Sekhmet for the Bone Bow Chariot Archers as well. And on top of that, he needed to get his armory upgrades in. Like, even now, I don't believe that all of the armory upgrades are in. He could have played a lot slower, sacrificed a lot more buildings in order to just get himself up to full bronze. And then a Chariot Archer, Spearman type army would have been really, really nice here versus what Zukalo was building. But a well-played game from Zukalo. Nonetheless, he goes up to 1 point here. And that win for Tsukiyomi does come through. So we'll see what the next game is going to be. Let me get that one sorted out for you guys. Let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see what's going to happen. Alrighty then. You can see that Zukalo did actually ban Zook's Gaia here as well. It's going to be one of those things where he's just known for how good his Gaia is. So no matter what, it gets banned. So it's just not an option for him in these sort of series, unless he gets to the point where he's just really good with everything and people are more scared of the strong picks than his best god. Alrighty. Our next game here is going to be on the map Cloud Forest. Everyone's favorite map, am I right? Can I get a hell yeah for how good Cloud Forest is? Yeah, that's it. I can see that. Yep, that hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. See, and this is the thing. The people who don't like Cloud Forest, they're the minority. They don't get it. They don't get it at all. And we will see a Zeus coming in. We will see a Zeus coming in from Zukalo and the new Wa from Zookt. So let's jump into game number 2, which is going to be on Cloud Forest, everyone's favorite map. And off we go into game number 2 here in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Zeus. It is Zukalo. In the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Zookt playing as a new Wa. Question in the chat from Claus. Is every single one of the new civs an extra buy? No. There are 2. If you want to get the entire package for Age of Mythology, every single civ, so now there's 23 civs in this game. The most efficient way to do so is to pick up the Premium Edition, which gives you Freyr, the 4th Norse god, which gives you Japan, and gives you China, as well as all of the associated skirmish maps, as well as as campaigns. And then if you want to get the most recently released 2 packages, or 2 gods, 2 civs, there's Demeter and the Aztecs, then you need to pick up the expansion pass. Now I think you can buy it all individually if you like. Sorry, 23 gods, civ, same diff. If you want to do the, it's singly if you like, and you just want to try it out slowly and see if you're enjoying it, you can do that as well, I think. But yeah, you can pick up everything with 2 purchases. All right, we've got ourselves a relic down the bottom. This is the Archimedes' Ledger. Population usage -1 for those siege weapons. Over on this side, there's the Scales of Catoplopas. Nice little boost to the damage vulnerability. I say boost. That doesn't make any sense. Reduction. A nice little reduction. A nice reduction to the damage vulnerability to pierce there. -15%. Up onto this top side, there is the Ankh of Ra, which is plus 0.6 favor per second. And our final relic here spawning in is the Kui Drum, which is going to be a little bit of a boost for heroes dealing damage as they lose their HP. Okay, so we'll see what the sort of plan is here for Zuklo. He does decide to go through Athena. I don't mind Athena here, but to be honest, I think as Zeus, you want to go Hermes 9 times out of 10. Versus China at the moment. One reason for Hermes, the main reason for Hermes, is having Ceasefire plays around Fey Beasts, plays around Lightning Weapons, and gives you access. Well, yeah, that's the main reason. But you also get access to Spirited Charge. There's a very, very difficult unit composition for the Athena Zeus to deal with, which is effectively Tiger Cav Fire Archers. So if you don't get any boosts for your cavalry, then you're not going to be able to do things like Prodromus, Hippias to deal with all that. That's my experience thus far. I feel like Hermes is the right pick for Zeus. But anyways, town center coming down here for Zookt. Now, in other words, I'm suggesting a Hermes Dionysus route here for Zeus. You can go Athena Hippias, but it's more of a 1 town center, like small map type idea. Myrmidon plus Peltas doesn't really work because the Myrmidon are going to be dying fast to the Fire Archers. It's really hard to make the micro work. Super easy on the other side. As this Minotaur comes down, Zuklo is ready. His villagers do get sent flying, and he does drop the Minotaur before anything ends up falling. Alrighty. Gets onto this back position, has himself a silo. The town center isn't the best, so Zuklo can play really aggressive here. That being said, Cloud Forest is a little bit bigger. So it might be worth it to drop your own second town center behind this damage that he's trying to do with the heroes. It's not looking like that's the case, though. Zukalo's opening up with double military academy, and he is looking to be very, very aggressive to stop the gold income in its tracks. Up onto the top side as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Zook try a pretty crazy gold mine grab. But Zukalo is scouting, checking everything out, trying to see what's going on. Villagers pulling into the town center. He could also run down to this gold mine for a little bit. And we'll see how things are going to go as the double machine workshop coming through from Zookt. And there goes the earth wall. But surely there's some hoplites in, right? He's going to be able to come through and knock down this earth wall. Where earth wall is normally at its strongest is in kind of a 2 town center versus 2 town center sort of situation. If you're going 1 town center versus this, and then someone drops down the earth wall after you've already got a handful of units out, generally this can just get knocked down. But Zukalo isn't even close there. I don't know why. I don't know why he's so slow with this with these hoplites. He should be bashing this down as soon as he possibly can. Move on to this side, the Cheongchi. Let's come through, and he's going to start chomping down onto villagers, but that will get bolted as the Zeus Fun Killer comes in. No tigers for you. Here is charge forward, pick off one Fire Archer. A couple of units that I think you should be building here from Zook right away to make this feel a little bit easier to deal with is the Dow Swordsman. OHP Villager gets sniped there. Nice find from Zuklo. He is putting some very nice pressure on. The Fire Archers are coming through to deal with those hoplites as they're slowly breaking down the walls. And lots of picks here as Zoot is just having no luck with these Fire Archers at the moment. Don't know why he's going for them straight away. I don't mind one machine workshop, but a military camp. He's going for another one on the front, but a military camp for a handful of Dow, just so he's got some tanky front lines that deal some decent damage, needs to happen. Now the earth wall's getting picked off here, and the Fire Archers will come forward. A little bit of damage has been done, but Zugalo now needs a little bit of something here to actually deal with those Fire Archers. The hoplites are not going to cut the mustard against those Fire Archers now the numbers are out. And Zook actually is just like, I'm going to go for as many machine workshops as I can. That's a wild decision from him, but that's what he's going for. Meanwhile, hoplites come in, getting a couple of picks there as well. Of course, Zuko needs to get some type of damage done, whether it's Vil picks or army kills, something like that. He needs to get some good damage done. He's got a lot of favor in the bank. I think the actual play here from Zuklo that would be scary is to take the villagers off of the gold mine onto favor and pump Minotaur right now. That would be terrifying. Minotaur hoplite against effectively pure medium Fire Archer. You charge in with the Minotaur, headbutt them all away. The hoplites come through, pick off the Pioneers, and then you're just living the dream. But instead, we see Apollo. Couldn't be more upset about that. As the villagers falling here. I think at this point, a Dionysus and clamp down on this position would be so hard for Zook to hold. Zuklo will pull back. There is this. Oh, is he going to pick up the relic? He does. Let's go. Archimedes Ledger in hand now. There's enough resources to go to the next stage. Is Zuklo going to go through his Apollo? I guess that the other option here is to get a whole bunch of Manticore in to take out those Fire Archers, but I just don't see the point. Like, surely a whole bunch of Minotaur here is giving him the ability to stay out on the map, prevent exactly what Zukalo is going for now, which is these walls, fight the Fire Archers with the Minotaur, and force out Pioneers as well, which his hoplites are then going to have a job. They're actually going to be able to do something. But that's not what's going to be happening here. Not in the slides. We see some archery rangers coming down for Peltast. As the Chongqi going to fly overhead. All right. What? Yeah, he does have 710 pop. I'm not sure why that happened. Oh, it's because of this relic. Like any relic that makes population usage go -1 tends to cause issues with this. Just look at the military resource value for where the players are situated, okay? All right. Fortress coming up from Zuklo on the fort position. If there's a place to put this fortress, it's going to be right in your opponent's face, right? This is feeling very, very, very defensive. He will be able to siege down this position. This is looking very similar to the last game. This is what Zuklo did with Tsukiyomi in the last game. So we'll see if Zook is going to make the same mistakes as the last game, or if he will have learned from those mistakes and he's going to be able to convert the position that he's in to a tangible advantage. Now we see some Javelineers coming through as he knows that Peltas are going to be on the way. Of course, Gourmand is coming through as well for Zook, so he's going to be able to get himself into those White Horse Cav. And Zooked up to the top side, scouting around, doing all the good stuff. We do have the Manticore getting sent packing, and I've got to ask the question: you're going to play Zeus. Where are the myth units? Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Let me ask you a question. We're going to do a little quiz here. How much population do you think the Manticore is? Come on, guys. Answer the question. How much population do you think the Manticore is? 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 4. There's some 4s in chat. It's 3 poppers, Zeus. Zeus's unique bonus takes off a population from all myth units. What that means is, from an actual practical standpoint, is that your myth units are more population efficient because they don't take as much. So the only way to take advantage of that is to build a lot of them. The only way. Building one myth unit is not taking advantage of your myth unit advantage. Ah! All right, that's my little thanks for coming to my TED talk. How's this going down? Zook still chilling back here. Yeah, but restoration twice. Okay, at least he hasn't dropped restoration on like 5 units. That's my other pet peeve. Okay. I just gave it away to you guys, but when is the best time to get the most value out of restoration? When's the best time? Come on. Twitch chat, YouTube's chat, what's the best time? I'm going to tell you. When you have tons of myth units that are at full population. Bolt for a second time on... Oh my god, he dropped it on this guy. Restoration now coming down as the fire archers will have to bail. And, well, a little bit sad, but it is what it is. So the Pioneers getting... Wow, the snipes from the belt. Now, that's what I'm talking about. When I compare a counter archer from the Slinger to the Peltas, and I see the Peltas just absolutely obliterating, and the Slinger just doing nothing, that's what I'm talking about. All right, we got the White Horse Cavalry trying to charge through, trying to take out the catapults. As this town center here with the forest protection. Very, very important to keep this one alive and breathing here. But the White Horse Cavalry are getting through. The Petropoli will all get finished, and this town center will live another day. But the food situation for Zook is almost non-existent. He can move around here and get onto these. He can sell some wood. He needs food. He needs gold. He needs to start farms and things like that, because this is going to be a tough position to keep himself going. But he is double the villager difference right now. Well, the other issue here for Zook is he's about to run out of gold on this position. He's got some problems here. He's got some pain coming through momentarily. I feel like he did make somewhat of a mistake forcing that fight. He could have potentially not dropped the forest protection, pulled back, waited, maybe rotated over here onto this spot. Really waited until his villager diff brings him the advantage that he needs to win the game, but... So I wonder how much damage is... Look, this is one Manticore. Are you telling me that 1,898 damage, right? You're telling me that much damage from one, and you'd rather spend it on a second restoration. You're telling me you'd rather a second restoration than potentially, how many can you get? Than potentially 5, 6 Manticore? Come on. Come on, guys. Town center preparing up. We will see the Aegis Shield, Shaft Mine. It's all starting to come through for Zukalo at the moment, but he really does need a town center or something to help him out here moving forward. Well, Zukalo going to keep on pushing. Zook's got no rush here. He's able to rotate over here. He's got this gold mine now. All he has to do is wait for his full pop, and he should be able to run over. He should be able to run over these units. He does have quite a bit of idle villagers repairing the town center up, but guess what? Even with 10 villagers worth of population repairing the town center, he's still got a nearly double. He's got a double a villager advantage. Now he's getting himself Hooves of the Wind, upgrades coming through. Up onto the top side, this town center will get cleaned up. Another thing here for Zook to utilize is this bad boy. This is something that a lot of Chinese players do forget about. Terracotta Riders are an amazing assistance there as the Fire Archers coming through, trying to take out those hoplites as the Peltas getting in here. Nice. They just do so much damage. The Peltas do so much damage onto those Fire Archers as now the White Horse Cavalry need to pull back, and Zook still can't break through this Hoplite Peltas army. Does Zukalo have ballistics? He does have ballistics, so it's going to be even harder. You can kind of do some some wiggle micro to dodge the Peltas, but in comes the Underworld Passage as the villagers over on this gold mine will need to bail. Hoplites can quickly take out the ballet while this is going on, but we do have the White Horse Cavalry trying to charge forward. Maybe taking out the Underworld Passage is going to be a half-decent move instead of trying to charge over here to help out. But then again, the units pop through here. There is that secondary restoration to come through. I don't even think that Zukalo needs to use it here, though. Zukalo, please drop the town center, though. Continuing this one town center all in is going to give Zook plenty of opportunity. He almost doesn't need gold here because he's just so far in front. On economy, he can sell food if he wants to. Put a bunch of farms down at the back of this base. Just here would be perfectly fine and reasonable. Some extra silos would not go astray down here either, as the hoplites popping back in onto this spot, and immediately Zook's charging after the Underworld Passage, sees the Petropolis, taking out the backline units there. Hoplites coming through as the White Horse Cavalry are going to have to pull away. There's a lot of villages he can start raiding here as well with those White Horse Cavalry. He doesn't even have to engage in a straight up fight at the moment. The other unit here that could come very, very helpful here, be very, very helpful here for Zook is the Tao Wu. Specifically to send the Peltas out of the fight to allow his Fire Archers to get damage done onto the hoplites. And Zook's taken all of his gold villagers off onto wood, so now he is literally grabbing 50 villagers worth of wood. So his wood is going to expand very much so up onto the top side. Zook's White Horse Cavalry pulling away. He can go onto the bow and hit the hoplites if he likes. The town center is back under siege. So the Petropolis are in range of the forest protection, so it's getting a little bit of damage done. It's every couple of seconds that it does hit. What is it? Every 10 seconds. Every 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the White Horse Cavalry spot the villagers over here, so a little bit of damage to come through for Zook. But the hoplites are in to stop this a little bit, and Zook can basically just dance around the map with these cavalry because Zukalo has not set up any defensive walls or anything, but a second town center is now up. Units over here to continue sieging away, taking stuff out onto this top side. White Horse Cavalry trying to get through here. The other thing that the Tau Wu would do for Zookt right now is help him take out the Metropolis. Over onto this side, picking off some more villages as the White Horse Cavalry are in full swing here. So the hoplites to take out the White Horse Cav is going to be scary as well. Finally, the Manticore does end up going down, but Zookt can't take this fight. Like, what unit does he build in order to take out the hoplites if he can't beat the Peltast? I got an idea for you. Dao Swordsman. Mix those in as well. They're going to be able to tank versus the hoplites. And that's going to mean that the White Horse Cavalry don't need to face tank as heavily versus those hoplites, and potentially can also then get in onto the Peltast. Down onto the bottom side, Kwafu joining in. The better idea is to use the Kwafu. How many does he have? Of course, he has to use them in the actual fight. He's got 12! Get the Kwafu in. Grab this tech and this tech. Mountainous Might and the survival equipment. Restoration to come through. Like, surely you just take every Kwafu you have, run up to this spot, use them in the fight. You win the fight so hard. Do you know how much these guys do? So much damage. Yeah, I don't consent to the lack of Manticore in this, or Minotaur at the moment. Either Minotaur or Manticore here would be better than any restoration at this point. He can get himself Temple of Healing as well, so it's not even like he needs to drop restoration to get his units back up to full HP. Just put some temples around the map. Unless the Peltast have been caught out over here. No hoplites on this spot. This is exactly the opening that Zookt needs. Let's get a couple of kills, but the hoplite's going to pop back up there. And now, Zookt says it's time to get to the top of the map and get my gold mine over here. Huh? Is there a silo here? For those of you who don't know, this technology that comes in here, this is the Vibrant Land from Golmang, from the technology Vibrant Land, right? Villages drop off into houses now. These become a drop site. I think for everything, or is it just for wood? Can't remember. Metropolis getting taken down. The gold mine has been snuck for the time being here for Zookt. Zookt can also grab this hunt up here if he wants and drop like 3 ballets. Ballet now coming down. Town center over here is going to get taken out too. There goes another ballet. Like I said, you get 2 ballets up. You could even try and push Zukla off of this gold mine, or rotate down onto the bottom here and try and take out that underworld passage. A little bit of an attack on both sides as the White Horse Cav will make their way down here. We've got the Metropolis over here as well. He's got to look for a raid here for the time being, but I kind of like the idea of dragging the units away and finishing this off. It's only got 476 HP for the time being. But into the middle bay of the map, the villagers sitting in here. They've got the berry bushes and all the other good stuff. But Zuklo is blind to the gold mine at the top of the map here. How many times do you see in tournament? How many times will we see in tournament players scouting being their undoing? Metropolis sieging down for the moment. This town center that will never die, it seems, as the repair rate is just so massive. But the problem now for Zookt is he really needs population. He's going up to the mythic gauge through Gong Gong. And we do have now Prodromus coming through. Fantastic option versus the White Horse Cavalry, but without that Spirited Charge, not at 6.6 speed, means he can't keep up with the White Horse Cav here. Hoplites continuing to do very, very nicely versus these White Horse Cav for the moment. Peltas trying to take out the Fire Archers on the back. And the White Horse Cav do end up getting caught, and they will end up dying. So Prodromus have done their job. So many resources in the bank for Zukalo, though. He needs to get to the Mythic Age himself. Meanwhile, the White Horse Cav Fire Archer ball starting to move forward. Hoplites going down. More Prodromus now coming in. And Fire Archers, like the unit you kind of need to now mix in, and this sounds wild, is the Chuko Nu, because these Fire Archers kind of tickle the Prodromus. They're not doing much damage at all. It's 5.4 damage per second against a unit with not a huge amount of pierce armor, but a lot of HP. Hoplites onto the backside, looking for villagers to pick off on the wood lines. Little does Zukalo know his opponent has 4,500 wood. And the main base now under attack. Heavy Prodromus comes through. The Great Flood will get dropped in, will sweep these Prodromus up into the back here. As well as the Qinglong helping out. And this is going to be a little bit of reprieve for Zookt. Now, even more units coming in. Heavy Hippias as well. I don't think he needs the Hippias. Peltas in Prodromus is perfectly fine. But immediately, last stand to come through. The upgrades for the Ballet to come through as well. He's got 4 Ballet up, and he's going to go straight into these heavy Tiger Cav. The question is, do Prodromus beat heavy Tiger Cav? Now, they do. Kinda. I don't think they beat them once all the upgrades come through, though. Not unless you've got your own upgrades. If you have your own upgrades, then you do beat the Tiger Cav. Nonetheless, Townsend coming up for Zookt. The Qinglong coming through. I haven't seen a Qinglong raid in quite a while. This would have one-hit these villages in the previous patch, but now it does a lot of damage, and then damage over time as the last units do end up falling. Does get a lot of kills there. Still, of course, 3 myth units coming in. You expect that. But a lot of villages there from Zukalo's quick reactions. He does get out of there, and the survival equipment. So, nice little job from him to make things continue along here. Both players on equal villages. Here is the Fire Archers trying to take out Odysseus. Odysseus got so much HP, though. We'll see if Zookt can get himself out of this predicament that he's in. I think he needs to start a trade route, no? He's going to try and move over here. There's 1,800 gold. He's going to have to rotate all the way down to here to get this gold mine started as well. Qinglong searching for villagers to pick as the task force is en route, but the Qinglong can run over here. Or I should say fly over here to safety. Meanwhile, ballistics, the homing ballistics is on full display here. Even with the homing ballistics, these Qinglong almost look like they're going to get away. But he turns, he's going to say, all right, you can take those out and try and get over the forest. More damage to come through. The front line here, however, is looking like it is getting defended by Zookt, as Zukalo will pull back out. He's got so many units over here, though. How does the dragon get away from this? It's 4.3 speed. 5 speed. This guy is a speed demon. A speed demon. Up onto this spot. More damage coming through. There's 300 favor nearly in the bloody bank and not a single myth unit from Zook. I can't. This is why my hair has fallen out, guys. This has got nothing to do with myth units not being viable. This is simply just Zukalo not wanting to. Just because he just doesn't want to. Dragons dropping their special onto that back line. There's some nice garrison micro to stay out of the damage over time effect there. Now the Tao-Wu's coming in from Zookt. And try and break through this position here as we have also got Halberdier in the mix to try and deal with the Hippias. More ballets coming up town center from Zook, but he's now out of gold. He is now out of gold. Can Zukalo keep Zookt off of the gold mines is the question. He's got no military remaining. More ballets to come up. Does Zookt have a market? He has started his market. He's going to start a trade route. He's got to get something happening here. Securing this gold mine on the bottom would be gigantic. Of course, Zukalo could still build some Minotaur. He could still build some Manticore here. He's got all the resources in the world to do so. But pure human units versus Age of Empires army versus Age of Mythology army. I guess in a couple of seconds we will see another restoration available for, or another minute, we'll see another restoration available for Zukalo to try and do something. There's Qinglong floating over here. They see the villagers and, yep, they see the villagers there, and the damage will get dropped down, and it picks off so many villagers there. The gold mine no longer going to get grabbed any longer. There's really only this gold mine remaining on the map. This one and this has got like 200 gold left, so there's not a lot of ability to get reinforcements anymore. Zukalo's next best bet might be to get to the Mythic Age, but he's just got no gold in the bank, and selling the excess food and wood he's got is not going to help him out either. The Tao-Wu come through. Units get sent flying. Can we see Zook getting this tech for the super fast Tao-Wu? That's what we need. Units get sent flying all over the place. The siege crossbows rolling forward, ready to start taking out the town center here. I don't think Zookt's quite aware how dire this situation is for Zukalo, but he also should be aware that he's struggling too on his own gold situation. The restoration to come down from Zukalo, very, very important. Can he win this fight? The heroes take down those Tao-Wu, and Zook now loses all of his army, which should give Zukalo the ability to actually stabilize with these gold mines. That being said, the Qinglong will get spammed out to attempt to keep him alive. Over onto this side, Fortress Falls. Archery range is going to go down. Villagers moving up here to enjoy some more wood lines there. And you guys can't tell me that this Cloud Forest, this map, isn't delivering right now. This game is incredibly intense and entertaining. Tiger Cav swinging through, looking to try and take out some villagers. But just the distraction here from Zookt alone is kind of enough, because he's slowly starting to get this trade route cooked up. On the other side, we're also seeing Zukalo doing the same thing, but he's just so far from the Mythic Age. He needs 1,200 gold. Oh, never mind. He's going... Why is he going Hephaestus? Am I missing something? What does he need? Does he not have armory upgrades? He doesn't. He will get a lot of value out of his Hephaestus here. And the watchtower's coming. I would have probably gone for the Hera and gone into. Of course, I keep on saying myth units, but Zukalo doesn't like them, so he's not going. He wants to play Age of Empires. I would have gone for Medusa here without question because it helps me deal with the Tiger Cav. It's the town center in the middle now coming in for Zooked. Zook's still getting pressure all over the place. More military buildings up from Zooked as well. He's got everything coming through. He's got those 5 markets spamming so many villages on food as well. Look at these. He's got 53 villages on food. He's even got his Kwafu on food. Why not? Of course, there is also this. Zook doesn't have himself this building. The Imperial Academy isn't in. He could have Li Jing. Meanwhile, 240 of 260 pop for Zooked. Towers coming up all over the place. Watch towers in, guard towers coming through. Also, a very underrated tech in sort of inside of carrier pigeons going to be coming through as well as the Plenty Vault does get dropped down. And also, Forge of Olympus gets researched. It's the armories. Start getting themselves the bronze weapons, bronze mail, all that other good stuff. Well, more Qinglong to come through, and the upgrade does come in. I can't even remember what that upgrade does because people just wouldn't grab it before because the Qinglong was just all about the upfront damage. Take a quick look at it. It gives veterancy in. So the Qinglong can, and I imagine the veterancy works on the special ability as well. So the more damage you do with that, the more damage they actually end up doing. We'll see if Zukalo can get himself to any sort of equilibrium here. He might be going for another Plenty Vault. 2 minutes for that one to come online. He's got the favor. It will be up to 300 by the time he gets there. But then again, he is 4 town centers versus 3 here. That's one of the traits of Cloud Forest with the middle town center being a thing. An extra town center in the middle. Tiger Cavalry still playing distraction action over here as the Hoplites trying to chase them down. It's all the Petropolis on the back falling, but pure Hoplites versus basically pure Tiger Cav for the moment. Zukalo's kind of at full pop. He's about to be at full iron. I got to imagine Zooked isn't at full iron. This could be the one chance that Zukalo has to bring this game back. The fact that Zooked isn't getting his armory upgrades. But, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter if he's at 260 pop. He's at 260 pop. More towers coming up. These are the crossbow towers, fully upgraded. And Zook actually is getting armor upgrades. Excuse me. He's now getting himself iron weapons. More towers to come down. Looks like it is going to be enough. He's got advanced defenses, yes. I think. Yes. You can get advanced defenses in all of the buildings, right? Another restoration from Zukalo instead of building Colossus, which he probably needs to break through these buildings. Just so many towers. He's getting the Heliopoli out. Remember, the Heliopoli, these are, I guess, the same pop as the Colossus. Fine. And it's not looking like Zucolo can keep up the spam. Not under this amount of tower. Oh, no! The game's gone out of sync. I don't know who won that game. I'm like 95% sure it was the new War at that point. Let's jump over the drafting. I'm going to go check it out. Sorry, guys. Game 2 was won by Zook. So there you go. The epic long game ends in a win for the new War. Well, I think the game was over there. I think Zucolo tapped out. It's a little anticlimactic, but I'm going to go ahead and say that he tapped out, and that was just the game there. So yeah, no harm, no foul. It's just a bit of a weird one with the. It's fine. The game was over. Let's just go with that much. We're just going to live in that reality, okay? I think it was. No, we're not going to restart the game for him to resign straight away, anyways. All right. I think we've got one more hour until the next series starts. I think it starts at 17:30. So we're going to keep on going into the next game of this series, which is going to be a Hades versus Chronos game on Mirage. Let's jump into it. No breaks. I was considering it, but let's jump into it. Let's go in onto the map Mirage for game number 3. Off to the races we go. Into the right-hand corner of the map, we do have Zucolo spawning as the blue Hades. And on the left-hand side of the map, we've got Zookt spawning as the red Chronos. So it is Mirage. Pretty epic game for game number 2 as Zookt strikes back 1-1, leveling the series. We do have the deconstruction coming down onto the dock for Zucolo. Zucolo's just going to very calmly get himself that dock back up. Doesn't really slow him down that much. And against Chronos, Sentinels exist, so it's not going to be that big of a deal to deal with any sort of land attack and all the other good stuff that comes from that. But yeah, we will see how things are going to go. Relics on the map over here. We've got Dwarven Horseshoes. Huge relic here for either player who wants it. Normally you don't see Cav from Hades, but it's not a terrible idea versus Atlantean. Up on the top side, we've got the Great Storm partly. We saw Sentry Towers getting built in the last game, or towers getting built in the last game. It's always nice that the game goes that way. Wu Hao of Huang Di is a huge relic there for Zucolo. Always going to be nice. And finally, there is the Hestia's Hearth. I want to see Zucolo go Ares here. Ares, I was getting upset with Zucolo in the last game, but I'm sure he's going to behave in this game. Surely. Unlike Zeus, who doesn't have Ares, Hades does. And with Zeus, I'd say go Athena here, right? You get the Minotaur, that's going to be a nice help to defend against the time-shifting docks of Chronos. But Hades has Ares. And guess what's better than a Minotaur? A Cyclops. And on top of that, Pestilence as well. Very, very easy to defend the sort of dock time shift shenanigans that we're going to be seeing here from Zookt. Temple coming up from Zookt, and he is planning not the fastest of advanced times, but not the slowest either. He does have himself a pretty healthy amount of fishing ships. He's got 7. And he's going up through Leto! The man has a little something something to show us. If there is a player out there that understands Leto at the high level, well, it's going to be Zooked. If there's a player who doesn't understand Leto, it's going to be Hell's Ravage. Terrible. Terrible. Right, well, we'll see what Zooked actually wants to do with this Leto. He hasn't gone for extra oracles, so he's got not a whole lot he can do there. If he wants to go straight into the automaton, then, well, that's going to be tough. You have the Ajax coming through, the Minotaur also going to come through as well. And, well, the automatons pop over onto this spot as they have to go, I'm scared of the Ajax! Meanwhile, a dock spawning in from Zooked as well. He could deconstruct the dock immediately, but for the moment, just some distraction action is going to go fine. And I got to say, my suggestion of Ares is an even better suggestion now that Zuklo has gone for Leto here. As the Minotaur going to help the automaton escape, but the Achilles is in, and that's going to put a stop to at least one of these bad boys. No, both of the bad boys are probably going to die, but while this is all going on, Siege Bareem in, Pentaconta coming through, and a town center for Zooked. Is he bringing his temple back? Yes, he is. Generally speaking, I would leave my Minotaur or my Cyclops on top of that temple. If I saw it coming in, I just leave it there because it means I can get a potential 300 resources killed. You can't really run away from that. There's a Bareem now coming in from Zooked. Oracle's starting to get tapped down as well. And the Zooked's game plan is in. It's Leto, it's sit back, it's boom, it's distract, it's to get an advantage, economically speaking, with this early attack. More units to come, or more ships to come through over here. There will have to be a potential for a Juggernaut to come in to deal with these Bareems, as Zooked is just trying to be annoying. We actually do see a town center here as well. Did Zukalo spot the town center? He didn't spot the town center, but he does realize that it's a little bit slow from Zooked here. Now, after all this is said and done, considering Zukalo is going to sit back and play defense, I want to see Zooked now go into Oracles. That's exactly what he's doing. Oracles, pickaxe, get himself like 6+ Oracles, then go up for this next technology here to boost his favor gather rate, and then he can start thinking about either going to the heroic age or spamming those automaton. But I mean, after all is said and done, the Hades, the Zukalo second town center isn't that far behind Zook's. So I think he's defended incredibly well. I think he is completely shut down Zooked here. Like, I don't think he overcommitted on the water to the defense. He didn't take any damage from the temple time shift either. And while Zooked is off to the races now, I don't think that Zuklo is in a bad position at the moment. Some Terma is starting to come out. I'm not sure I understand the Terma at the moment. If he's looking for raids or something like that, I'm not sure it's quite making perfect sense. But Zuklo actually having one big issue here, and that's food. He does move over onto this spot. Going to get himself the villagers now started up. Lots and lots of wood and gold in the bank. As first of many, I'm sure, spider eggs do get dropped down. The Terma get graded by the Minotaur and the Ajax. Is there a way to bait the? It's not a ranged attack, right? Gore isn't a range. You can't dodge the gore, right? And of course, you can dodge it with all the other units, but not the unit that's getting targeted. Anyways, nonetheless, Zucolo now going to make his way over onto the bottom side. Still pumping out units. A little bit short on the Oracle situation I was talking about. Is still missing himself his favor upgrades and all the other good things. But he's going to attempt to force some sort of a reaction out from Zucolo. But Zucolo will say, no worries. I got Sentinels. I got cows in my main base. I got watchtowers. Why would I ever build any units here as Hades? I'm just going to go Heroic Age. Heroic Age makes a lot of sense. Aphrodite makes a lot of sense. And can be very, very strong. Meanwhile, Zucolo does grab Hestia's harp. It's such a big relic for him to grab here. Slowly but surely, the Zooked Oracle Pain Train is coming online. And here's the thing about... I was bringing it up a lot with Hells playing Lita, but here's the thing about automatons. They don't fall off. They're always useful. Some myth units kind of fall off as the game goes on. Some myth units you don't, like classical myth units, you don't want to build in the mythic age. But the automaton, especially versus Greek, but also versus some other gods as well, really, really good in the late game as well, in the mythic age. Because you can just have so many of them that the 4 heroes are just overwhelmed with, oh, I've got to do so much to take them out. But there's just so many of them that it's not enough. More oracles to come through. And a 3rd talent center from Zooked behind all of this as well. But Apollo is going to be in. And I am interested to see what Heroic Age is going to come through here for Zooked. Like, Rhea... normally, if you're playing the Leto side with Gaia, you're probably going to go for Thea, and then probably behind that go for Hecate, which allows you to have super dryads, automatons as well. So much synergy on that sort of line through, but with Chronos, you don't have that option. So I would actually kind of assume you go for Hyperion for maybe I don't really know where you go here. This is why I don't like Leto with Chronos, because there's no Thea and there's no Hecate. So those automaton don't get as powerful in the late game. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what the plan is here. Of course, you can just pump out a whole bunch of Satyr with the boosted favor gather rate. He can get this tech and get himself the hero oracles to boot. I guess he could go for Leto, Rhea, Atlas for super powerful destroyers. Nearly impossible to kill destroyers with pierce damage. You got this tech here, which is minus 15% vulnerability to pierce attacks. And then you have the destroyer one, which is also even more. I think it's like minus 50%. Something crazy. Anyways, more spider eggs coming up as the boom continues along. And the game plan here for Zooked is probably to try and get 4 talent center advantage. As Hyperion will come through. It's 8 oracles. The spammage from Zooked has been very, very nice, but all these Terma are looking a little bit out of place here. Especially without anything coming through. And Zucolo says, all right, it's time to go Hephaestus. I'm playing Hades. This is the #1 best in slot Hades game plan. If you can get there and you don't get it and you don't take any damage, then it's so, so strong. Zooked is just kind of not doing anything at the moment. Hasn't managed to really do any damage just yet. Now, of course, Zook could come forward, grab this talent center, try and pump out all of his units up to full pop, and go full bronze, stay in the heroic age with a whole bunch of Satyr, make that work. or go for a whole bunch of automaton and try and make that work, which is probably a better call. But I still think Cronus, no. I don't think Cronus is C tier god anymore. I don't think he is like a priority pick or anything. I think he's just decent. I think I overreacted when everyone was saying he is insane and must be pick banned in tournament. And I said, no, he's terrible. But he's definitely not. Definitely not a priority pick. Strong god. Pick him up if you like. Basically. Yeah, A or B tier. Lots of things are A tier at the moment, though. As the deconstruction comes down, Zom comes through. Zook trying to make a push happen while the Underworld is in. The units will come back to try and help on the defense, but Mythic Age comes through. There goes the Hephaestus. Sentinels get taken out. And more C tier are going to be coming through as the raid onto this position just causing a little bit of problems as the Chaos comes down and the Restoration reaction as well to come through here. And Zook's army trying to get as much damage done while the Forge of Olympus is working its magic. Zukalo going to pull back ever so slightly. There's a couple of destroyers on the way as well now. 3 destroyers out on the map to help break through some buildings. We are seeing units coming over onto this side, however, to cause some issues. I'm not sure what's going on with that. The temple is queued in. Maybe try and take out the back town center. It's 98 villagers to 62 for the time being. As the heroes charging in after the satyr. Of course, Perseus would be lovely here. Zukalo does have a nice back gold mine on this town center as well. Just one Achilles goes down, trying to charge in here to take out these satyr that just aren't dying. And now we do see the robots. Automatons on the way. There are 2 temples. He needs to get the upgrade for them, though. I mean, automaton at this point makes sense because it plays around the hero strength. But Zukalo has managed to hold here thus far. Zoot hasn't managed to take this position, which is scary. Because that's the position I think he needs. Upgrades coming through, though, from Zoot. He needs to get himself to full bronze to at least have a chance here versus the Hades army. And there is that Perseus, as Perseus will put a stop to a lot of things here. Mostly the satyr on the back. He's got so much HP as well, but you can target him down very, very quickly. He one-hits the automaton! Just kill him. This guy is so busted! But he does die pretty quickly. Deconstruction onto the fortress there as this gold mine does get dealt with. Villagers coming forward, Palace onto this position as well. Lots of resources in the bank, though, for Zukalo. He can get his Perseus back out nearly instantly. Well, he doesn't have the upgrade for the robots. If he gets the upgrade for the robots, they'll probably stay alive for 2 hits. Which means he can run away before they start dying. Allow his archers, or probably Murmillo, or Contarius, actually, is probably the best thing to take out the units there, as the destroyers now going after Zukalo's town center on the right. The villagers all falling, but the satyr getting their damage done over here. We do have the Peltas onto that back line, but still looking very, very good for Zook. He's picked off a bunch of villagers. The satyr are all falling, and this will mean Zook needs to pull back and reassess what his game plan is going to be. does decide for some more automatons. Does he at least have the upgrade? He still doesn't have the upgrade. I can't consent to heroic age automatons without the automaton upgrade, though. For those of you who don't know what it actually does, it's like 30% extra HP or something. And regeneration rate. But the 30% extra HP is the big one. Town center on the middle. Now finally coming up for Zookt. As it is somewhat of a battle of attrition here. Because this gold mine, 2,000 gold left. If he can just keep on trading somewhat efficiently here, he's going to be in a good spot. He's about to have another... Well, he has another Chaos if he wants to use it. Peltas getting that damage in as the micro from Zookt. Very nice. You do have to stay very far away from those Peltas. And there goes the Chaos as well. There's no restoration this time as the Palace on the front will end up going down to the Petropolis. But the army of Zookt might be able to win this fight now as the automaton there does end up going down pretty quickly. Zookt will say, all right, I'll pull back for the time being. Where to next for our main man Zookt in his Leto adventures to out-sustain the brutality of Hades. Peltas over here, but this is a really nice position for Zookt. Look at the count. The micro there from Zookt keeps the Peltas off him a little bit, but Zukalo does manage to make it work here. He's getting some good damage down onto that back line. The front line not really falling, but there's so much population here for Zookt. Is it going to be enough is the big question. More units streaming in here as he's trying to take out the Petropolis on the back line. Destroyers coming through here as a fortress is going to be on the way to boot. Ajax goes down. One thing here from Zookt that he hasn't been doing is he hasn't been utilizing the spider lairs. Feel like you would have gotten a lot of value out of these bad boys. 12 favor only there as the Perseus comes through, shooting, scooting in as the Satyr gets left for dead. At this point, it is full iron versus full bronze. It's heavy versus heavy though, so it's still kind of close for the fighting if it's going to be a 260 pop versus, it's only 190 as well. There's no fortified town centers, but Zukalo will be able to get onto this spot, will be able to get his gold mine and a sentinel. So he makes one move forward, one step forward in this game. And we'll see if he can take one step forward and not one step back as he tries to push forward even more. Now, Atlas is going to be the attempt from Zookt. Another palace to come up. Mythic Age is going to be huge, but the downtime allows Zukalo to get to champion archers, potentially champion infantry, and fortified town centers. That's a lot of advantage there, and he's going to have another restoration momentarily. There's the citizen going down on the back here. Marcus getting the garrisons, doing what they can. Montarius are onto that front line of Peltas there as they do get dragged forward, trying to take out Citizen. I'm not sure what Zukalo is trying to do here. He's losing units very fast, and he was supposed to take the time to get his infantry upgrades in. Didn't manage to do so. Now he has to go back to full spammage, and Zookt is going to be able to start pushing back here. Not only that, an implode onto this position might be able to deal a lot of damage to those villages as well as take out a lot of the army. But Zookt still can't keep himself at population here. He's struggling where that's concerned. Ball's getting picked off on this right side as What can Zucolo do to get out of the bind that he's in? He's got this gold mine. He can start a trade route. He has started a trade route. He's got both of these boats over onto the back. That's so much pop here from Zucolo that's not helping him in the slice. He's got to delete those ships. Without question, those ships need to be deleted into the main base. However, now destroyers will start to destroy. Another palace coming up for Zukt as now the Mythic Age comes in and immediately implode gets dropped. Does he hit the villagers on this side? I don't think so. They're going to be safe. The army will get sucked into its death. It's 8k military versus 4k. 160 pop here. Upgrades on the way. Argus, the unit of choice here for Zukt in the Mythic Age. Is that going to be what he needs to make something happen? Deconstruction onto the Fortress of the Contarius, get onto the villages there, onto the back line, but so much gold in the bank for the time being. As upgrades slowly coming through, we see the Devotees of Atlas, heavy destroyers coming in. Champion infantry has not been queued up just yet from Zukt. Main base did break through the wall, but did get dealt with as well. As the Argus come in, dropping that acid down onto those pelt acid. They all get blown up by the acid. The Argus are coming in clutch. Zucolo's army is not managing to keep itself going here. More Argus to come in for more special abilities. He drops it down. Will the units sit on it again? It's so much divine damage, and they do. Zucolo pulling back. Arcus pushing forward. Villagers are going to get pushed off of the gold mine. How many donkey caravans? 7 donkey caravans and a plenty vault worth of gold income for the time being. We do have the big heroes back out again. But guess what? In a situation like this where the gold situation is so low, that's 400 gold that's not getting spent on units like Peltast or Hapaspist here. And on the flip side, Zook's not going to care about losing those myth units. He gets resources back for losing them, and he can just build them back out again once the heroes are dealt with to force out another 400 gold spend of Perseus. Fire siphoned into the main base to try and take out houses and cause even more problems for Zucolo. Zucolo is fighting. He is trying to keep this game going. He could build Manticore. Manticore to take out those Arcus would be amazing. The Zooks can't afford 260 pop and a huge amount of heroes. It's not something you can afford. Of course, you could make some heroes, but then you just take them out. And Zook's 260 pop versus 113. And there goes the tap out from Zucolo. And Zook managed to find himself the 2-1 advantage here now. With some incredible Chronos play, showing off the Leto without even utilizing the automaton. Of course, he found some very nice value out of the bonus Pierce armor for all these. 47% Pierce armor on an Arcus. Are you kidding me? It's a crazy amount of Pierce armor. What does the Peltast have? 56%? He doesn't even have to have the armor upgrade. He does. There you go. Alrighty. Very nice game from Zooked. I think we probably got time for one more before the Eric Joe match starts. Unless the next two are really short, I'm not sure. Let's jump back into the drafting menu and see what they're going to pick for next game. Alrighty. Come up here. Rooney, update. All right. What's the next game going to be? It is going to be a Ra versus Susanoo game. On Elysium. Very strange map for Ra here. Try to understand that one. Alrighty, let's jump into this next one. In onto the map Elysium. Off we go. Alrighty. Game number 4. Zuklo back against the wall. He's got to win this one, otherwise he is out of contention. On the bottom side of the map, he's playing Susanoo. The top side of the map, Zook's playing as Ra. And yes, we are on the map Elysium. Relics on the map. We've got Trojan Gate Hinge, plus 40% of base here. Over onto this side, we have the Adamantine Shingles, plus 200% of base there as well. Over onto the right side, we have the Atlatl of Ehegatl. This is such a good relic. Very, very strong. And finally, there's the Archimedes Ledger, making siege units population reduce by 1. Alrighty, so I am concerned for Zook's Ra in this game. His first game he played set, he played versus Japan, and it did not work out for him. This next game he's playing Ra, and I don't see how it's going to be any different. So we'll see if he's got a different game plan to play versus Japan, or if he's going to struggle yet again. Town center situation. Back town center, very, very poor. Not a whole lot on this one. He's got a gold mine a little bit far away. He's got the berries a little bit far away. He's got the hunt out in the middle here as well. Very, very poor. Over on the right side, 3 gold mines spread around, but super easy to run in here and get these raids. He's got hunt on the back as well, but again, super easy to hit that too. Meanwhile, Classical Age coming in. And I could be wrong, but I think this is a very, very fast Classical Age. There's no monument, which I don't understand at all. I'm going to have to go and cook up whether or not you can get this advance time without a monument. But he's looking for, I think, a Shifting Sands onto the second town center over here. And looking for the fastest of second town centers he can possibly get. But without that monument, you just don't have favor, and no favor is game over. I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to have the resources in to drop the town center right away. He's only got 350 gold. He's about to hit the Classical Age. On the other side, it's going to be Minakata Tomi. So even if he does go for this town center, he's going to have threats of getting hit by the Wheels of Death. And he is going for the Shifting Sands. Over onto this side, it is immediately spotted, and I'm getting deja vu of game number 1. Only difference is, this time, Zoot doesn't have Animals of Set to bail him out. If I'm Zuklo at this point, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking it's time for an immediate 3 Miko upon hitting the Classical Age. And I'm not going to build... I might build a handful of Kitsune, maybe an extra 1 or 2. But I'm going to go straight in to my fire wheels to start working on my passive Bushido. And I'm going to be having a fantastic game bullying you with Susanoo. So why did he go for the shifting sands is the question in the YouTube chat. Well, the main reason is to remove the walking time. So he's able to get the town center up faster and without losing out on that walking time. But the Kitsune coming through, and that will be some damage in. No upgrade just yet from the from either the Kitsune to Kitsune going. That is not worth it. You might feel like, you killed off a villager. That's unfair. I had a pharaoh there. You killed off 2 Kitsune for that. That's not worth it in the slightest for Zukalo. I think what Zukalo should, what Zook should be thinking as well is, let's get ourselves Skin of the Rhino, but he's got no favor for it, so he can't grab it. Meanwhile, over onto this gold mine, super early as well, as the stables are up. There's going to be some raids coming. When is the monument getting dropped, though, from Zook? When is the military buildings getting dropped? He's dropping a barracks in his main base. I guess for Spearman, because he needs to defend himself. I mean, I don't think he's dealing with this very well. The Wadjet gets spotted here. You have the Pharaoh getting brought in to try and take out the Kitsune. Has he managed to do so? He gets 1 pick off there as the Pharaoh will bail. Villagers coming in to help out with some shanky shanks. As the Wadjet gets charged in onto. Meanwhile, Kusanagi gets dropped, sending all the villagers flying. 1 Naginata rider goes down, and the Spearman is in to say, get out of here. I'm going to get a little bit of damage done, but those 4 Naginata riders are going to cause a lot of problems here. I don't know what Zooks is thinking. Being on this gold mine without walls or towers or anything at this point. Still got to go for the Shanky Shanks, but he doesn't have... He doesn't have the upgrade. He needs Skin of the Rhino for this to feel any good. Well, he has threatened the Naginata riders away for the time being. The monument is now up, guys. Don't worry, and the Pharaoh will pop out into the main base to empower it. Walls coming up around this position as well. I like. It's now also Skin of the Rhino to come through. I'd love to see watchtowers get grabbed and a heroic age in from Zooked as fast as he possibly can. And potentially also a watchtower down on this position here as well, behind the walls. Could be a nice little scary thing that he can do to make those Naginata riders think twice before coming in here. So wall's finishing up. Naginata rider's going to attempt to get around here. Can he drop the middle wall? He can. Of course, the Naginata riders can break it down, but the Spearmen are sitting here waiting, watching. Villagers now don't take a huge amount of damage because they do have their upgrade, and I'd love to see priests in healing everything up as well. As the villagers over here, they're very much open to getting taken out, and Zukalo sees that as he says, okay, all right, we're going to prevent those from getting away, but the Spearmen come through. The villagers live another day. Surely this amount of Spearmen is too scary for the Naginata riders, and the answer is definitely yes. Meanwhile, Kumiki on the way for Zukalo as he wants to go into a lot of Yumi archers. And he's only got the 1 extra Miko, but look, if the devs gift you with a whole bunch of favors, surely in those situations, it's time to build myth units. Zukalo, he's getting himself a myth unit upgrade. A myth unit upgrade, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. So now, Zook needs to spend a lot of gold on his priests. Have them prepared for whenever the the wagon wheels come through. I want some wagon wheels to eat. They're very nice. Anyways, he's got to prepare for those by having his priests in the right position, whether it's over here or over here. So he needs to get obelisks up to see where they're moving and then be quick to react to the movements. Onto this side, the granary going down. Spearman just hanging out for the time being. Losing the granary, obviously. No one's going to care. No Egyptian player cares there. It's fine. And there is now that stipend of favor coming through. And 3 wheels of doom. But it is quite late here for Zukalo to make this push work. And he doesn't... I don't know if I like... He's got 3. He's got a 4th one coming through. He's not grabbing Condemned Soul. He doesn't have the food just yet for it. So that means his one unit are going to do a little bit less than they otherwise would be able to. As the priests over onto this side, they're trying to get forward. Trying to take out the 1 unit. You don't really need to chase here. You can just garrison in the town center, and then whenever the units come through, you play garrison micro to take them out. That's kind of what Zook's done here. Now, at the very least, Contempt Soul comes through. There's 25% of base for the damage. It's a big damage boost for these 1 unit. Does it go from 35 up to what? Up to 43.8. Not nothing. Naginata Riders do spot the villagers up here, but they can just turn and attack. Like I said, he's got Skin of the Rhino, so this is fine. He can also grab this tech if he doesn't have it already. This is a staple for 2TC play. That survival equipment, you have to grab it. Both players are just floating resources up the wazoo for the time being. The walls are all up from Zukalo, so credit where credit's due. He's playing a nice 1 town center game here. Most of the time people play 1 town center and they get very comfortable being the person in charge, the other player playing defense, and then they end up getting like raided by 4 spearmen and losing a whole bunch of villagers. But in this case, that's not happening. Meanwhile, the spearman coming in onto this side. Zook getting himself his ballistics in. Zukalo also going to be looking for that, and he does advance up through Raijin. And he's dropping a town center on the left. Now, I think this is spotted by Zukalo, so he will he'll know that something is up here. He's going to look for a little bit of pressure back, but the problem here for Zook is he's going for Slinger again. We've been through this. If you can avoid building this unit, do everything you can to avoid building it. That's the lesson of today's Asian mythology games. What unit should he build instead of the Slinger, you ask? Chariot Archer. That's the unit you want. Chariot Archer is not a counter archer unit, you say. No, but it counters archers pretty damn well with its 19 range. Well, it deals with archers pretty damn well, I should say. Anyways, the obelisk going down on the backside. Zukalo has slowed this game down to a halt here. And now we do see this time Sekhmet. Yeah, Chariots in H2, so... Right, exactly. Exactly, Allogram. You can't build them in H2, so what should you do? Get to H3. Don't stay in H2. Simple. Simple. Meanwhile, all of this has happened, and now Zukalo has allowed Zook to move to his 2nd gold mine. Or his 3rd gold mine, I should say. Walls. I'd love to see the wall coming into the barracks as well. Wall up onto this side wouldn't go astray. As the army for Zook will turn. Big throw from Zukalo on this spot. Priest taking down the 1 unit, but look at the damage onto the spearman there. Is it going to be enough? There's so much damage. Has he managed to stay alive with them all? I think most of them are still alive. More units coming in onto the top there, but that's a big win from Zoot. Zoot now has to get back, heal up, and he's going to have a fantastic time ahead of him. That being said, now comes the Thunderburst. Low HP Spearman will end up getting taken out from this. All the units here getting trapped in as Zook's trying to get out of here into the main base. Goes to Citadel Center as the villagers are out of here. The army is out of here. But now all these units sitting underneath this position, the low HP of Zook needs to get dealt with. He's got to sit back. He's got to heal. Enjoy the priests. Get everyone back up to full HP. Get his upgrades. Get his Migdols sorted. I want to see 3 Migdols. Okay, that might be too many. 2 Migdols on this position. A Monument and the Pharaoh in here. Because immediately, Zukalo, he is going to rotate around here. He is going to put some pressure onto this gold mine. Meanwhile, on the back, Thunderous Presence to come in. It could be a mad dash for a crazy amount of Raiju here. And there goes the Zukalo Rain. Oh, Zook's Rain, I should say. They've both got Z's in their name. It's cheating. 29 farms for Zook. There's going to be a big food boost here. But here's the problem. Zook needs to secure this gold mine, and he just hasn't done it. Villagers up to the top side, trying to play, keep me away from the Naginata Rider, but he doesn't run out this way. Oh, yes, he does. Army coming in, though. Going to be ready to take out the Oyumi, the Scarab as well. Getting in onto the castle. There's still no upgrade for the Spearman here. Where's Heavy Spearman? As the Kusanagi does get dropped down, sending those spearmen flying. The villagers will make their way over onto this spot. Going to look for something else, but this could simply just be a gold star from Zukalo. The slingers here. Not really much of a front line anymore as the Naginata Riders breaking through all of this. There's these walls up already from Zukalo as the villagers sneak in onto this spot. Does Zukalo spot this? I mean, there's a shrine here. Of course, the villagers can drop a Migdol over here, but more coming at... Oh, he decides to run. He should run. Naginata Riders are on their way. The wall's coming down onto this side. He's going to send the villagers around the town center as well. Wait, does he notice? He does notice. He's going to go on ahead and shank down the villager here, trying to break through the stone wall, as well as the army going to come in onto this spot. There is enough favor almost for another Thunderburst here as well, after all is said and done. Zook gets the Migdol up. He's on this gold mine. He's also over onto this gold mine, but it's 2 town centers to 1 town center now, and Zukalo is going to be catching up, I think, in this situation as the Naginata Rider is just searching for villagers to pick. There is crenellations in for Zook, so his buildings are going to be a little scary for Zukalo to charge in onto. Finally, we're going to see the Heavy Spearman coming in. Slings of the Sun is pre-queue, but there's just no favor. Zook still hasn't put down another monument. I was singing his praises for all of his myth unit shenanigans with Lantern, but he's missing the value with these Egyptians at the moment, unfortunately. A bit of a raid onto this position as the Oyumi goes down, and the army can actually go after that castle for the time being, but he does need to be prepared to run very quickly. There's a Raiju. Make their way here as well. Let's have 3 big dogs with lightning coming off of them. just chilling, ready to hit this position. Zukalo has to know if he can break this spot, then, well, Zook's going to have a tough game. There's a Priest Duke coming, getting some nice damage in onto those Raiju there as the Camel Riders pop out onto that back line, but the Raiju can get that special off to send those guys packing. There's also a couple of those very, very sneaky Samurai on this fight as well. As the Kusanagi gets dropped onto the back line, Slingers not sure what they're doing, but they're running into their death here. And Zook is losing everything on this position at the moment. Nonetheless, Samurai through Zook is trying to spam everything out. He's only got 5 barracks. That's tough. Only having 5 barracks here is tough. You see the queue. He obviously has a ton of resources in the bank, but the ability to spam these out becomes very, very difficult. Only 5 military buildings at 20 minutes into the game and 77 villages. Meanwhile, Zukalo's Oyumi rolling through, trying to take out the Migdol. The rest of these blue units from Zukalo going to be chilling here. And there goes the one Udor fire. Oh my, these things just do so much damage. At least it feels like it. As a Thunderburst gets dropped down as well, militarily speaking, there's just so much more for Zukalo. Those Samurai are so powerful here. And the Slingers, even with the pitiful amount of bonus damage they get versus infantry, they're not going to be enough to be dealing with those Samurai, Naginata Riders, and everything else here. As Zukalo can just sit on this position, keep flooding units in, and take this out. What can Egyptian do versus Japan? Well, I'm telling you, the only real unit, the unit that Zook needs here, or needed, I think he might be a little too far gone. The unit he needed was the Chariot Archer. The Chariot Archer is everything versus Japan. It takes out the Samurai really well, which allows the Spearman or the Camel Rider to function nicely versus the Naginata Rider. It also deals with the Yumi Archer really well. It's got probably more damage, I think, more DPS, kind of. Not sure. It's kind of close. Bike Rush, thank you for the raiding party, my friend. I hope your stream went well. The Slingers pulling back. We're moments away, I think, from the Eric versus Joe extravaganza. For everyone else coming from Bike Rush's stream, we're watching the first Age of Mythology, the first major Age of Mythology LAN since 2003 with multiple players. There's 8 players going to Athens to compete in an Olympic stadium for a gaming event called Gameathlon, which is happening in September. So we're finding the 8 players to send there. And this specific round is to find the players who are going to be competing in the basically the single elimination gauntlet that runs 5 times through July and the last weekend or first weekend of August. Yeah, the dates for the LAN is the September 11th to 13th. And there it goes. Azukalo does strike back. And he manages to create an equal game here. And we're going to be seeing a game 5 between Zukalo and Zookt. All right, I just need to quickly check in and see what's going on with Joe. Not sure where he is just yet. I think what we're going to do, hang on, let me just have a quick look at something. Let's jump back over to the draft. We'll see what's going to happen. Do I know what Zookt? I don't. I do not know what Zookt means in Dutch. Alrighty. Give me 1 second, guys. We might jump into game 5 here. We might not. Okay, let's jump into game 5. This should be doable. I haven't even started drafting yet. So we're going to do game 5, which is a Poseidon versus Amaterasu on step. All right, off we go to the races, guys. Hope you enjoy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, game 5 coming at you in the right-hand corner of the map. It's Zukalo playing as Amaterasu. We've skipped through a little bit of the early game because our next game is going to be, they've already started drafting, so I don't want to miss too much of it. In the top side of the map, we have Zookt playing as Poseidon. And it is a Hermes versus Amaterasu for this matchup. Checking out the actual map here. Lots of pressure to come through early game from Zookt. He's trying to find a villager pick over here as the villager was caught outside there. Taking a lot of damage there. Will get healed up by the Miko. No damage onto the Centaur just yet as a Solar Shield gets misclicked there by Zukalo. He tried to drop it onto the Kamatachi but missed it. Now the villagers are pushed off to the gold mine. Zookt continuing to put some insane pressure on for the timing. Almost picks off another villager. Coming down onto the bottom side. Now the villagers are coming off of the wood line. He does manage to catch one vill there as now the bushy is out, and that might spell a little bit of safety here, but no stable is up just yet for Zukalo. As that seems like it's going to be a little bit of an issue. More Hippias are coming through. There's no villagers on favor for Zookt at the moment. He is just going full Hippias, full send here. Alrighty. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, and we're back. Fantastic. Thank you for the 1 second. Zookt still applying pressure. The wall is up, though. Those Yati Spearmen are very scary, but one Centaur and 2 heroes can deal with those very, very nicely. But Zookt's pressure thus far has kind of subsided. And Zukalo can start looking to be a little bit more sneaky here. Send the Kamatachi out around the side of the map, swing around here, and maybe hit the villagers in the center there for some big damage. The villagers will dive into the sentry tower. We do have the Yati Spearman coming through, and Zookt is going to be out of here. Now we've got the Lord of Horses, also the medium cavalry coming through for Zookt. Stables coming up, archery ranges as well for Zookt to boot there. I see that comment, Hagrid. I'm not having that nonsense anymore. I don't believe it. The reason why top players win with Egyptian is because they are better than their opponents. Not because they're just better with Egyptian. It's because they're just straight better with than their opponent. If they play another top player with Egyptian, they're going to lose. That's the trend in all of the tournaments as well. All right, that's enough of that. Hippias now running around the map, looking for little shenanigans too. Just trying to rage bait some people here. Okay, we got the Kamatachi hitting the wood situation over here as well. And there will be a dead villager as Zook does need to respect this. I think he's sending his heroes back home. Doesn't really need to send the Theseus back. Just needs to leave that one on food or something and then chase the Kamatachi around with the Atalanta. And Zukalo still playing very, very passive in his base, looking for damage with the Razorwind Kamatachi, but now the Theseus has to stay put back here. The Atalanta on the back as well does give an opportunity for Zukalo to bring the Kamatachi back home and defend all of this, as the walls on the back do get dealt with. The Hippias going to attempt to take this fight. I don't think he should be doing this. Even if he wins the fight, he's giving Bushido, and these Yati Spearmen are trading perfectly fine. He's trying to get the micro in, but it's just not working. He's like, all right, let me get away from that. That's what it feels like. The Spearmen, very powerful. Hippias come in, pick off a villager, and making the break for it. There are samurai in right now for Zukalo as well. A little surprised to see the samurai at the moment. It's mostly a unit. Of course, he's playing Amaterasu, so it's nice, but it's mostly a unit that you want to build if your opponent's making infantry. Can be a nice unit to try and take out the Atalanta, but still, Kamatachi get pulled back, and they will slowly start to go down. And Spirited Charge on the way for Zookt. And he is ready to take a big fight. Those Toxotes are going to be really nice here for him to take out the Yati Spearman. There's no great answer for Toxotes either. So normally, let me break it down. Normally the Toxote doesn't get to feel its power very often. And the reason you don't get to feel the power with the Toxote is because it's countered by counter archers, like the Javelineer, like the Peltast, like the Terma, like the Slinger. So normally you don't see this unit popping off all too much. But Japan and Norse don't have that counter archer, ranged counter archer. They've got a melee counter archer. So in these sort of situations versus Japan, sure, you can make those Toxotes work really nicely. But that being said, Razorwind Kamatachi, scary unit, comes through, gets damage done. Toxotes getting there. Fair share of damage done here as well. There's still no ballistics in for them, so there is some micro that can be done. As onto the back there, the Razorwind Kamatachi does get that solar shield as those Hippias charging through, taking out the front or the back line there as The micro from Zook is looking amazing here as the Toxotes getting that backline damage done beautifully. And Zuklo is back into his base yet again. All right, raiding up onto this side, looking to come into the main base. It's dangerous to make those raids happen at this point because if Zuklo is quick, he can get you walled in, and that can be enough for you to actually take out all the Hippias with some good Yati Spearman shenanigans. So after the dust is all settled, it's 42 villages to 33, and there's a heroic age now coming through for Zook. It's not the end of the world here for Zuklo to get stuck in the classical age because he can get to heavy regardless through Bushido. But his gold mine is going to expire. He's got 1,300 gold left. There will be a bronze for one of these exposed gold mines. And this game might just end right on that situation there as the Hippie is turning to take out the Yat. Don't run. Take the fight. This is a good fight for you. Why is he running? He's got 6 Yati. Sure, the Hippies might win the fight, but you get value. Like, you're trading really well there as the Japanese. You want to just take good trades if you can. Anyways. Now the Dionysus coming in. Couple weapons as well. Watchtowers is through. And Zuklo is just biding his time, sitting in his main base. He's not really making any units now. He might be looking for the next age himself. He is on Herdables. Mark it up onto the back, so it is looking like he wants to get to the heroic age. But what do you go here? You go for Raiju or Raijin for the Thunderburst. There's Ceasefire. Doesn't really do anything. Of course, you can use Thunderburst after the bronze to disengage. You go for Hachiman for Shogun and some free Samurai. I don't think that's enough to help you versus a bronze to get you a gold mine either. I think the only logical move here is to spend all of your resources on Kamaitachi, Yati Spearman, and push for your second gold mine and fight the bronze. Make sure your Kamaitachi get on top of the Toxotes and that your Yati Spearmen are ready to fight those Hippias. But heavy cavalry coming through, Thracian horses coming through as well. Now the heavy is, everything is coming in. There's also going to be heavy range soldiers. Zoot's missing some pretty key armory upgrades here. Definitely missing himself the ballistics at the moment as the Hippie is going after this position. I'd love to see him send a villager or two forward and get some forward buildings down here and here. And also maybe just have a villager on this gold mine as well, just in case, so he can prevent any sort of shenanigans here from Zuklo as the villagers getting pushed off of the gold mine. Hydra getting involved, taking villagers out as well as the Miko going to go down. More pressure onto this position as bronze gets dropped. There goes the Thunderburst as Zook says, I've got enough advantage here. Does he, however, have the advantage is the big question. Look at the Toxotes. After all of those Thunderburst bursts, they're all nearly dead. Send the Raiju onto the backline, get that damage, and get the Kamaitachi special onto that backline. Zook has just made himself, he has thrown this lead down the toilet. All he had to do was run. And he was in a perfectly good position. The Raiju goes down. There is also a Solar Shield in the bank here, but 5 favor needed for it. No heroes out for the moment as Zook trying to get himself his Atalanta through. He's got a Theseus somewhere on the map, but it's sitting idle in his main base. Villagers sitting idle as well. How? Why did Zoot make that decision there? He is up nearly 20 villagers and he threw his entire army. I don't care if you're throwing bronze down the toilet. You don't need it. You need I don't understand. Hippias coming around, gonna look to try and prevent the gold mine now, but Zucolo's got an army, it's fine. Good control from Zucolo, still gonna try and get his castle up. The Hippias get pulled back. I mean, literally any other decision there from Zook would have been better. Could have dropped a Townsend and could have put a fortress down on the second gold mine. Could have bought extra myth units. Could have put 10 villagers on favor for an extra lure, and he still would be in a better position than he did just then. Anything else apart from click bronze and sit inside of the Thunderdome? Fortress coming up over onto this side now from Zooked. And the game has been elongated ever so slightly here, guys. Alrighty. I will let you guys know that the Eric and Joe game, the drafting has just gotten started, so we're not missing out on anything. It was meant to be kicking off already, but they're a little bit behind schedule. But that's okay. They are on the drafting situation. All right. But I mean, still, the good thing here for Zooked is he's got a massive villager advantage. So 20 extra villagers is every minute that passes is getting around about 1,200 extra resources. So he's able to get himself back up to full population. He's able to start going for this attack. Another castle from Zucolo is not going to help him out here. He needs units. And in the units he does not have. I wouldn't mind seeing him moving up to this food here either. Or anything else as the Hippias going to try and hit the guardhouse again. Meanwhile, it's a lot of Kamatachi on the front, but the heroes will be in there to get that damage done. Zucolo needs to get those heroes targeted down. He moves forward with the Yumi archers, but that's allowing the heroes to get all of their damage done. The Raiju gets the special off. Zooked now pushing forward as Zucolo knows he's in a bit of a difficult spot. Pulls back to his double castles to try and sit in here, but those Hippias have got plenty of HP. There is no crenellations in for Zucolo either, so the castles aren't getting that much damage done. The front line melting here as the back line now to come through. There's Peltast in the mix as well, and those Yumi archers are going down. Great Petropoli take down one castle. Going to be moving on to the next castle as well. And Zucolo is just 0 gold, 0 units. He does have villagers, but 0 gold. Getting pushed off of this position, about to lose the castle, losing villagers on this gold mine, losing villagers in the main base as well. These Hippias don't care about your arrow fire here. And that there is the game. Zooked with one of the most monumental throws into it doesn't matter you've ever seen. And he does manage to get his opportunity in the gauntlet that starts next week. Unfortunately for Zucolo, he will go into the pool of players that gets drawn upon for their opportunity if there's a space in that gauntlet run for that week. But unfortunately, he has not got a guaranteed ticket. He doesn't get a guaranteed opportunity. There's no chances for him. And he is going to have to just hope that his that he gets that call for to be a sub. Well played there from Zooked. If you guys are enjoying the tournament, enjoying the series, don't worry. We've got another 5 weeks coming and the actual LAN as well in September. So make sure you hit the follow button. Subscribe if you really want to. If you're on YouTube as well, you can become a channel member. Everything matters. Everything supports. Everything helps. And if you can't do either of those things, feel free to open both the streams. Okay, let's jump over to the drafting menu and we will get sorted for the Eric Joe series. All right, guys. This one is the one we've been waiting for. We've got 2 series here remaining. Avely and Matrius, Eric BR and Joe. So Eric BR and Joe are going to be happening right now live and in stereo. And they are well and truly on the way with their draft. They've already drafted. Let's get this sorted. Let's get them started. I think they probably might already be started to some degree. So I'm going to get this all sorted for you guys. I'm going to jump over to the drafting menu in a very short amount of time. Side on that one, and we say that there and save. And then we come up here and we go ahead and update and off to the draft we see. And we're going to have, oh, hang on, what? Did I not put the right thing in here? I didn't. Whoops, 1 second. And off to the maps, off to the draft we go. Alrighty, so another game, another series, another you, another me. First map is on Ghost Lake. Oh, they haven't done their... We're not even that far behind. All right, so let's talk about the draft. Bans from Eric BR. He's banned out Tsukiyomi and Set. I Am Joe takes Eric Zeus away. No. Oh, terrible. An unfortunate time there. If you're an Eric BR Zeus fan, it's been taken away. Quetzalcoatl also got banned there from Joe. He doesn't want to deal with the Aztecs. But Eric first picks ISIS. One of the big advantages of playing as the host in this draft is you technically get 3 bans if you want. Eric's got ISIS, and that means Joe does not get his ISIS there. Joe picks Susanoo and Amaterasu. He grabs the Japanese gods that he feels comfortable with right off the bat. Eric then takes Hades, Tezcatlipoca. Joe grabs Nuwa Ra, 2 gods that, again, very defensive, very Joe. Eric's going to take Huitzilopochtli, Kronos. Joe then says, fantastic, I'll give myself Uranus and Fushi. So Joe's got, I think both players have got a very, very different draft. One player's got all of the Asian civs. The other player's got the Mexican civs and the fantasy civs, as well as some stock standard Ra shenanigans, ISIS shenanigans, and Hades shenanigans. So, our first matchup for the day. Gaia versus Susanoo. I am very excited on this one. We are on the map. Ghost Lake to kick this one off. I am kind of surprised. This is the last pick from Eric, but he still wants to play it here. Susanoo and Susanoo is a god that I think Gaia can play into. Gaia can kind of play into anything. I'm kind of interested in how the old mate Eric is gonna have his opportunities here to show his secret strats. So we'll see what the game plans are going to be. Eric's a popular player. He spends a lot of time in Twitch chat. He spends a lot of time in balanced discords, and he spends a lot of time in the voice chats. So if you guys haven't heard of Eric BR, well, let me introduce him. His first real success in the Age of Mythology competitive scene was in Champions League Season 3, where he was the winner of the Challengers League, which is it's just basically, if Champions League is the top 16 players, Challengers League is the next 16 players. So he basically came 17th in Champions League there. Since then, he has participated in a myriad of different tournaments. Let me have a quick little look-see here if I can see. He played in the Top BR 2024 for this. He came 4th there. Played in a tournament called War Series, which he did win. He was on the team that won that one. And then he participated in Pandora's Box, where he came 13th to 16th. Joe, on the other hand, this Joe hasn't really had the success in Age of Mythology Retold that is becoming of him. His recent tournaments that he's played in and had success in, well, Phoenix Reborn 2 was a legacy tournament that he came 2nd in as part of the Dodd team. And so that's a team game tournament. He also played in King of the Gods 2, which came 2nd in. He played in the Pantheon playoff, which he won. He played in the competitive Mega Random tournament, which he came 2nd in. He played in the in a whole bunch. Basically, there's just firsts and seconds just splattered all over Joe's kind of legacy career, so to speak. He is an incredible player from Legacy, but just has not quite had the success in Retold. Is that going to change today? He's got a very strong player to break through here. Eric's very well practiced, very much ready to compete. And I don't really know what Joe's been doing. But he does come in every so often. And he does his stuff. When do we get Mega Random on Retold? Mega Random actually is in Retold. It's called Land Unknown and the Unknown. That's the map. We could remake it. We could do a Mega Random. It's not a terrible idea. Anyways. So we'll see what Joe's going to be able to pull out, but this is the big shenanigans. This is the big one. Well, I mean, at least it's live. I'm very excited to see what Eric BR is going to be able to come up with here. The only issue, okay, I'll break it down. The only issue with the kind of way in which certain players approach Age of Mythology is that they get hooked into what they consider to be the meta, which is basically, in other words, they get hooked into a certain opening. That's what it is. They get hooked into a certain system, a certain opening, and the only issue with this is they can get really good at playing this opening. So they get really good at playing the Sicilian defense, for example. And then somebody comes in and says, what happens if I play Queen's Pawn? You can't play the Sicilian versus Queen's Pawn. And they get taken out of book, and then all of that practice goes out the window. So we'll see, because Joe, he's not going to play the way that Eric expects him to play. He's going to play his way. Our first map, Ghost Lake, Gaia versus Susanol. It's a best of 5. You lose, you go home. You win, you play tomorrow. Let's jump into game number 1. Eric BR versus I Am Joe on the map Ghost Lake. Off we go. we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Eric BR I Am Joe showdown. Okay, I mean it's Gameathlon open qualifier. We're still in the online portion of the LAN event. Okay, guys. Some people are getting confused, but yes, we're still in the online portion here. In the right-hand corner of the map, introducing Eric BR. Yes, this is the Brazilian Eric, not the other one, whomever the other one is. In the left-hand corner of the map, we have I Am Joe from Great Britain. Two seasoned veterans of Age of Mythology. One of the most winning players of Legacy inside of I Am Joe versus a kind of up-and-comer. Started playing competitive Age of Mythology a long time ago, but really came into his own in 2024. And the sky was the limit there from that moment onwards. He's competed in Age of Empires 4 tournaments and Age of Mythology tournaments. And I'm sure he's going to be continuing to compete in many, many RTS games and tournaments for years to come. So we'll see how things are going to go as Eric with a very strange opening. I'm not sure exactly what he's trying to go for here. He opened hand axe, pickaxe. He gets his mana and his economic guild down, and now he's going to get a temple down. Seems like a lot of walking time in the early game from Eric. Not sure. You can get away with just having one villager on the gold mine, one villager on the wood line, and then maybe swapping the villagers around to get the final little bit of wood, but the moment here, Eric is doing some very specific stuff, and I'm very confused about the whole stuff. I'm not going to try and understand it because he is going to be trying to get whatever he needs next. Ball's getting pulled back in, and let's check out some relics on the map. We have the Coatl. Myth unit versus myth unit damage goes up by 10%. Onto this side, we have the Pelt of Argus with an extra 6 line of sight. Onto the bottom side here, we have the I Move Faster relic because I can't pronounce that relic name. Movement speed plus 2.5, an amazing relic there, must grab. And Hummingbird's Beak here, this is another really important relic for both players to be picking up in this game. Meanwhile, Mina Katatomi to come through for Joe, and Oceanus on the way for Eric BR. I'm not really surprised about the Oceanus here, but I have found a lot of success recently against Japan with Leto. So if you are struggling to make Oceanus work versus Japan, consider giving Leto a go as well. It's very, very strong because you've got super hard counters to the heroes that Japan can make in the classical age. Meanwhile, shrines coming up all over the place, and we will see immediately crushing waves to come through as Joe will go in for the early Kitsune route. Just looking for units to take out, and one relic was picked up here. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. One relic was picked up. Who grabbed it? Joe grabbed it. Joe has the units. Look at how fast these guys, they're 7.1 speed. The Kitsune of Doom. One Oracle down. Galadriel's coming through. And a pause from Eric BR as he can't believe he's lost an Oracle. Hold on. Let me see if there's something being said in the chat. I don't see anything. Generally, when you pause, you do need to provide some sort of a reason for the pause. Oh, looks like there is no more pause as the game continues along. Okay, I'll just pretend like nothing happened, and I can't explain it. It's a tactical pause as the Kitsune up to the top side. There is an Oracle chilling here, but it is an Oracle hero, and the Oracle hero is not an option for those Kitsune to go and try and tango with because, well, they die to the Oracle hero. Nonetheless, Kitsune coming in, just looking for nibbles at the moment as, I mean, even pacified there at 4.7 speed. Okay, he's going to get away from there, not taking any damage, but just working on Bushido for the time being. Now, Bushi And Naginata Riders at the moment in the main base here for Eric. He's just gone for the double military barracks. He could have gone the other option, which is straight into counter barracks here, which is a perfectly valid way to play as well. You can go Catapultis, you can go Terma and Karaballista to try and deal with the army that the Japanese player is going to go for. But Momillo heroes and things like that, you know, he's got more of a solid army until Samurai start coming through. And when you've got the Carnivora, it can be a little scary trying to make Samurai work. This Kitsune still just getting scouting all over the place. There are oracles sort of hidden. One idea from Eric would be to actually heroize all of his oracles so that they don't die to the Kitsune ever. Meanwhile, little bits of damage over onto the Caladri as he does have to pull back. And now the Naginata Riders charging around the map. 6.5 speed on these bad boys, and he still doesn't have, well, he does have the technology from Sashimon Bannerman, so he is, no, he doesn't. He's gone, he doesn't have Sashimon Bannerman because he didn't go for Inari Orkami. Nonetheless, the mana on this side is going to get targeted down. Now, Eric needs to react to this. The citizens can pop out and get some repairing to slow things down. These units will simply just pull away once the heroes come in, but this is just idle time forced, which is really, really nice. And he sees the units and gets out of there. Eric is back to getting his hunt in there as well. And Joe, back to his Yumi Archer, Naginata Rider, building ways. Dojo coming up as well on the back now for Joe as he goes, better get some Samurai. You could go for Onimusha to play around the Carnivora, but the Onimusha doesn't have bonus damage versus infantry, so it's not that good of a usage there. Nonetheless, Terma charging in here as the Naginata Riders trying to get a little bit of damage done. Good control there from Eric as he pulls back. But the Naginata Riders will be back in onto this position. But Eric is sitting, waiting, watching as he is ready to get that damage done. The fighting coming in onto this side and no units falling. No micro from Eric onto the Kitsune. It does allow him to get out without losing all too much as the Yumi Archers pulling back, getting that damage done. Great control from both players at the moment. Doesn't pick any units off. That's advantage. Not really anyone. Probably still advantage for Joe because he's working towards Bushido. But the Caladri can heal these units back up to full HP. No problems. Samurai, Yumi Archers coming through as well as the Naginata Riders are going to be wandering around. Eventually back into their main base shortly as the Yumi Archers pulling back over here. Terma charging in here. And where did those Naginata Riders go? Trying to pop villagers on the gold mine. You can pull the Miko off and just have her healing. As now the army coming in onto the backside, trying to get onto those Terma there. Does get a couple of shots off, gets a couple of kills as the Carnivora gets dropped onto that backside. There is the Kusanagi to get dropped down as well, but Joe is holding on to that for the time being. Pulls away. The Samurai don't go down. And, oh, never mind. Gets the Samurai kill as well. That's brutal. So the temple falls. Kusanagi now gets dropped in as Joe wants some revenge fire. Losing that temple is brutal. Trying to take out the back line here as well as Eric is just going to be piling units in. Terma charging in to try and take out the Yumi Archers, but better micro from Joe to take out the Terma. The Samurai in here as well is going to be a big help as the Terma dying there to the town center. And I think Eric needs to take his foot off of the gas as Joe has defended the worst of it for the moment. Militarily speaking, basically equal. Villagers falling, not really too many. Just the temple falling there from Joe. That's got to hurt. It's 300 resources. It's not a small amount. The Miko needs to get in here and start healing, though. I don't know what he's thinking. Look at this low 8, 1 HP. Naginata Rider. Heal that bad boy up. There's the units coming back in. Samurai are through. There's 122 favor in the bank right now for Joe to do something with. Only problem is, do you want to make one Udol? Really? Do you want to make them right now? Maybe not. Do you want us to drop another Shrine of the Hunt? Not a terrible idea. It's 80 favor, but potentially holding that favor for a heroic age is going to be really nice. Watchtowers, heroic age into Raiju or Oni could be the safe play, but Joe's just continuing to make units, happily sitting in here. If Eric wants to keep on putting pressure on, Joe should be able to keep taking fights, and he's going to keep getting Bushido in. He's going to get up to heavy. Behind this, though, we will see Thea coming through from Eric, but I also think we're going to be seeing the Raijin, I keep saying Raiju, Raijin coming through here for Joe. So both players are going to have a heroic age at about the same time. Goldmine finishes up over here, but there's a back Goldmine there as well. And Joe is going to be able to make that move, no problems. But Thea to come through. The Terma don't have any upgrades just yet. He's already pre-queued heavy Cav because he knows he wants to go straight into Contarius. But Joe, for the moment, being quite respectful. He hasn't moved out just yet. The Terma charging in, going to look for little pot shots here. And now Joe goes, all right, I'll come back. If you want to charge in here yet again, this is perfectly fine for me. Hero Mamillos, 14 of them. I feel like this is a situation where Joe's going to go fantastic. Let me just spam units, and I can just, you spent so many resources on those hero units. Let me spam units, and I'll just drop Thunderdome, and I'll just drop Kusanagi, and I'll just save favor until I get through those Mamilla. Once those Mamilla heroes are done with, then the myth units come through. At least that's got to be the plan. As the Naginata Riders coming up to the top, searching for an Oracle to get taken out. Eric quick to react there, diving into the mana, but he does spot that one, and that will be a dead Oracle hero. Hero Miller is coming up to the top here, but Joe is going to get out of there, rotate back in, see what to do next. Meanwhile, we've got the Thunderous Presence. We've got Raiju on the way. Hero on the Musha, and Bushi also coming in. He knows he needs those to deal with the Dryad threat. Potentially also some Yati Spearman wouldn't be a terrible idea here as well, but you don't want to go into them too quickly. We are seeing just a handful of Raiju coming through from Joe, and he's going to get Thunderous Presence into all of these heroes. Ontario is still skipping medium. Are there any heroic age cavalry unlocks or mythic age cavalry unlocks for that matter that don't skip medium cav? Pretty sure it consistently skips them. Like the White Horse cav only have heavy. The Jaguar Riders only have heavy, right? Maybe they don't. Maybe the Jaguar Riders don't. Or Drummers? They're a different breed. They have cavalry in the classical age. Yals have cavalry in the classical age. Ontario's in the fortress? Fair enough. All right. Raiju getting chased around. 6.7 speed versus 6 speed. 7.1 speed. He's a speedy boy. Coming around onto the back. Is the fight going to come in? Eric's not paying attention here. This is a perfect opportunity for the Thunder Burst to get dropped down. We do see the Carnivora getting dropped down there, as well as now the Raiju going to be coming through here, looking for another bit of a shock onto those as the Hero Mamillos turning in to prevent those Raiju from getting in there. Units getting sent flying as the Terma are almost taken down. Joe feeling like he can take this fight. He's moments away from Bushido. There he goes up to heavy as the Samurai are going to be getting huge damage onto all of those Mamillos here. I'm not sure if Eric is going to be winning this fight as the Raiju dancing around onto the back, playing You can't catch me as the hero units are starting to get dwindled down. The Stiff Valley Bird ends up falling there. It's 4.9k to 2.4k here after that first massive fight, and Joe is in a phenomenal position now as Eric gets absolutely obliterated. Now we see Caraballos coming out. Too little, too late. Next moment, gold mine over here. Ride you up to the top to make sure there's no gold mine getting grabbed. Joe is locked in. Citizens getting pulled back. Eric's still got somewhat of a villager lead here, but he needs to find another gold mine. He's going to drop a palace. If he can get the palace up, he's got a little bit of survivability here. Now the Contarius, this is a desperation raid right now from Eric. He is looking for something to kill. He doesn't know where the gold mines are. He doesn't know what to search for here. He sees the town center, nothing over here. He needs to be down here hitting this. He needs to be hitting this. At the moment, Joe charging forward. There's the Kusanagi as he's going to hit those Caraballos back out here. And in come the Raiju as well with the extra stun, sending the units flying. And at this moment, Joe doesn't care that there's a palace here. There's not enough units into the main base. The Contaris are here, but all those wolves are there to play defense as the palace, well, that's going to stay put there. Is for some reason, Joe is saying, I'm going to run. He's got so much military here. He can easily stay under this spot and take this position. He's got another Thunderburst as well. If he wants to just target the palace down, he can drop that in. No problems. Up onto this side, Contarius is going to be trying to take out the Samurai. Looking over onto this spot, we see more buildings getting dropped. There is one heavy Shinobi, and with a castle as well, he should be fine. You can also just attack move there as well. Up onto the top side, one Kitsune does manage to stay alive. Villagers getting turned into heroes over there, as I'm sure some sort of raid will come through. Behind this, Watatsumi is pre-queued, but the resources aren't there for Joe just yet to get to that Mythic Age, to get to that huge Dragon Typhoon. Eric has managed to get himself back up to a respectable amount of population. There's Caraballister are going to be really strong here as the unit's pulling away from that. And there goes the Thunderburst again. He doesn't drop it onto the Caraballister though. Now it's starting to hit them. Is this enough stuff though from Joe? Or is this where Eric gets to pull this game back? Because Joe doesn't have all of his units up here. He sends the Naginata Riders where? I'm not sure what he did with them. He's pulling all of his units back. The fight wins for Eric. And now Eric is back in the driver's seat. Behind this, Yadi Spearman getting queued up from Joe. He's got so many Yadi in one guardhouse as the Contarius to come in here. Should not be able to take this fight too easily. Those Samurai not really countering the Contarius, but not really getting countered by the Contarius either. And the castle will be enough to stop the push. And both Eric and Joe need to get a little bit more calm in them in this game. Up onto the top side, the Naginata Riders do spot those two hero citizens. He's going to pick off both of them. That's a nice little win for him there, as the Contarius will come up and try and deal with those. But the Naginata Riders should be able to sneak back home, stay alive. More Yadi coming in, more Bushi. And a town center for Eric now, as he's like, okay, let's just sort this out. Town center, maybe grab this gold mine. This game will be going the long haul as the Naginata Riders pulling back to the Wolves. A little bit of defense there. Nice play. Get the Wolves to be the units that get tanked. Great micro from Joe. Great decision making. As now the destroyers to come through. And a bit of a fight here from Joe. I don't know if I like this specific angle here. He's got the Samurai to deal with the destroyers. He's got the Yadi to deal with the Contarius. He needs to somehow pop those Naginata Riders around the back to get onto the Karabalas, as the Kontaria is now coming in here as well. However, the Yati Spearmen will pop around onto the back there, and now the Naginata Riders will get over onto these Kontaria, onto these Karabalas. The Destroyers are slowly taking down the castle, but I don't think this is a fight here that Eric can win, as Joe defends fine. Both players throwing everything at each other and just losing army after army, as now I think Joe is back in the lead again. But Eric does have a second talent center, so his economy is picking up here. Is the play now for Joe to just drop another talent center? He's going to wander over here. Castle, mining camp, gold mine. Makes sense. Ontarians are going to try and check up to the top, maybe see a talent center getting built. The lack of vision here from Eric is hurting him. I'd love to see a few more oracles placed out, especially this oracle maybe over onto this side, maybe an oracle up here. Villager on this hunt does get picked off as the wolves come through. Nice spot there from Eric, as now Joe seeing the pallets coming up. Of course, Joe is thinking Eric's going to do the same thing as me. Comes in with his shinobi. We'll be able to take out the pallets before it's completed, and Eric has to pull off of this gold mine up to the top. Naginata Riders just checking out the gold mine, making sure that nothing's going on over there. There is still 1,700 gold remaining for Eric before he needs to start panicking here. He's got time. He's got full population. He's at 190 pop. Joe does know that this is a town center. Over onto this side, the Kontaria is returning back in here. The villagers do have survival equipment. He can turn and fight this if he wants. Onto this front position. The pressure from Eric looking to mount here as the villagers dive into the castle. Kontarians can just kind of kill the castle, though, if they want to. A bit of calm before the storm, as yet again, another attempt at the palace. And Eric this time will be successful in getting that position sorted out. Villagers over here starting to get treated with a little bit of pain, as Joe doesn't have anything over there. But Watatsumi is coming through. The next big fight here for Eric needs to happen sooner rather than later, because he is going to take a massive loss to Dragon Typhoon. These villagers pulling away. There is crenellations. This will be dead Kontarians. The villagers stay alive. Back to work they go. Onto this position. Infantry units getting caught out. Up to the top there. The heavy Kontarians in town center coming up there as well, as the Carnivora does get dropped. I think there should be enough stuff here, though, from Joe to be winning these fights. The Samurai are just so good. Those Shinobi need to get pulled around to take out the Karabalista. They are getting a very nice amount of damage in. They go down so quickly there, as Eric's still looking for raids all over the place as the destroyers into the main base get greeted by champion units. Are you kidding me? Joe is hitting a 23-minute Bushido tier 4. Shinobi going after the palace. Citizens need to get brought back to repair this one. Of course, there is the opportunity to move to the top of the map now from Eric and continue to make this game go long. Joe, 150, 160 population. He's going to be pulling back ever so slightly here. He does have himself the Oyumi. More units to come in. Shinobi getting onto the back line, picking up both Cairo Ballista there. And Eric can't do anything but run now, as more units are just going to be piling in onto this position. The citizens do manage to get up to the top gold mine. I'd love to see a palace here, as the Mythic Age now coming in from Eric. Castle for Joe on the bottom side. Citizens over here. What is he? Is he going for the town center? Is he going for the gold mine? Surely not the town center. If Eric gets a good implode off, does Joe have the economy to rebuild out an army is the big question. But Watatsumi is in, so I mean, Eric's got to basically hug a building that he can garrison, and he is taking this town center. Up onto the top, one Naginata Rider and a Dream here to take out those citizens. I'm not sure how many he's actually going to be able to pick off. So Town Center now coming up for Joe. Of course, the bottom side of the map is a little bit more valuable than the top side. Only 2 large gold mines up there. But to be honest, Joe is only claiming 2 gold mines from this position. And if Eric claims these positions, then it's going to be 2 gold mines apiece moving forward for a grand total of both players having 3 large gold mines each. So this Town Center will die. Eric continuing to play. Wait for my implode. Of course, the Samurai won't die to an implode, but they will be losing half of their HP. And until this is a perfect time for the Dragon Typhoon, though. Opting not to go for it. Onto this side, the Town Center does get revealed there from Joe. Hero units coming in. There goes the Dragon Typhoon as the implode. Not going to be allowed just yet. Units getting converted into the heroes. Into the main base there comes that Dragon Typhoon to try and take out village, take out buildings. Palace over here going down as well. There will still be an implode available on the flip side, but Eric has to drop it into his main base, and Joe, those are mostly Samurai. Sure, he's going to lose some units, but it's not going to be nearly all of them. Not at all. In fact, there's still units remaining in the main base as the Citizen are going to start getting taken out. Eric's garrisoning in. He's going to bring over the Argus to help out. Onto the top side here. What can Joe do? What can Eric do? Units sitting on this gold mine now for the next position as Shinigami is the unit. They are the unit of choice. Makes perfect sense to go into Shinigami here. Castles are all up on the bottom side. A little bit of calm before the storm. As the raids will come through, Shinobi don't care about a palace. They've got themselves 64% pierce armor. Naginata Riders also don't care about a palace. The citizens have to bail into that palace. There's not enough gold here. We're now seeing Fanatics coming through. Eric's at 92 villages to Joe's 74. 3 town centers to 2 as this town center can't get secured just yet. Eric going to look to try and make an attack happen here. 21 favor for a Shrine of the Hunt. If he wants to drop that, makes perfect sense. He doesn't have to drop farms if he does that. Can save on 4 farms basically for the rest of the game. He's back in. Come the units. We see the Shinigami coming around. Citizens falling. A couple of units are up onto the top as these guys charging up onto the top here. Eric realizes he needs to actually make heroes, but he has no oracles. He's got no favor. He needs oracles. And now he realizes that he goes, crap, better build some. Revenant or Eternal Haunting coming in for Joe now as well. So his Shinigami become even stronger at the moment. There's a special coming in. It's AoE damage. It sends the units packing there. They don't want it. They just get feared basically. As back up onto the top, the Shinigami still coming through. They can take out a palace pretty quickly, especially with the help of the Shinobi here. They're doing divine damage as the units on the back here want to get heroized, but they just cannot. And Joe gets his town center. He should start a market. There goes the Argus, though, with that special. You got to be careful. He pulls out of it, gets away from the damage. Nice play. Still preventing this gold mine from getting grabbed. The other thing is this town center can get taken down pretty quickly, too. The units are just going to sit on the top, waiting, playing defense. Eric needs to move over here and secure this gold mine ASAP. Potentially also a market getting started fairly shortly, and a trade route in the corner with the guy Lush is going to be a nice help for him. He's now spamming out the oracles because he knows he needs favor to deal with what Joe's going for here. Joe on the flip side, I think he needs this upgrade. Hunya Mask is missing. He needs upgrades for his archers as well. He's now grabbing those. Meanwhile, the talent center over here getting targeted down. Units are going to come through and try and deal with this. Samurai are in to deal with the Fanatics. The Shinobi aren't going to be too much help here. We will turn around, take the fight. The Revenant Shinigami to come in and help out and make sure that this does end up being a win for the Japanese, for the Rising Sun. On the top side, random destroyers coming in. Joe just really... I don't know if it's 100% safe to play this slow in Joe's position. I don't know if it is or not, but that's what he's going for. Because the Gaia late game is to be feared. It is very, very powerful. Once that trade route gets established on the Gaia Lush, you just have so much economy to play with. Main base now under attack as a raid onto these citizens coming through. Both players are going after each other's economy here. As well, I mean, you can just go straight after the town center, I guess. The villagers can garage them. There will be wolves and things like that. Villagers dying up onto this side. We have a couple of units to come back and play defense, but the town center of Joe isn't going to go down. I don't know if this is 100% worth it for Eric or not. While this is still going on, we are seeing random Naginata Rider killing off citizens up onto the top. You pick off the town center, but how many Murmillo do you end up losing? The wolves coming in to help out as well. Huge damage. Citizen numbers falling down to 76 here. Units popping through here, getting taken down to boot. It's hard to call it, but I think that Joe has come out in front with that trade, and now the villagers can get their town center back, get themselves back to gathering food. But also, Joe's losing units in the main base as well now. He's going to have to think about pulling back and doing something else here. We do see the trade route started. Town center will be back up. 4 oracles in the middle. I was going to bring it up, but when you build oracles, build one at a time because you're not capable. Even the best players do this. You're not capable to then go check them and make sure they're in a good position. One at a time. Build it, queue it where it goes, do the next action. Then next time you go, better build another oracle, build it, queue it where it goes, next action. That's the secret to the oracle production, ladies and gentlemen. Up to the top side now. Joe has taken the town center down. Eric is down to 2 town centers. His economy is shot. He doesn't have a trade route going. All the dojos that surround this position for potential defense against destroyers is now Titan Shield to come in. That's not going to be that much of an assistance for those units. And the army says, hey, you better defend your gold mine. That's a lot of red Japanese units here. Meanwhile, Eric goes, better move up to the top. He needs to invest everything in this. Town center now coming up for Joe. He's going to be 4 town centers to 2. He's got 0 Miko. Who needs favor when you play as Susanoo? He's going to get an extra 120 favor, or sorry, 150 favor in probably 10 minutes, is my guess, when that next Bushido tier will come in. But who needs favor when you've got out the ever-living, never-dying Shinigami? How many does he have? He's got only 3. He's got 3 of them. He probably could do with some favor here. Nonetheless, the unit's coming in. Shinigami turns, gets some specials off. Does get picked off very quickly here as Joe will turn, will take the fight. The rest of these units over here might need to think about doing something else here, sitting idly by as the army of Eric will take a pretty good trade here, it looks like. Shinigami helping out ever so slightly, though. Joe's out of gold. Joe is out of gold. How much trade does he have? He's got 3. He can't afford to lose these fights. He's out of gold. Send everything to the top. Take this gold mine. How much can he sell for? He can't sell either. These moments are the most important in this type of game. Joe is up by 20k score, but it won't matter if he throws away his army. The trade is started. He could go in for like 5 Miko now as well to start getting favor, so then he can build Shinigami or he can build 1 Yudo as well, if that's what he wants to do. On the flip side here, Eric needs to keep forcing fights. Fights that he can win, preferably. Up onto the top side, Joe coming through. Villagers pulling off of that gold mine as the market. Up for Eric. He's run out of gold over here, though. If he if he does, equally, if Eric doesn't have this gold mine, it's game over for Eric as well. So Eric can't really be affording to move anywhere other than the gold. Villagers coming in now for Joe as Joe says, hey, I'll take that. That's mine. He can sell like 1,000 wood here and drop a castle down on this spot as well and claim the corner if he wants to. Samurai will take a little bit of a fight over here as the walls will come down from Joe. Claiming the gold, claiming the position. The Destroyer's looking to come somewhere else over here, break through the walls, go in and take the town center out, all that other good stuff. Champion Samurai. Lots and lots of Champion Samurai in queue here for Joe as the Destroyers break through his stone walls. But there is a defense here for the time being. Onto the top side, dealing with this market. But there are 2 markets over here, so it's not a problem. Both players don't have armory upgrades here. They're equal on armor, which is wild for a 36-minute game where you expect both players to be at iron. But that is not the case here. Up to this side now. Corner is getting blocked off. Eric does have full pop, but he is... Well, no, he doesn't have full pop. Excuse me. He's very far behind on the population. Even if he comes in here and he takes out the town center, I mean, what is this going to do? The trade route just moves over here, no problems. Samurai sitting in, playing LOL. What am I doing? Not helping. There's too much going on. Joe's coming into the top corner of the map now, looking to wall this off. And Eric will tap out as Joe claims the first game in this best of 5 series here. An insane first game. Very well played by Joe. The double throw at the start of this game was too much for my mental there. Eric going full crazy on the fight here versus that Thunderburst. Could have just ran, no problems. Made some Caraballister after the shot, after the Thunderburst was done. Would have been in a really nice spot, I would think, by just retreating in that moment. And then equally, Joe trying to just end the game on that beat. Against these really good players, it's very difficult to just go, game's over. Doesn't happen. For the first win here for the Susanoo. The big point, though, is the takeaway for Eric is that was Eric's last pick. That was Joe's first pick. That's got to feel somewhat decent there for Eric. Let's jump back into the draft and see what is going to get picked next as we jump in. Oh, let's see what's going to get picked next. Here you go. All right, our next game is on Budapest. And it's going to be a Hades versus Ra affair. All right. So, how do I get the icon? Okay, so you get the it's a mod. It's called Ipit's Advanced Tooltips. So you go to the mod store. Oh, the drafts are swapped. Excuse me. Yeah, and to get the extra tooltips, to get the things showing different stuff, it is Advanced Tooltips. Yep. All right. So first game in the book, second game Budapest, Hades versus Ra. You know what I said earlier about a certain style of practice leading certain ways? Well, Eric has just got hit with the first variation. Ra on Budapest is a matchup that potentially here Eric has never played before. Now, I imagine Joe's probably played it. He's a Ra expert. He'll play Ra on any map. I don't know what the idea is here for Joe outside of he just wants Eric to be uncomfortable in this series. What are the gods that Eric would be comfortable playing in this series with Hades? Well, he'd be comfortable playing against Zeus, probably be comfortable playing against Loki, probably be comfortable playing against maybe some of the Chronos type deals. Playing against Ra is just, I haven't seen a single Ra game on this map yet. So if the idea is Joe is going, I'm a grandmaster, and I know, and I'm able to just play any position, put me in a position and I'm going to outplay. And Eric, he is a grandmaster and he says, I know all of the tactics. I know all of the theory. I know all the theory. Well, what happens if the theory doesn't apply to this situation? That's going to be the big question mark. Now, I got to say, I don't think Ra's very good on this map. I haven't thought Egyptian's good on water in a very, very long time. I don't think Ra is good versus Hades in general. But what Ra is good at and what Egyptian is good at is random cheeses. So we'll see what that is going to amount to. How's everyone going on this auspicious occasion? Can you, it's just the start. We're going to be seeing so many wild games of Age of Mythology. The bigger question is why did Boit call Eric a grandmaster? Well, I mean, these guys are like top 16 players, right? Or they're vying for being top 16. If you're a top 16 player in the world at something, that's like the grandmaster title, isn't it? Alrighty. So we'll see. We'll see how this game is going to go because I'm very confused. I mean, if I'm Eric here, I'm probably playing Ares. And I'm probably playing for Cyclops. I'm probably making this this Ra job or this Ra existence very, very difficult. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. We already kind of lost our mind in game number 1. Will we lose our mind in game number 2 as well is the big question. Going in onto the map Budapest. Let's check it out. And off to the races we go, ladies and gentlemen. Right side, Eric BR playing as Hades. He drops the docks forward first and foremost. I love this opening from Eric. Yes, he's a man who has listened to me once or twice, and he has decided to go for the forward docks, and that's going to give him a very sizable advantage over what Joe's opening is netting him. Joe, on the other hand, playing as Ra. The best advantage that Ra has here for Joe is a monument getting dropped here, hitting the dock, hitting the mining camp, hitting the lumber camp, and also hitting the town center, allowing Joe to get everything empowered up. Joe now moving over onto the side here. He's looking to drop his own dock here to get some of this fish. He will see a very rude dock from Eric and potential for shenanigans to be afoot here. Let's check out some relics on the map. Show you the map. We've got General Malagius chilling over here, protecting Harmonia's necklace. Town centers with back gold mines as well. Up onto this side as well, we have the Feather of Bafang. And finally, over on this side, there is the Little Crow Circle. Oh, and there's also this one over here. So Little Crow Circle making armory upgrades a little bit cheaper for food and gold. Not wood, though. And Anvil for Feistus making armory upgrades cheaper as well. So you can get... like... Is that 100% off? Surely not. 50% off gold and 50% off food and gold. Wait, is this just not power creep to the max? What's... oh, it's armory weapon. Never mind. Your armory weapon upgrades becoming 50% cheap. I'm stupid. Does that make them free on the gold cost? I wouldn't be surprised if it stacks. It's not the first time Relics have done something funky here. Anyways, fishing ships coming through for both players, and Eric here not yet putting the dock down onto this side. Joe's going for the docks on both sides now a little bit later, but Eric is just going to be enjoying his fish here, and there will need to be somewhat of a fight from Joe as he's going to drop his temple down. Unfortunately, he puts this in a pretty dangerous position. Eric here really should be considering the Ares proposal, especially if you see, if he scouts this temple going up here, which he hasn't seen yet. If he scouts the temple going up there, then you go, fantastic, I can kill that. That's going to be limiting the amount of priests that can get built, and also free damage, and I'm hitting the gold and all the other good stuff. Yep, Joe got one fish on that spot. Eric is getting himself nearly all 8 on this position as well. As Dart now coming through. 9 fish for Joe to currently 14 fish for Eric, and potentially an extra 8 on the backside there. So very, very large advantage for Eric on the fish income. Now the question is going to be, what does Joe do as a reaction to this? He hasn't gone bust. If he goes bust, he can make Sphinx to try and take down these docks. If he goes, or if he goes for a fast heroic, he could potentially try and do some sort of scarab shenanigans to take out those docks. As Athena, unfortunately no Ares shenanigans from Eric. Athena coming in from him. And Dart is almost through, as Joe could opt for a talent center. The hard part here for Ra is, how do you deal with the fast fortress from Hades? Hades has got this curse. He's got restoration. Basically impossible to deny a fortress getting rushed up and then sentinels. So what's the game plan here? Cabinets. Going for a little bit of cabinet shenanigans on the top side, actually, to push off these fishing positions and try and take them back for himself. The question is, will Eric even want to fight this, or does he just go, fantastic, invest, and then I'll take you out with Skylar later or something? As these positions get claimed back, we will see a Juggernaut from Eric as a bit of a response for the time being. Now into the main base, we do have the monument to the villagers, but unfortunately not hitting this back dock. That really hurts, because this is the whole reason, I think, for Ra here. I'm pretty sure he could hit the mining camp and the lumber camp and this dock if he had it over on this side. And the whole reason for Ra is you get to get a free empowerment on your dock, which means this is not just 8 fish, it's 8 fish plus the 15% drop-off boost from empowering the monument. 15%? I think it's 15%. Anyways. Juggernaut taken out. Still pressure coming in, and we will see a Sobek pre-queued from Joe as he's making a handful of Axemen just to play a little bit of defense at the moment. He picks off the units, coming back up. And of course, Aphrodite will come through, and then Skylar are going to be in. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Eric just drop 5-ish villagers on the temple here.
Into you.
So War Barge to take out another Trireme. Like, Joe is Joe is getting a lot of value here with his boats. He is winning these. He's winning these trades really, really nicely. Sends the ramming galley in, another ramming galley to come through. There is obviously the dock though shooting. That's going to be a bit of a pain. Still no Sobek in from Joe though, as Eric is going to, I imagine, gear up for that fortress in the middle of the map. He has to be thinking it. In fact, I think maybe Joe needs to go for Sekhmet here over Sekhmet. Sorry, Sekhmet. Sekhmet over Sekhmet. Sekhmet over Sobek. So that he has access to the Scarab, so he can take down the middle and be okay here. Unless the deadly slingers slowly starting to come through. Priest also on the way. Sobek now coming in. Units chilling out into the center of the map. Of course, Aphrodite is in, which means all these units that he's, all the small amount of units he's built can just get cursed. And it's a perfect opportunity to just grab and fortress and sentinels, and then you are in a difficult spot. And here comes the fortress. There's no real surprises here. I mean, you could Shifting Sands onto this, actually. Shifting Sands onto this with the villagers and get Skin of the Rhino. He's queuing it up. He doesn't have it in just yet. There is going to be a potential... There is going to be a potential restoration here as well. As the villagers pulling back. Priest trying to take out the Nemean Lions. Villagers just doing what they can over here. Because there's no Skin of the Rhino, that hurts. But there will be a Locust momentarily here. And that's going to have to be a restoration to defend this, as now the Pharaoh comes through to deal with the Nemean Lion. The Patsukas pops in. There goes the restoration. Loses 2 villagers, as these villagers are going to be pulling back. Skin of the Rhino not in just yet. I'm not sure Joe has enough stuff here to deal with all of this, as the fortress is at 30 seconds remaining. And this might be a quick victory here for Eric, as Eric's going to win this fight up the top. He's got the Skylar in there. Up onto this side as well. Fishing ships getting pulled back. And a rain now coming down from Joe. He forgot about it. It does boost up his fishing ship gather rate to 1 here a second, which is quite a big boost. The fortress has been finished. And Eric has his position set up, and it's going to be a tough one for Joe to bring back in this position now. Docks over here dealt with. Docks over here. I mean, he might be able to kill off the Scala. He's got the fishing ships, or the docks, dealing pretty good damage actually onto the Scala, so probably going to be able to defend that. But the main base now under siege. Over onto this side, villagers getting into the action, as the Axemen will come over and start dealing with those. And of course, Eric will build a couple of Toxotes here, but mainly he just needs to get myth units in. If he gets some extra Nemean Lions, some Minotaurs, then I think the game is just out of reach for Joe. Axemen are going to fall. Pharaoh on the back. Keeps the Nemean Lion from getting in here, but too little too late. Pharaoh going to get taken down. Nemean Lion still just baiting the Pharaoh. Pharaoh goes down. Villagers could get brought over to fight some more, but I mean, at this stage, he's going to lose all of the villagers, and he will be losing the game at this moment. I mean, I honestly, like... I think this idea from Joe was quite good. But why go Heroic Age then? Stay Classical Age, build more units, hide them or something, allow the fortress to get halfway completed, then Shifting Sands in with your villagers and just kill all of Eric's stuff here. Like, he knows that this is coming in. That was the cheese. That was the idea, was I'm going to play right. I'm going to use Skin of the Rhino. I'm going to kill the fortress as it comes up. But unfortunately, does not work out for him. Eric gets the dub. And Now we've got ourselves a game here, a series here. It's 1-1. It's 1-1 here. Both players can shake off the jitters, so to speak, of what the tournament does manage. Our next map is going to be on Gorge now. I do think that this idea makes some sense from Joe, though. He should go to the center of the map first so that he can grab the fishing spots, because there's nothing wrong with that. Come in, drop the dock, share the side, and the same on the other side. Nice and early. Maybe even jump onto gold straight away with the first 2 villages. Get yourself an early extra 50 gold. Could be an idea. Maybe not that important, but staying in the classical age seems like the secret here to some degree. All right, guys, I need to have a very, very quick break before we jump into the next game. Don't you guys go nowhere. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. All right, guys, thanks for bearing with me. We are back and we are ready for game number 3 here, as the next map is going to be on Gorge. Gorgeous Gorge. And it is going to be a matchup that I haven't seen yet. We've got Tezcatlipoca from Eric, and Joe is playing as Noir. The Aztecs, these are the gods that are the most new. They're the gods that have probably got the most hidden elements inside of them. And I mean no puns when I say that, because they've got things like stealth and traps and all of that other stuff. But what I'm actually talking about is, strategically speaking, there's a lot of stuff going on here for these Aztecs. They're incredibly complicated civ with a lot of different things you can do. The question is going to be, what is Eric's plan? Tezcatlipoca is a myth unit, sort of centered god Lots and lots of fun to spam those myth units. Enjoy the extra myth units that spawn from the obsidian shards. So, well, we'll see exactly what his plan is going to be. On the other side, there is Noir, and I've got to imagine, well, if there's one thing that Joe wants to do, and he had success with it in the first game, it's take this game as long as he possibly can versus Eric. Let's jump in to Gorge and check out what's going to happen for game number 3. Right, ladies and gentlemen, into Gorge we go. In the right-hand corner, we've got the Tezcatlipoca for Eric. In the left-hand corner, we've got Joe playing as Noir. Gorge, you guys might ask, I haven't seen this map before. Well, most of you probably have because you watch Pandora's Box too, right? Most recent S-tier tournament for Age Mythology did feature this map. It's back for Gameathlon. It's also in Age of Empires 4, so if you guys are Age of Empires 4 competitive fans, you will be very, very familiar with it. The big feature here is a short distance between both players' bases. Town centers in the top and in the bottom of the map, very far away. And a small amount of... A small amount of what? A small amount of hunt in the main base. Let's talk Tezcatlipoca. You guys might not know what he does. He's got a god power. It's called Obsidian Mirror. Doesn't do a lot for the first cast, but it steals your opponent's god power. In this case, clay peasants. So both players spawn in with clay peasants here. Now, you cannot sacrifice the clay peasants to the gods. Doesn't work. But unlike Noir, the fast heroic from Tezcatlipoca is really, really strong. And what comes with the fast heroic is a stronger usage of creation. So, way back when the Aztecs came out, I theory crafted that one of the best strats to do with Tezcatlipoca would be a fast heroic, dropping the creation down, doing some sort of either myth unit all in or jumping straight for those Jaguar riders. Normally a Mythic Age unlock for the Aztecs, but come in a little bit earlier for Tezcatlipoca. We're going to be seeing Haltu coming through for Joe. Not really surprised to see that. He's gone for a fairly quick advance time. He's probably going to go for a town center. And Hui Coyotl. Hue Coyotl for Eric BR. They do come with the laser boys. And Eric is going to be starting to get himself those warrior priests out. Relics. I have Horus here. +4 population. Always nice. A couple onto this side. Blue crystal shard. Some nice relics here. Not sure how well the Joe scouting is gone. He has spotted one, but missed the other one. Tiefling Agantir sword at the top is going to be a really nice relic to be picking up. And after all is said and done, the relic for Joe that he did grab is Scales of Echidna. Can get some cheaper myth units in as the Commission Spy comes in, and he's going to be looking to get some spying in. It's clearly being spotted, though, as he is not stealth. We're just going to see a little bit of what's going on as the Wafu moves up to the top. And I imagine we're also going to be seeing immediately here Town Center and Creation. Both players are actually dropping their creation at the same time. And it's up onto this side. Eric says, I'll take this. They start eating himself the deers. I'm a little surprised on this. I don't know what the point is. He wants a faster heroic age, I guess. Just a little confused. But both players dropping it at the same time. We see the Cheongchi coming through. Manages to fly in here. Sees some villagers going to be landing. Up, trying to land as the villagers are going to attempt to bail away from here as the warrior priests on the way back. Unfortunately for the Tiger, he is not going to have a amazing time getting away from here because those warrior priests come stock with ballistics. Now, in hindsight, they probably shouldn't come stock with ballistics. Certain, they probably should have to research ballistics. Wouldn't you say? Developer? Tiger Cam just gets absolutely annihilated. Poor Tiger Cam there. Eric going to be making his way across the map. We see the earth wall up. Back gold mine. Back food. Some civs have to pay for ballistics, other civs don't. I am detecting favoritism here. Alrighty. But the warrior priests just poking their head up here. I think that Joe just wants to get a fast heroic off here himself, off of 2 TCs. But this does give Eric the opportunity to go Koyol Zhaokui and make something happen straight away. The problem is, what's he going to raid? What's he going to attack? What's he going to go for? There's not a whole lot here. What's the favoritism? Oh, some civs have to buy ballistics, other civs don't. Unless I'm wrong about that. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. It's fine. Apparently I'm wrong about that. I swear my goatee were missing, and then I bought thing, but anyways. Let's continue along. Let's drop it because I'm wrong apparently, and that's fine. Dow Swordsman slightly coming out from Joe. Machine Workshop as well. No fast heroic actually at the moment. Might be the more correct play on the side of Joe, because if he can just make himself a really strong army here, then no all-in is going to be that scary. We're actually going to see Joe looking to be a little bit aggressive with this. If he comes up onto this spot, maybe he can beat the warrior priest here with those now Dow Swordsmen. The Great Temple will get dropped in here as Joe is in to say, no. You have to fight me here, good sir. And these Dow Swordsmen, they are strong. An amazing timing from Eric. From Joe. He does need to actually focus this though. He's not focus firing down the warrior priests. As more Dow are going to start making their way across the map to have the laser turret on the bottom there, taking a little bit of damage. But this is all about delaying Eric as much as he possibly can here. But unfortunately, for Joe, he just doesn't have enough stuff. And he could have had enough stuff. He's got 1,000 food in the bank. And this made a lot of sense. But the macro is just not on point here from Joe. Not on point at all. As now, Great Temple will be in. And Eric is going to be going straight for Tepo Natsli drums. Straight for Levy Great Temple soldiers. Straight for Heavy Great Temple soldiers. And straight for Tepe Yodel. I can't even say this. Tepe Yolotl's reach. Giving 15% bonus damage to the Jaguar riders. So clearly, all Eric wants is a lot of Jaguar riders. Joe, on the other side, he's going to attempt to make Halberdier. He's got a lot of food for it, placed down a whole bunch of extra buildings, and he might be okay here to hold the initial issues. Warrior Priest beat Doubt. Yeah, these guys, they're in the heroic age. So they got the extra boost from the heroic age, and they have some pretty high base stats as well. Really, really strong hero unit. There's the Warrior Priest just moving forward, checking out what's happening. See those units there. And the Heavy Jaguar Rider now in. Now looking scary. Now looking for villagers to kill. Whoop. I don't know what that was, but the Jaguar Rider does get one Vill pick into the main base here. There goes the Lullaby. But Lullaby plus Starfall just wakes the units up. Not exactly sure what that's about, as Eric will continue to charge forward here. Gormang is almost in. Watchtower's not through just yet. Will turn around and may be able to take a fight, but it's not looking like he's quite got the stuff here. Now he turns underneath the town center. Watchtower's no resources where that's concerned, as the Pioneers to pull back ever so slightly. Now into the main base comes the Forest Protection. And you have to remember, any amount of units, even if he picks off a whole bunch of stuff, even if Eric picks off a whole bunch of stuff here, Joe is on 2 TCs. He does have a gold mine back here. A ballet is coming through. And I don't know if Eric is going to find the damage here. These villagers on this food are going to be obviously open for the pickings, as the random Halberdier will get sniped there, as the ballet on the top. Oh, not sure why he's running. Just finished the... I think he was scared that the Jaguar Riders would jump in onto them, but the Jaguar Riders can't jump past a wall. You'd think they'd be able to, but they can't. Imperial Academy coming up over onto this side. As the villagers trying to sneak over onto this position. Very dangerous from Joe, but he will manage to get there. Meanwhile, more Halberdiers queuing through. Joe could do with either just building some more military buildings or getting himself... He just needs a little bit more defense here. He needs towers and just more stuff, I guess. There's one. Sits in the middle. Does end up dying. To the top now. The Jaguar Riders going to be attempting to get in onto this spot. Break the earth wall down. And all of a sudden, all of the economy is exposed here. Joe making his way up to the top. Does have some units, but he is very far behind on military. Over here, Jaguar Riders spotting the villagers. They're going to pull back behind here. Main base can also look to get raided, but I mean, I don't understand why Joe's not building more military buildings. Now, there we go. Now he drops them. Because I think, surely, once Joe gets to heavy infantry, the Halberdiers will be beating these Jaguar Riders. Now, what Eric needs to do is just get some Sean 1 in. Mix in some Sean 1. He's already got the upgrades for them. In his Great Temple, he's already got heavy Sean 1, and they will annihilate. Because now the White Horse Cavalry will look for their own little raids. Villagers over here, villagers over here. You got to have to remember that Eric is behind on villager count. Eric's spidey senses are tingling as the White Horse Cav coming through, hitting this. The Kuafu getting taken down over here as they get pulled back, but the army comes through. Halberdiers getting some good damage done. Both players losing a lot of villagers on that fight, but that does favor Joe here. Losing 2 Kwafu, no problems if he picks a bunch of villagers off. It's 1 town center versus 2 town center. Gets the middle, comes in, gets some stuns. Might be able to pick off a White Horse Cav over onto this side. Halberdiers getting some good damage done. Great control there from Eric. You do have to be somewhat careful with these fights, though. If you're Joe, he needs to get to full population. That's it. White Horse Cav plus Halberdier. Now we see the Sean ones. And how do you deal with that? How do you deal with that if you're Joe? Joe dealing with those Jaguar Riders nicely on one side, pulling up to the top, trying to get the other ones as well. There's now the Halberdier coming through. We do see one Obsidian Shard coming in. That's going to be kind of big as all the units dying from Joe. He's taken the fight too soon. And Eric continuing his aggressive ways, though his Jaguar Rider attacking a wall here at the moment, trying to open this position up a little bit. Continuing to charge through. No amount of defense is going to help him here. And Joe just needs food. He's got all the wood and gold in the world, but just no food. As this pressure from Eric is just going to continue to mount. Gets himself the Obsidian Butterfly as well to boot for even more pain. Main base, there are some goats here he can be eating. Town center going down. The Atonton Smasher is in. One to the top. Villagers getting picked off over here as the Jaguar Riders just taking villagers out left, right, and center. We're just trying to keep the town center alive. Not able to do so. I mean, militarily speaking, it's just overwhelmingly Eric BR's advantage. He is still behind on villager count, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. So the top ballet, more heavy Jaguars coming through, Obsidian Butterflies coming through. And now Joe is behind on villager count. He's got no gold. Halberdiers are at least finally starting to trickle in. But this is definitely advantage Eric. Eric up a lot of military. And I think this all just comes down to Joe actually trying to force a fight. He didn't have to. Sit back, play defense. You're in front on villagers. Play defense, get full pop, get full upgrades. I mean, armory upgrade wise, he is not. I mean, does Eric even have a single upgrade? He's got a little bit. Because now all the units here will end up going down. Joe just keeps getting caught out, keeps losing units left, right, and center. And now Eric should probably just think about dropping his own town center. He's done so much damage. And no gold income for the moment for Joe. He's got 107 favor. What can he build? Gold costing units and food costing units, both of which he doesn't have. And up to the top. Villagers just dying left, right, and center. This is not looking good for Joe. What else can he do? A couple of good kills off over here with the Halberdier. I don't know. Main base can also get taken out here as well. The Atonton Smashers are in. And they are ready to smash. There's 5 of them ready to smash. Kills off the tower first, but that town center is going to be falling very, very quickly. Joe will make a run up to the top. He's getting some gold now at the very least. He's also getting food over on the left side. There's the Halberdier coming back in yet again. But it's 6k military versus 800. Joe can't take a fight here. And there he goes. He taps out. And Eric manages to win this game, getting himself up on the scoreboard. 1 win away. 1 win away here, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like Joe had this. He had a really safe back gold mine. He had no reason to go for anything other than sit back, sit under the ballet, and wait. But he forced the fight in the middle. And even in this fight in the middle that he did end up losing, I think he could have won that with maybe some better control. Alternatively, the play that I think I wanted to see was Joe staying classical age. Stay classical age, get walls up, get halberdier going. You've got fire archers if need be, take out Sean ones. Stay classical age for a much longer time. Farms up, get that transition happening. Then heroic age is fine. But a well-played game from Eric. We'll jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. See if Joe can keep his dreams alive or if Eric is going to be able to go on to the next round. Alrighty, let's check out what we've got going on for the next one. It is going to be step, I think. And it looks like it's going to be a Huitzilopochtli versus Amaterasu game on step. So Eric will continue his Aztec ways, but Joe is on one of his priority picks right now. And this one's going to be very, very interesting, I think. I don't have a URL. Is there not one? Where's my URL, guys? If I was a URL, where would I be? Am I missing it? Nope. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to try and figure out what's going on. I don't know. I don't know where the game is. I don't know where the game is. Do not have the URL. Unless they're both AFK. Ugh. Are they in game? I can't even tell. I can't see it anywhere. Maybe it'll show up once the time is run out. Oh. Okay, they haven't started. No worries. I found it. Stop worrying. I was worried for a second. I don't like. I've been stung one too many times. All right. So, Witsla Amaterasu for this next matchup. I don't think I've played this matchup yet. I don't think I've played it. I think you go for... What do you go for? You probably have to go for Minakata Tomi as the Amaterasu. If you go for the Kamaitachi, you probably end up just losing them because the Warrior Priests are too quick. Unlike the Herso, which is the same speed as the Kamaitachi, the Warrior Priest is just a menace of a unit. Very, very strong unit. So that takes Amano Uzume off the table. You have to go Minakata Tomi. You play defensive. Of course, Herso is slower. Funny. Honest and random off question. Do Aussies care about football in the World Cup? Some of them do. I mean, I care about the Age of Mythology World Cup. I'm Australian. Does that count? I care about Gameathlon. That's right. I think if you talk about what Australia's like priorities are for sport, it's rugby, swimming, cricket, and then football, soccer. Oh, we have AFL actually before that. AFL, so Australian football. And then it's probably soccer, basketball. Football, soccer, basketball. That'd be my guess. Did I say swimming? Swimming is like way up there. It's like, for some reason, Australia just really cares about swimming. Alrighty. So, surfing and bodyboarding, not really. I mean, it's somewhat popular. I am coming to Europe. Yes, I'm going to be in Europe. I have my plane ticket booked. I am going to be in Europe. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game number 4. Spawning in the right-hand corner of the map. No, we have to get into the thing. Let's jump in to step. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the right-hand corner, Eric on his second go of the Aztecs. On the left-hand corner of the map, Joe playing as Amaterasu. It's 2-1 right now. It's a best of 5, first to 3. We finish when one player gets to 3 wins. Eric is 1 win away from his ticket to the main event. Well, not the main event, the online playoffs. So we'll see how this game's going to go, but Eric is doing yet again a little bit of a funky build order. He's sharing both of his cow pulleys with straggler trees, which will help him get himself the livestock pen. I doubt he goes for full livestock shenanigans. Not livestock, full cow pulley extensions. For those who don't understand how the cow pulley works, let me explain it to you right here, right now. So, livestock pen increases the drop-off by 15%. Increases. You also are getting yourself a turkey for every 500 resources deposited into it. Whether that be wood or gold, it doesn't matter. You're still going to be getting the turkeys in. Craft Workshop. I can't exactly remember what the Craft Workshop does, but it's also a 15% boost on gold. Oh, Craft Workshop is whenever you drop any other resources into the Craft Workshop, you get 1 or 2 gold per drop-off. I can't remember exactly how much it is. And then finally, the Wood Galpooly is 15% boost of drop-off, as well as a tower and garrisoning abilities. So 5 garrison into a tower, and the tower also shoots. Of course, Amaterasu has himself the shrine here. For Amaterasu, one of the unique bonuses is that you're actually able to increase the resources inside of a resource node. So at the moment, the gold is increasing above 3,000. The boar is increasing above 400. And being able to share both of those and getting all that boost early is a very nice boost. In fact, you could argue, like, if this guy gets to... If you had the shrine placed on top of 4 boars early game, that could very quickly be better than Great Hunt. All right, we are going to be seeing the Minakata Tommy, so I'm not surprised to see that here. And Eric here is going to be going for Malinel Jochitl. Malinel Jochitl. There you go. I call him Melina, but, you know, I'm hipster like that. Up onto this side, Warrior Priest coming through. We'll see the relics getting grabbed. Text of Imhotep over here gets picked up. Onto the bottom side, there is the Black Lotus getting grabbed. Unfortunately, Joe gets told no today. Over onto this side, Joe grabs Tusk of the Iron Boar. Nice pickup for him there. And after all is said and done, the victors of the relic hunts ends up being Eric. He gets Dwarven Horseshoes. Oh, there was Dwarven Horseshoes as well. The double cavalry route. As we will see a War Hut coming down from Eric. And this is actually, I have played the Aztecs versus Japan before. I played it once. And I went for a classical fight because I thought, you know what? I can build Spearman and I can build Archer, and he has got no answer to those units. What's he going to build versus Spearman Archer? Like, actually, what's he going to build versus Spearman Archer? I was thinking this non-stop. And then I go, he's not going to build anything. He can't beat it. He can build Cav. He can build his own Archer. He can build Samurai. Of course, there are some other sort of alternate options, like some creative options like myth units that will be able to help you break through the comp. But the base here of Tequila Archer and Spearman is really, really strong versus Japan. But Eric's got to be careful. He can't overcommit to this, because if he does, then Joe will take good fights. He's going to get himself the Bushido in, and he's going to be able to very much keep himself in a good position. Meanwhile, Infested... Okay, I don't like this play from Eric in the slightest here. He drops the Infested Lair forward. Could have just put it in the main base. It's not a problem. Main base, and then the Scorpion moves forward nice and safe. Now, if Eric does end up losing a fight here, he's going to lose the Infested Lair and all of those Scorpions. There's a little fight to come through. Samurai get a couple of smacks off. Scorpion over here take a little bit of damage as the one Yudo. You go after the Infested Lair there. Gets one shot before getting scared away. It's the Tequila Archers trying to snipe units. But here's the thing, like, you need a ball of Tequila Archers. As the one Yudo gets sniped, that's not ideal there for Joe. You need a ball of Tequila Archers before you start dealing with those Samurai. Villagers moving very far forward as well. He could drag the boars back. This isn't an issue. Just eat the boars back over onto this position. We're not going to see... It looks like we're not going to see anything in the way of like cavalry at the moment, as Eric scoots back. Just losing a couple of units there to the Yumi archers, but the spammage from Eric seems to be off the charts. He's got so many more units out than Joe at the moment, but a lot of this, I guess a lot of this is in the large scorpions. So Joe is enjoying the food in his main base. We just still stable over onto this side as some return fire coming in. Picking off the wolves is Tenali, as well as Joe tries to move forward, but the control from Eric, very nice. The advantage here for Joe, however, is inside of the Yumi archers. The range, 18 range, does make it hard for Eric to really engage. But once the Tequila archers get in and get damaged and start getting damaged, they do out DPS those Yumi archers. Nice control here from Joe. Oh, he's going to drop a Bushi there as the Naginata rider comes through. Very spicy positions here. Is the temple going to continue to get taken down? I wish this temple was placed safe and there was just a wall here. Like, it's not that big of a deal. You don't have to put the temple to block your base in. Just build a wall. It's fine. So the Naginata riders are going to be threatening. There is also access to Solar Shield. There's also access to raids now as well. If Joe wants to just leave this with those Naginata riders, he can. He is getting slowly Bushido for tier 2 Bushido, as the Wings of the South is going to be pre-queued for Eric. He's got a sacrifice or something like that. Gives him an extra 10% movement speed on all of those War Hut units. I am surprised to see no attempt here from Joe to raid. He's not got a Kitsune out. He's not got anything there just yet to really help him out, as the Naginata riders getting that damage done. Good retreat, good pullback micro from Eric, as this is just a continuous back and forth of tiny little bits of damage, but the next tier of Bushido does come in. Joe says, all right, maybe it's time to take the fight now. He's got to be careful, though, because those large scorpions are insanely powerful. He does see that, though, as he's pulling his units back, trying to get the damage done with his own army there as the Solar Shield comes down. We do have, on the flip side there, though, Blood Pact to come through, and Joe says, all right, I'll get out of here for the time being. Don't want to deal with that just yet. As Eric is just happily taking out wolves as well, but units are getting sniped. Joe's control here is, as to be expected, very, very high level. Now the Tequila archers coming around on this side, they might be able to hit the gold mine. And the numbers are starting to creep up here. Joe, on the other hand, has a lot of resources in the back. Not much gold. He's going to grab himself watchtowers. That's probably what he needs to do here. He gets watchtowers, and now he can look for raids with the Naginata riders. Alternatively as well, given the way that this game is going, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just get an extra 2 or 3 Miko out just to get those heals off, as the Naginata riders will be leaving. Did Eric spot this is the question. He will pull a couple of spearmen off the line. No, he won't. Tries to spot. He does see that the Naginata riders are potentially not in that main base, but here's the thing. Joe doesn't even need to do damage here. He just needs to pull the Tlalmani Spearman away and make the pressure subside so he can get to the Heroic Age. Because when he gets to the Heroic Age, he gets Raijin, and that's going to be a big amount of damage where that's concerned, as the Naginata riders coming through. Eric does spot this now, and he's on patrol, actually. Main base is going to be the point of attack, as Archer's going to go down. Little bits of raids into the main base. Picks off the unit, and he says, all right, I don't need to do anything here. We just need to create chaos and prevent any sort of pressure from coming in. More units to come through. So much. How do you get to the Heroic Age at 800 resource and still have 1,200 food in the bank? On the back now, Hunter's strength to come through for Joe. Some armory upgrades. This big God Power spike is coming, though, from Eric as well. Both players are going to have a really big God Power spike to move forward. The big question is, what's the plan from Joe? Does he just go for it right away? Does he keep sitting back? No problems? Because if he waits, then Qualifiers, I can't remember what this is. Someone told me the other day and I can't remember. Qualifiers is coming in, and this is Earth Monster, and it's such a strong God Power. But so too is Thunderburst. Spearman coming up to the top. Joe very quick to react. Pulls back. And now Joe moving forward. As this is spicy. There's a couple of Raiju in. There is the Ayatochli as well. And the army to charge forward. As there goes the Earth Monster. You have to drop the Thunderburst here as well. Both players are going to be taking a very large amount of damage here, but all of those Naginata Riders are going to be dying to the Tlalmani Spearman, right? Huge damage to come in, though, as the army does get spat back out. Is there going to be enough stuff here from Joe is the big question. I think the answer is maybe not. I think he can turn and take the fight, though. Does he not have a huge amount of samurai? No, he's only 5 samurai. I think he can probably manage to make it happen, though. As now he turns, picks off some units. He's going to be back. Joe uses that position there to get onto the next gold mine. There's 2,000 food in the bank for Joe, though. He's got to spend those resources, get some infrastructure down. He's got 3 military buildings. He can sell, I guess. Military buildings up onto this side wouldn't go astray. Naginata Riders are just praying at the moment to find random villages on the map. Eric is not ready to allow those prayers to be answered. Main base still getting walled up. There is an entrance, but it's too dangerous to go through there. There's lots of low HP villages here will get brought back as the Naginata Riders not able to get anything happening there. Now, Shinobi are actually coming in from Joe. And he's going to get a castle up to the top side. Meanwhile, we've got the Miko coming through from Joe as well. Needs that extra favor. Makes sense. He's lost a couple of Miko along the way. Wants to get his heals in as well. Lots of low HP units on this side. But Eric is feeling incredibly comfortable to just wait here. The big problem for Joe coming is the fact that there's an Ayatochli, there's a Blood Pact, and whatever building you think is safe here to protect you, town center, castle, that's going to get taken out. And I mean, honestly, if Joe just macroed, if he just spent his resources, he needs more military buildings now. He's got 2 guardhouses, but if he just spends his resources, great control from Eric. He's restricting Joe incredibly well in this game. But if he just spends his resources and he's up to full pop, he's going to have a great time here. Armory situation looking okay. Heavy upgrades are in now as well from Joe as the Ayatochli sent everyone packing. Naginata Riders have got to be really careful with how they approach this fight, but the Spearman numbers still looking very, very solid here. Eric looks like he is able to hold this fight for the time being. And the Spearman control from Eric, really nice. Not committing, just sitting back, sitting on top of the Tequila archers, allowing his archer ball to get all that damage done. And the Blood Pact comes in. It's actually onto the castle to take that one out. Is there enough stuff here? One Raiju gets onto that back line. Some big damage there. The Heroes trying to take out the Touchley. Is there enough stuff here? I don't think so. I think the castle is done for. Joe still has got nearly 3,000 resources in the bank, though. He's spending it, spamming it into his buildings. He just doesn't have the infrastructure. As the Spearman will take out those Naginata Riders very, very quickly. And Joe here to pull back, but like Eric is winning the fights incredibly well. But he has no, I mean, Joe's just not spending any resources. I don't have any other way to explain it other than that. Villagers probably should just get pulled in and start fighting, I guess. Like he just has to win a fight. But he's not able to do so. So the Raiju comes through. One warrior priest only. And now Joe's got no gold. He's still got plenty of food, but no gold. And the Tequila Archers will move up to the top side as well, searching all the gold mines. Eric is not going to be allowing anything here. He spots those villagers going after them. More units going to come up and make sure that they're going to be falling. We also see the advanced traps coming through from Eric to start locking down the map. And I don't know what else Joe can do at the moment to get through these units here. And it looks like Eric might be going on to the next round. I don't see it from Joe. He's down to 40 pop. He's got no military left. He's trying to micro it up with the Yumi Archers he's got remaining, but Eric's Aztecs have proven to be a very, very strong pick for him at the moment. Villagers idle, and Joe without any hope as he taps out. GG. Well played from Eric, as he will be going on to the next round. Well played to him. Unfortunately for Joe, not able to make it happen. He had the advantage here. He just didn't have the infrastructure to spam units. Like, this long fight that happened in the middle was lost because there wasn't infrastructure from Joe. He just needed the buildings. Like 3 dojos, 3 stables, 3 guardhouses. If they were all out, then this game's probably still going and Joe's probably in an advantageous position, I have to say. That's my read on the situation, but he just didn't have the buildings down. But a really well played game, really well played series, incredibly high level stuff from both players. Very entertaining. Well played to Eric. And we'll see him again next week. We got another series coming for you guys. Don't you go nowhere. Going to have the shortest of breaks before we get that one started. See you guys soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, another game, another you, another me, or the same you and the same me. I don't know which, but we've got Mattress, we've got Avely. They are off to the races already. First game is going to be Amaterasu versus Quetzalcoatl on Blue Lagoon. Let's talk about the draft. Mattress bans out Huitzilopochtli, bans out Susanoo. Two very, very strong picks that he just wants to keep away from his Age of Mythology. And Avely bans out Thor and Loki, two incredible gods for Matrius. Matrius says, no worries, I'll take Amaterasu first up. Avely goes, fantastic, I'll take Tsukiyomi and Odin. Then Matrius takes Isis and Set. Avely goes Uranus, his pride and joy, and Quetzalcoatl. Then Matrius takes himself the Poseidon and Hades. Matrius is known for his Poseidon, so he does manage to play that in this series. And then Avely grabs Tezcatlipoca and Gaia. And then we've got Ra for Matrius to round out his draft. So a very, very spicy series here. Matrius is a player who was incredible at the start of Retold. And obviously amazing in Legacy as well, but incredible at the start of Retold. Top 4 finishes, fairly consistent. But he's yet to have any real success recently. He's definitely fallen down the how do I put it? He's fallen down the AOM stats sort of ELO boards or whatever. But he's still a top 20 player, top 16 player. Or at least he's going to have to prove that today against Avely. Avely, on the other hand, this guy goes all the way back to the beginning of time. He has been a gamer since forever. He's won in Age of Empires 4. He's won in Age of Mythology Vanilla. He's won in Age of Mythology The Titans. Really, really strong player, but he hasn't had that success that I would expect of him in Retold yet either. He played in the Champions League Season 4 qualifiers, couldn't qualify. He played in the Mythic Wars, did get into the lower bracket round 2. And then he also played in Genesis, but did fall to Garneth in that, though in Red Bull Wallaloo, he did make top 16 there, but did drop to Matrius. So there you go, dropped in 4 games to Matrius all the way back in the start of Retold. So a little bit of a grudge match here to some degree. Let's jump in to game number 1 on the map Blue Lagoon and see how it's all going to fare for these two incredible RTS players. Our last series of the Open Qualifier. It's our last game before we jump in to the playoff gauntlet, I like to call it. One last spot. There's 16 players. One last player to fill it all out. Avely, Matrius. In the bottom side of the map, Quetzalcoatl for Avely. In the top side of the map, Amaterasu for Matrius. Who are the players that have qualified so far, you ask? Well, let me walk you through every player we're going to be seeing in the main event. From the Open Qualifiers thus far, B, Eric, Matrius or Avely, Zookt, Garneth, Hell's Ravage, Ulysses, and Izamato. Those are from the Open Qualifiers, and the invited players into the online qualifiers Recon, Mosca, Tunison, Grass, Magic, Soup, and Mini Yeti and El Matador. I thought I miscounted then. So that's going to be 16 players. Well, it's 17 at the moment until Avely or Matrius make their mind up as to what's going to be happening here. Relics on the map. Over onto this side, we do have the Thundercloud Shawl. Damage roll ability to pierce, minus 5%. Up onto the top, we have Dwarven Calipers. Siege and Kinemetsen, minus 20%. Over onto this side, Bone Shards of Miklan to favor. Returned when losing a myth unit. And finally, onto the bottom side, the Ship of Fingernails for food trickle rate plus 0.5. We've got the Amino Uzumet to come through from Matrius at the moment. I am surprised to see this. Like I said in the last game, the problem here is you are just sending your weasels to death. Avely can just get himself Warrior Priest. They move at 5 speed, I think. I think they're 5 speed. And I guess you can send them around with the Kitsune. Maybe that's the way to go. Nonetheless, here comes the Patacatl for Avely. A little bit late. He does have a little bit of problems for him coming in the shape of a Weasel. And Mattress will be sending this one forward, but he's getting 2 and he's getting the Wind Sickles. It is 5 speed, right? I'm not wrong. I am right. 5 speed on the Avely Warrior Priest. And this is just going to donate Tenali. This is just going to donate Tenali to Avely. Avely going to get a little bit of smacks away. Of course, there is going to be a Solar Shield tier, so a little bit of idle time is going to get caused. No, in fact, no, the Weasel just dies. Another Weasel going to be coming in. That one is also not going to have any luck here. In fact, it dies so quick to all these Warrior Priests that... wait, did he get he gets a Bill Pick! Avely disrespected and drops a Villager there. Not the end of the world for Avely, but a very surprising kill on the side of Mattress, who does decide to go straight in to the stables. Now more Warrior Priests are going to be coming out for Avely. There is the Bunny Rabbit as well in the backside. So the Naginata Riders are going to be making their way across the map looking for whatever they can find here. Meanwhile, straight into Tlalmani Spearman for Avely. And the Naginata Riders bringing themselves in. Villagers will pull over into the tower. No problems. Everything just gets garrisoned and he's just like, get out of here. Villagers back to work. These ones as well need to get back to work too. He has forgotten them though. Avely's onto the middle of the map right now. Ready to get a little bit of damage done as the Spearmen come through. A little couple of pokes into the backside of the Mattrius Cavalry as Mattrius is just trying to be as painful to deal with as he possibly can. Oh. Uh-oh. Naginata Rider and the Elephant picked a bit of a fight, and the Elephant won. The Naginata Rider will be able to get back home, will be able to get healed up, and the Tlalmani Spearmen get a little bit distracted in onto this one. I guess in hindsight, the Razorwind Kamitachi might be not really an option for the attacks, for raiding like they normally would be, but more of an option for the actual fights to help deal with these cheap units. Low HP on the Tlalmani Spearmen, low HP on the Tikiwa Archers. We see an Armory coming down for Avely though, so I highly doubt he's going to stay in the Classic Legend, go for some sort of Death Ball. And the villagers over here for Matris will come and grab the chickens. He doesn't want to quite leave his base just yet. He probably should be thinking about doing that because, well, Averley is looking for a heroic age, it looks like. Just a couple of spearmen while defending his forward food. He does have the agave bloom here as well that he can use. Can move back into his main base and eat that if he so chooses. But Matris is going to be very happy to take this fight right now as the Naginata Riders pull around onto the side. Great control from Matris. Villagers, one looks like it will be going down, but I don't know if this is going to be worth it here for Matris because he's just going to lose so many cavalry as the spearmen take those down. The warrior priest going after the Kama-Itachi, those are also going to go down. We've also got the rabbit is up to veterancy tier 2 here, or 3 actually. Tier 2 here. They've got 4 tiers of veterancy for the rabbit, but that's going to be able to pull back, eat up some berries, get back to full HP as Averley back into his main base, trying to hold off on using the agave bloom, but he's going to be eating the chickens. No problems. And there goes the bloom, and he's ready to go. Does he have himself husbandry? Yes, he does. And these guys are getting a lot of food income right now. Does have to be careful because these villagers will want to drop into the town center rather than into his more important Kalpuli. Extra 15% if they drop into the Kalpuli there over the town center. And we'll see how they... I'm actually really interested. What do they do? Some of them will go to the main town center, unfortunate. As more bunny rabbits are coming. Another one is in. There's 3. Yes, bunny rabbits. These things have been quite strong for a little bit now, but they've been like not really part of the go-to game plan for the Aztecs. 5 speed, get stronger as they fight, can eat the berries, live the dream. But we will be seeing Royal Xiaoqui momentarily here for Matrius. He wants that heroic age. And sorry, for Averley, as he wants that heroic age. As Matrius is just looking to spam as many units as he possibly can. Gold mine situation. Gold mine over on the right side. Gold mine in the middle. Gold mine on the left. We'll see how it all goes. A noble's hut on the way now as well from Averley as the Naginata Riders just chilling on the back. It will be the heroic age in. There will be the noble's hut out. And I've got to guess that he goes straight for Eagle Warriors. Like, Spearman Eagle Warrior here seems incredibly strong. Averley does pick up the Bone Shards of Mictlan, which will be really, really nice for him because he's going to get the favor back from those Sensen very quickly. I mean, it's only, I guess he gets 2 favor from 14. Not that much, but still quite nice. As it sits in the middle, coming through, going to pop over onto this side, and we will see an immediate Great Temple coming through from Averley with the safety of his Warrior Priest to build it, but Matrius just pulls back. He could be applying pressure here. He's been spending, but he decides, no, we're going to come back, we're going to think about our actions, and do something a little bit different. Royal Xiaoqui's stone to come through. 30 favor is a lot of favor there for that technology, but it helps get your very powerful Great Temple upgrades in as well. Meanwhile, Matrius is just going to get his fundamentals in, wall up the entirety of the map, make sure he's not going to take too much damage, but the bunny rabbits are coming. Won't care too much about a town center shooting him down here because he can just go and steal or eat farms or whatever. Villager's going to pull over onto this side as now the heroes are coming through. Does he have ballistics? He does have ballistics, so bunny rabbits are going to take some real damage here as they pull away, but If they get away with 81 HP, that is going to be more veterancy for them. And now Eagle Warriors on the way as well is going to be a nice answer to those Bushi, which have been built here. More technologies, Okpakli infusions. We've also got Sensen Witsnahua for the boosted Sitsimiddles as well. The walls are just going to be coming up all across this blue lagoon. Trying to keep Matrius very, very safe here. Hopefully now goes, I'm ready for the attack. He feels somewhat comfortable here. Can definitely take out the wooden wall. Almost gets the villager, but no ballistics in from Avely just yet. Means his arrows are going to be missing. He does have a big god power that he can use if he wants to. Lots of resources in the bank, however, for Avely. I'm not sure what he's waiting for there. As the Razorwind Kamatachi looking to go into the main base while this is all going on. Warrior Priest gets split off, as well as the Sitsimiddle and the Myth units. But this little bit of a distraction causes a lot of issues for Avely. Is Avely going to pull back? He can't get too complacent or too aggressive with those units as the Tengu coming through. That's going to go down very quickly as well. Matt was just throwing away Myth units here. And more importantly, throwing away Tenali, which is favor for Avely. He just needs a little bit more to be able to get his upgrade. He does want to go up for a pretty quick Tlaloc here. Matrius playing full defense at the moment. And to some degree, you don't even need to take a fight here if you're able. You can just keep throwing pot shots with the Eagle Warriors. And you can get to this Mythic Age, and it's totally fine because, well, it's really, really strong power spike. The unit's getting poked to pieces by those Eagle Warriors, and Matrius doesn't really have the answer for them in his army just yet. Avely playing really aggressive now is kind of the worrying fact, but both players are looking to try and get their Mythic Age, and you can see Matrius has got nearly 1,200 gold, he's got 800 food, nearly 1,200 food as well. And look for a bit of a raid off to the side with those Naginata Riders sneaking around the outsides, but I think Matrius won't be finding all too much. In fact, Avely just says, hey, I'm going to come back home, which is fine. Matrius gets the Takamikazuchi off first, however. Kind of surprised to see Takamikazuchi. I think Omaraki and Orkuninushi. Orkuninushi would be a really nice pick here. We'll see if the Takamikazuchi is going to be helpful. It does give Matrius access to some really strong shinobi, which should be able to help him take out the Eagle Warriors. Really strong samurai as well. Mostly the samurai, actually, because the high base HP means they'll be able to tank versus those Eagle Warriors nicely. Meanwhile, behind this, Avely also goes, I'm going to get a big power spike. Let's just take the town center as well. So I have the power spike to just give me extra economy. Not going for a massive attack with it, but I kind of would like to see the attack because he's got Pillar of Tlaloc to just drop onto the castle, but both players are just getting a town center. Basically playing identical here. The Eagle Warriors managed to get almost 3 villager kills with that attack. The watermill here going down. Going to open up this base ever so slightly. Is early 2 TCs not seen anymore? Yeah, we see it quite a lot. It depends on the matchup. But this matchup, both of these gods don't really like doing it, no. Onto the top side here. One Warrior Priest in a Dream. Does have the Kimichin Spy just chilling for the time being there as the army coming forward for Matrius. The best usage of the... Oh, he's going to get him caught out. The best usage of this god power right now will be to get in and use it immediately here. Avely, he's got a spike trap down. He's trying to bait in, but I don't think it's going to be all too good for him. The sword comes down and Avely's army gets erased. Avely's army gets absolutely destroyed. Into this position, the Pillar of Tlalocan is coming in going, well, I don't look very strong at the moment. Not at all. Undodgeable god power. Undodgeable. That being said, Avely's got himself his Quetzalcoatl incarnate out. He's going to have a lot of catching up to do. But he does have his god power working for him. It can hit the talent center. It can hit random units. It can do all that good stuff. The Asura is a pretty decent answer for this Pillar of Tlalocan. He can also drop down the, what's it called? This thing here as well if he wants, and that can be enough. And it's going to be full Asura in for Matrius right now. As what is Avely going to do? Trying to get out units. He's got everything in queue. But there's, again, like, he did get a big boost from getting all of his economic upgrades. Lots of gold in. He does have to deal with the fact that there's 7 on the Musha, 1 Shogun, 3 Asura, and a whole bunch of archers to boot behind all of that. Matrius pokes his head forward, says, nah, I don't want any of that. He's on 3 TCs. He can probably even just come take this town center. There's no need to force anything here. There is no need to force anything here. Mr. Quetzalcoatl incarnate will be a nice answer to everything. He's got 2 Son of Osiris in here. There goes the Solar Shield. He is forcing it. It's seemingly working as the Incarnate does go down. And there goes the sacrifice from the castle. But I think that there is just too much stuff here. Another Incarnate to try and take out those Asura and everything else over here. And it looks like Avely does actually manage to hold. Funnily enough, the double Great Temple seems to be too much. The double Great Temple does manage to hold. And the game does manage to continue along. But I don't think that Matrius needed to do that is the point. Like, couldn't he just move here, castle, grab town center? But anyways, Avely now, he's going to be able to start making himself those Jaguar Riders. He's going to be able to get himself Champion Great Temple Soldiers, 4 Jars, Heavy Noble's Hut. There's also the Sacrifice going up 15%. I was about to try and read that, realized I couldn't, bailed. Well, I mean, after all is said and done, the Divine Slash has given something, that crazy value Divine Slash has given something tangible to Matrius. A really big advantage here. But he did just throw a big amount of it away on that attack. The tangible advantage is this castle getting finished. Of which Avely needs to get over there and do something with. He gets his gold mine. He needs to move over here. He needs to get this position, this town center, sorted really, really fast here. He still has himself a big... He has Tailwind. He probably could have dodged the... He could have dodged the Divine Slash with Tailwind. What the hell? Oh well. Champion Jaguar Riders are going to be the unit here. Not a single Yati Spearman in. If Avely can sneak his way up to 192 pop, and there's not... the Yati are coming through. How many Matrius guardhouses are there? There's 3. So he should be somewhat okay to deal with all this. Well, Matrius back up to the top. A little bit of damage to come in. Trying to snipe these Deuterinos. Pulling back for the time being as the Oyumi will clean some stuff up. Town Center over here going down. We do see a champion Jaguar Rider going down. Avely has managed to get himself up to pop. But can he win a fight now is the big question. It's mainly Eagle Warrior in his army. He does have some Jaguar Riders, but mainly Eagle Warrior. Kinemetsun will come through. Does he have the relic for them? No. Does he have the relic for them? No. There it is. That's the relic for them. Just sitting there. Just fine. Onto this side. One champion. Jaguar Rider. Getting a little bit of damage done. I mean, it does a lot of damage, but the castle will finish off. And the game continues along as the feasts of sustenance to come through for Avely to boost up his economy a little bit more. They're going to try and take this position out. Throwing those boulders forward. We do see a new fire ceremony. Probably the idea is a big sacrifice, and that's exactly what Avely is going for. What's the sacrifice for, though? Pillar of Tlalocan number 2? It has to be. That's a gigantic... He needs it to break through this position. And I think he just goes for it. Like, this makes sense. He's got 500 favor. What the favor? Pillar of Tlalocan comes in. He can drop another one of these. If he could drop a Starfall if he wants to. The army charging forward. Is there enough stuff here for Avely? Is the big question. I think the answer is yes for the moment, as that front line does melt. Got to be careful with those Kinemetsun, though, versus all these guys, as the army of Matrius will pull back, but it's 55 villages to 94 after that sacrifice. He's back up to 3. He can go for another Pillar of Tlalocan in 4 minutes. Are you kidding me? How much favor do you want? Town center for Matrius going to be going down over here. I am a little shook on the amount of favor he was able to get from that new fire ceremony. I knew it was a lot. I knew the idea was new fire ceremony for a secondary god power cast, but I kind of thought you would get like, I don't know, 200 favor-ish from it. Not 600. 700. He's at the 3. He just dropped the god power. He's back up to 355. Okay, he is down 30 villages. That's a big deal. Naturally, he's going to be able to re-macro up an army, but Avely is just going to be able to take his town center back, and by the time this army is back up to speed here, there's just going to be another Pillar of Tlalocan to get dropped down. Avely as well, I love this. He's got this Kalpuli livestock pen, and he's just queued it onto the temple, so he's getting Feast of Sustenance on repeat here. So every minute or so, he's getting an extra 15% bonus economy. As the villagers into the corner of the map, they're going down from the Eagle Warrior Ball. And here come more Jaguar Riders, more upgrades. Units coming over onto this side as Well, this is really good for Matrius, though. The villager numbers for Avely are very, very low. He has to be careful against that Pillar of Tlalucan as the villagers pull off the gold. Gonna move on to this backside. And Matrius has to pull back himself. Eagle Warriors coming up onto this side, looking for villagers to kill. So many. Charging in here. Try and take out the Oyumi, not able to do so. But here's 48 seconds from another Pillar of Tlalucan. And guess what? Where do you drop it? Here or here? I think you drop it on this one. And he probably doesn't know that that's still there. But he's probably... He can basically get a gold star out of this next cast. If he likes. He's still got his classical age god power, by the way. Kinemetsun gonna slowly start chunking down the castle. And Matrius has to take a fight, but he's only now just got back up to pop. It's been 4 minutes. He's only now back up to pop. And Pillar of Tlalucan, the second. Sorry, excuse me. The third is now open for usage. Onto the top, the champion Jaguar Riders searching for something to kill off here. I don't think this right side of the map matters in the slightest. There's another Pillar of Tlalucan getting dropped down, and you got to just run. He's going to try and take out the pillar. He might actually be able to, though. The Asura Overlords, an answer. 350 favor down the drain there. Big move from Matrius. He says, I see your god power, Spammage. I show you what myth units are. It's what I'm talking about. Why spam god powers when you can just make myth units? Of course, Avely could have been making the incredibly powerful rat boys. Right here, these guys. If he wanted to. Now he has to deal with those Asura Overlords. These warrior priests are looking incredibly tiny after all is said and done. The Jaguar Riders coming through. There goes, nearly on 0 HP. The Asura Overlord does get hit with the Solar Shield. Back in, though, onto this Pillar of Tlalucan. I don't think that Matrius can make this next push work. He's taken down one. Can he take out another one? Is the big question. I think the answer might be no. These guys champion. I find this hard to tell. But okay. They're not gold. Where's my gold champion Jaguar Riders? These guys have gold on them. Not a lot, but where's the gold? Is it just me? What's on this side? Oh. Anyways, there's 150 favor in the bank now for Avely as he's still playing a game of God Power Simulator. And this castle will get taken down. The good thing here for Avely is he got this gold mine, and this one under his power. But so too does Matrius have 3 gold mines to play with. Nope, 2 gold mines left to play with. We'll see the markets up as the Pocahontas caravans coming through. Pocahontas. I think it's fine. And onto this side, the Naginata Riders coming back in, ready to take the fight, and Avely will pull back ever so slightly. But Avely definitely needs Yati Spearman. He's got himself the Takamikazuchi for it. Take a look at this upgrade that he has. He hasn't researched any of them. He needs those upgrades because that's going to... It's just such... There's 2 of them, right? Sumo training and the dojo one. Or whatever. Soul Jutsu, right? Soul Jutsu. I think. Is it? Am I right? I've been right before. I've been wrong before as well. But not that one. Yes! I remember things. Well. Quick little check on this. Avely. Is he just spamming villagers into the temple? I think he is. Titan Age now coming through, though, from Avely. Can Matrius do the same? Upgrades coming through. Units charge over onto the side. Going to break down the Avely Stone Gate. And here castles going up. As the Tailwind does get dropped. And Avely will say, all right, I'll take this fight. He's got plenty of Jagger Riders, lots of resources in the bank. He really should be targeting down the Yati Spearman there, though, with the Eagle Warriors. He does manage to win the fight, as the corner of the map, however, is getting overrun by Naginata Riders. Meanwhile, Heavy Oyumi going down. Villagers on the right side going down as well. Of course, Avely needs to deal with this at some point here. Well, we will see how it all goes as the unit's getting picked off over here. A couple more Yati Spearman coming in, but I mean, he's still missing himself Soujutsu. He did get sumo training, but Matrius is a little short on the favor here for the moment. 243 pop to 235, you might ask. How does Avely have bonus pop here? It's from this technology called 4 jars that comes from Tlaloc, which is basically castles can just get spammed. Every castle that gets built is an extra population that you get from Tlaloc. There goes the Titan Gate for Avely, right in onto this position, right behind all of the castles. As the Heavy Oyumi, though, might be able to spot this. Does he see it? No. It's a little bit scary. Tengu coming through somewhere. I'm not sure what he's searching for, but he might be able to spot the Titan Gate and spot the Titan Gate. He does not. No, he doesn't spot it. Still doesn't know that it's in here. It's such a risky place for this Titan Gate, but Avely just wants it up and wants it to be attacking as fast as he possibly can. The Yati Spearman taking down the Kinemetsun over on this side, as, of course, Avely would like to get some more castles down here. Matrius with the garrison coming through. Towers now coming up, as well as the Eagle Warriors pulling away. This Pillar of Tlalocan is just doing, it's done 12,500 HP worth of damage. And you thought that the Divine Slash killed a whole bunch of stuff. How many has he killed? 20? Only 20? Only 20. To the back here, Avely. 2 minutes away from a Titan. Matrius building his own Secrets of the Titan, so he's going to be able to start getting his own Titan Gate out. He has to put it really safe. I'd probably suggest all the way back here. As safe as possible. If he gets spotted, then it's basically game over because the Titan just rushes there and kills it off. Of course, you can deal damage while it's charging in, but still, you're going to lose your own Titan. And actually, while this is all going on, Matrius has no economy here. I don't know where it all went, but he's got no economy, no population out. The military situation for Avely isn't too crash hot either at the moment. But Avely's swapped his caravan route as well, it looks like. Still got a little bit of gold left. I guess it's just there's no trade on the side of Matrius. The Deer caravans grabbing this all up. We do have the Titan Gate getting dropped in the main base of Matrius. And Avely wants to finish this as fast as he possibly can. Can he get a scout in is the big question. Now, the Jaguar Riders, they're searching. This is Avely, he's got to know. This guy is so seasoned, veteran. He understands. He's searching for wherever this might be. And searching, he does find, he does. He could drop a Starfall onto this spot if he wants, but he doesn't need to because his Titan is out and it can just walk straight here and take the Titan. He's got 2 minutes. That is more than enough time. Surely he's going this way. There is no sense in waiting here. No sense in the slightest. He's going after buildings, but I don't understand. Why did he send the Jaguar Riders that way? Villagers over here getting pulled back. And this is going to allow Matrius chances here. Matrius is just going to be able to trade. Titan Gate's at 77 seconds. Like, he has all the time in the world. He could do whatever he wants. Avely! You did it all right! I gotta say, this Titan does look very, very cool. Right now, Hero's doing damage here. What is Avely going for? Titan up to 67%. Onto this side getting dealt with as well. So Titan wanders in here to try and take out the town center. And Matrius Titan is 40 seconds away from completion. And the other issue is, well, Avely's Titan... Well, basically, Avely doesn't have the best heroes to deal with a Titan. He can build himself Warrior Priests, obviously, but in the late game, those aren't on the musha. Like, they're not doing this much damage. Like, how much damage are they doing? Like, have a little quick look. They're doing 11 times 10.5, so 111 or so, or 100, yeah, something like 111. These guys times 6. I think that's more than on the musha, but it's kind of close, I guess. Maybe it's fine. Anyways, Avely Titan's down to 1500 HP. Now the Titans to come in. This is what you guys were wanting to see. Titan on Titan action. But Avely's Titan is basically dead. He does manage to kill off the town center, but for what cost? Avely going to try and pull out. He cops 2 blows from the Titan before even getting anything back in. And the big AoE onto everything there. And what do you do? Pillar of Tlalocan? He's got another one. Warrior Priest Heroes coming through as the next units are on the way. I'm just kind of shook. What's happening over here? Nothing? I'm just kind of shook that Avely didn't just send the Titan straight. Like, he spotted it. Like, sure, you lose probably like, I don't know, 10,000 HP to make it happen, but you gain 30,000, or you gain like 30,000 HP from killing off the Titan. Meanwhile, the Kinemetsu coming through to try and siege down this town center. Titan wandering through this way, slithering through this way. I see Sean one's going to be coming in. Also, there's only the one temple from... Oh, no. Excuse me. How many does he have? He's got 2 temples. Only 2 temples. Another Pillar of Talcad on the trade route this time. Very, very annoying. And of course, just retreat the Titan, go over and take that out. It's another 350 favor, 60 favor that's going down the drain for Avely. Avely will use this opportunity to go after this town center. These guys just aren't doing that much damage. I'm not even kidding. I feel like that amount of Kinemetsu. I mean, he takes the town center down. It's fine. Up to the top side. Also sieging this town center is Matrius. He's dropped down to 150 pop again. 150 pop and a Titan. That's the situation. Avely is managing to make this work thus far, as the Ondamush are coming back in for more damage. If Avely drops like 5 temples now, putting some great temples down over here, but some actual temples so he can make a lot of warrior priests, that would be ideal. Well, the Great Temples will be in. The population for Matrius is next to none. The Titan making its way forward. Trying to stay away from the actual Titan of Matrius, as the Kinemetsu can go, I don't know, spread formation and at least get a little bit of damage done. Into the main base. Just trying to clean up this town center, and Matrius has had enough of it. He's got no resources. I don't know where all of his villagers are, but he's just got no resources here. And he taps out with a Titan. What a game. I called Avely a bit of a madman. I didn't even say this, but he's a little bit of a madman for not just charging after the Titan gate. I can't believe they were that, like, that. Hang on. Let me just do a quick comparison of all total favor collected. One of these numbers is not like the other one. I'm going to go out on a limb there and say the devs had it right with the favor gather rate before they buffed Aztecs. Let's jump into the draft and see what's in the next game. All right, so first win for Avely. Quetzalcoatl gets the win as well. All right, our next game is going to be Elysium. And it is going to be a Poseidon versus Tsukiyomi matchup. Always fun. One of my favorites. Well. Oh. Well, this has been a fun series so far. It is 1-0. It's a best of 5. Avely is looking in incredible form after that first game. I mean, he got absolutely dominated by the Divine Slash, but that was the only thing that kind of really went wrong for him. I mean, the only other player I questioned was like the Titan not going after the Titan gate when you scouted it. That doesn't make sense. But very, very solid. Yeah, a long night for me. It's nearly 5 a.m. I think I'm going to be awake when my partner wakes up. That's not good. Unless the next 2, 3, or 4 games finish very quickly. Oh dear. No, I'm going by myself to Athens. Alrighty. Well, it's time to move into game number 2. These guys are ready to go already. Not going to take anything slowly. The map is Elysium. The map is Elysium. Let's jump into it. Alrighty, off to the races we go for game number 2. In the right-hand corner of the map, Matrius playing as Poseidon. In the left-hand corner of the map, Avely playing as Tsukiyomi. So we've got another Japanese god in, but this time it's Japan. It's the two horse gods. It is the 2 horse gods. Cavalry on cavalry action is generally what happens, but Poseidon does get off to the races a little bit earlier in this one. Partly because Poseidon starts with an extra villager, but still. I mean, you can kind of call the Miko an extra villager, but it's also not really. When/where will the land take place? September 11th to 13th. We're going to Athens. It's at the Olympic Stadium. Well, a Olympic Stadium. One of the Olympic stadiums. The gods are in the wrong way. Of course they are. Why wouldn't they be? Every single time. Apologies. Fixed. Alrighty. Check out some relics on the map. We've got ourselves Rhea's Crown here. This is going to be Citadel Town Center and Village Center minus 10%. Into the middle of the map, there is the Dar's Scepter, which is wood and gold cost minus 25%. Over onto this side, there is the Tail Feathers of Heaven, which is divine damage for your infantry units. And finally, Demeter's Throne, which is making your houses, your drop sites build faster and cost less. Meanwhile, Hermes is on the way, and Matrius is going to be looking for some early game damage. And I do think here Avely should be thinking, let's try and push those gazelles underneath the town center. Against Poseidon, I didn't do either of them. He killed them both. Against Poseidon, you don't want to be on the front of your base at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Theseus comes through, Atalanta comes through, Centaur comes in, and you lose out on that food. So getting a Miko in to just punch one of the gazelle underneath the town center, or getting the Kitsune back home to make that happen as well. Very, very important. Here comes the Matrius Center. And the units are out for the time being as Matris is going to do a little bit of shoot and scoot shenanigans here as the Atalanta will join in. And that's going to be some help here for Matris to keep the pressure up as the stable will finish up here. And Aveley now needs to decide, do I come over onto chickens? Do I go somewhere else? That's the new moon onto the stable. That there is a wild prospect. Does get him off to the races nice and quick. But he doesn't even have the food to get all the units out. He's got idle town center time. And I think all of this was kind of, I wouldn't say it was forced. He didn't have to do it, but all of this was forced by the fact that Aveley didn't herd a couple of deer underneath his town center. So, well, big god power down for effectively one upgrade. You can count the medium upgrade as well if you'd like, but I personally don't. You get it in for free with Bushido coming in, and normally it's in pretty quickly. The Sashimon Bannerman does come in very, very handy against the Hippias of Poseidon. Now, Poseidon with Spirited Charge and medium, that's advantage Sashimon Bannerman, I think. But once you get to Thracian Horses, it's back to advantage Hippias. So Naginata Riders will pull back for the time being, getting away from here into the main base. Still more stable, still more Naginata Riders still doing their thing. We will see a big, fat cavalry affair here with lots of technical raiding and all that other good stuff. But Matthews is getting his base walled in. Up onto the top. Walls here, walls here, walls here. Units sitting in a defensive spot for the time being. Aveley going to pull back himself. And now Aveley doing the same thing here. Says, let me get over here. Wall this off. There is a little space here, though. Just between the edge of the world, the flat earth, and everything else. But he will get his walls. Easy way to check this, it doesn't have a hole in, is you put the walls down and then you try and move the villagers through. If they can go, then there's a hole. If they can't go, then there's not a hole. Easy way to pick. You don't have to guess. In fact, Aveley actually sees that there's a hole here, so no excuses. Nonetheless, Aveley in and out for the time being. And I think Matris is just going to be looking for his own heroic age right now, because why would he want to stay in a position where he's got a disadvantage? Get heroic age, make Prodromus, and get Thracian horses with the dream. Yeah, I think the players have picked the wrong map for this one as well. All right. Yeah, I think so. All the forests are spawned really strange, and it's a bit of an odd spawn. Anyways, wall gets broken down over here. Madry's going to attempt to keep himself going as the Hippias come through. The Centaur in as well. I mean, to some degree, I think he actually wins the fight. Like, he's got way more cavalry, and Centaur don't actually beat cavalry. And Mattress getting closer and closer to his next age. He's got himself his whole base walled in completely. Onto the berries for the time being. Still finishing up with the not the chickens, the gazelle too. There's a temple for Mattress getting hacked down now, but Mattress also coming in to say, excuse you, please leave me alone. But here's the thing, there's so many more units for Avely. I don't know why he's not forcing fights. Guess he just doesn't realize how much stuff he's got. He's scared of the center? I don't know. Avely has decided that he wants to go in for the spiders, but a heroic age will be in shortly for Matrius. Aphrodite will be through shortly as well. Now, well, Avely looking, or Matrius looking to wall up his left side over here. Does Avely have any idea that this is going on? Answer is no. He sees a whole bunch of archery ranges. Avely's just got a lot of units in for the time being as the Bushy try and get it off a couple of pot shots. There is an armory coming up for Avely. He should be enjoying ballistics here momentarily as the heroic age is through. Just not that many units in from Matrius, but a curse will make it a lot closer. Hippolyta also getting brought in very quickly in the main base. 700 gold remaining as the Hippias will ride out and look for some counter raids while basically everything is going on here. He's looking to come over here. Really? He's coming over here to find Bushy and things like that. We'll be able to spot one. Takes that out. Nice find from Matrius. His next moment. Over to the gold mine. No? Yes, straight to the gold mine. We'll see a couple of villages there as well. As Avely will pull up to the top, trying to send some units back over here. Wouldn't be a bad idea to just send the Naginata Riders after the Hippias. They're 6.3 speed versus the 6.6 speed, doubly upgraded, or doubly if you chase him with the 9-tailed Kitsune. You're going to take down all of those guys as the Shurmaguma picks up one. Going to throw that away, but it does not quite die. It will stay alive. Avely's still just looking to push forward and get some sort of a gold staff. He's got such a military advantage here. Of course, there's a ceasefire, so you could try to get a fortress up, ceasefire midway through the production and be in a good spot. All the villagers onto this gold mine right now as Matrius can look for another raid over there. I don't know why Avely expects a gold mine to be over here. There is no gold mine over here. Blue units charging onto this side, checking everything, splitting up. Sees no gold villagers over there, and the Hippias are coming back in to hit the gold mine again, but Avely is back for the time being. Next question is, will Matrius be able to hold this position? He's going to put a fortress down. It's almost guaranteed to happen. As the Hippias do get spotted, Naginata Riders with the Kitsune will be able to chase them down. But while this is going on, it's a beautiful distraction from Matrius. He's going to be able to get his castle up. So a couple of losses for a castle or a fortress on a gold mine, something he'll always take. $19 seconds remaining on it is basically guaranteed to finish up as the Bushy get some good damage done. There goes the Swampland onto this position and ceasefire gets dropped. We'll slow down the fortress a little bit, but it will finish by the end of the ceasefire regardless. And now Avely has to take a fight underneath the fortress if he wants to have an advantage here with his army, but there's still curse. There is still curse, so I don't even know if this fight is going to go super well for Avely. He goes into spread formation. Charging onto the fortress as the villagers will get garrisoned. And now Matrius has to take a fight. He's got the curse. He will drop that down. Gets a nice amount of damage done onto those shoots. The choke point here, though, is insane. Insane for Matrius. Avely now finally recognizes, moves the Naginata Riders forward. Now he's able to take out the Peltas, but all the Bushi are dead. All the Bushi are dead, and Avely has to get out of here. And 175 pop down to 115, and Matrius holds beautifully. It's got nothing to do with pathing. The units can't get through. There's a building and all the other units are stuck there. What do you want them to do? Don't blame the game. That's how the game works. All right, Nemean Lion goes down. Yeah, just jump over the building, sure. And now Matrius is going to look for his return fire. Avely trying to get himself his units back out as the Centaur getting some nice damage done as well. Everyone to this spot. Hippias getting cleaned up. Is there enough stuff here? I mean, you can't even... Fighting on this choke point yet again. This is just full choke point gameplay. The Naginata Riders are not enjoying this at all. And now that the buildings get deleted and Avely finally can take some of the fight, though he's already lost everything. And the Centaur was just belting down arrows from the sky. And Avely loses his army yet again. Now the Centaur can make their way over onto this other gold mine if they want. He sees the villagers over there. So that's to be somewhat careful of the Bushi, but plenty of Peltas to deal with them. As the one Centaur is over here, the villager's going to try and shank them down. And the villagers run into the face of death. This is what the face of death looks like. Just this guy right here with his holding the bow right up into the air and just saying, this is death. Enjoy it. And that there is a 1-1 game as Matrius manages to strike back. I mean, Avely was in a... Well, I just don't think that he had to force... I mean, okay. Once the fortress was up, you just have to accept that you got outplayed there. Like, Avely could have simply just brought his villagers back into his base, not gathered gold for a little bit. He had 175 pop, sat on this position and just let the Hippias run rampant around and just be like, okay, come get gold. And then no fortress, no choke point gets sorted out, no nothing. I mean, you can even see this is such a perfectly placed military academy and fortress to utilize these forests. Really smart from Matrius. Avely gets caught out in that position, and that's the game. But let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for the next one. Alrighty, Poseidon dub as we move along. And the next one is going to be an Isis versus Watchmagicate. And Isis versus Tezcatlipoca on Giza. All right, we got about 3 minutes until the next game. It wasn't even just like the fighting in the choke. It was like, yeah, Centaur hitting the Peltast onto the heroes. It just couldn't get any worse for Avely on that position. And once he was stuck in there, it's like, how's he going to get out? Yeah, I think you have to be somewhat aggressive here with the Egyptian. This is a tough one for Isis, but we'll see what Matrius has got cooked up. So when they pick their gods for the next map, they pick blindly. Yes, they pick blindly. Exactly. Oh. All right. Just another minute until we get to kick off. Greek can't do anything to Japan without Peltas. That's not exactly true. There's lots of things Greek can do to Japan. Lots of things. Peltas is just the answer to a unit that counters a different unit, right? Like if you want to make Centaur work and you can't deal with Bushy, when you better get out a unit that kills off the Bushy. And it's Hippias or it's Peltas. If you don't want to build Centaur and your opponent builds Bushy, then you don't need Peltas, do you? The Bushy aren't doing anything. Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for game number 3. It's 1-1. It is 1-1. And, well, Avely up against Matrius. It's going to be Tezcatlipoca versus Isis. Let's jump into it on the map, Giza. And off to the races in the left corner. Avely spawning in as Tezcatlipoca. The right-hand corner of the map, we do have Matrius playing as Isis. Let's check some relics on the map over on the left-hand corner. There is the Archimedes' Ledger. In the middle of the map, there is the Tusk of the Iron Boar. Huge. Cavalry hit points plus 10% there Very, very nice. I mean, Hummingbird's beak on the right side as well. Some damage bonus against infantry, plus 10% there. And a final relic at the top side of the map is the relic that I can't say the name of. Movement speed, plus 2.5% of base. So, this here is an incredibly good matchup for Tezcatlipoca. You take the Isis Prosperity, yoink that away, and then you get to enjoy not only the gold villages at 0.77 gold, which are, I believe, the same rate as a Egyptian villager. Is that right? 0.77, and these guys are 0.7. The same rate as the villages, as the gold villages, but you also get yourself the gold Cal Pulley. And that's plus 15% on all the drop-offs, which is the same as kind of getting a Pharaoh in. And then you drop Prosperity, and you just live in the dream. So, yeah. We'll see what Aveley's going to do with his Prosperity, if there's any sort of specific plans. There was and I think there still is, a really strong sits in middle all-in that can be very tough to deal with as Isis. So we'll see if he wants to go that way, or if there's any other way that he feels like playing, it's also going to be an option. Onto the top, this obelisk does come down from Matrius as the temples are up, but he decides to leave the relic. He needs to get this one. Wait, does Aveley spots it as well? He's got his temple up. He is going up through Malinal Jotchital. We do see an early Prosperity from Matrius as well. I would have expected this Prosperity to basically not be used anymore. You don't need it for a second town center, for one. You don't need it for early game, for two. Like, the amount of gold you're getting, I think it's now, I can't remember what I mapped it out to be. It's definitely, I think it's about 3 or 4 gold less per villager if you mine the entirety of the Prosperity. If you don't, then you lose out on a ton of gold. And Matrius, he is going to be making his way over onto this gold mine here. And we'll see how this is all going to go. Town center coming up for Matrius. And our Tezcatlipoca. Aveley. Wait, who got the relic in the end of the day? Oscar the Iron Ball came in, but no. He caught no movement speed relic. Matrius with the heist comes in, steals, and he somehow manages to get all the way back home. Now, I have to imagine this is going to be somewhat of a fast heroic. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what makes sense here. What is this villager doing? What does she feel? Why does she feel like this is the right place to be? Why can't she work out that this is not the right place to be? Why is she going this way? Oh, dear. Poor Aveley. Town center is up now for Matrix. He's getting himself his rhinos, and he's going to be trying to race towards the heroic age. He does go the right way that time, as now the Herdables making their way over onto this position. No, it's not fixed. Aw. Poor Aveley. That there is an unfortunate situation. Aveley with the warrior priest coming out. And he's slowly starting to spread out on the map, picking off all the obelisks. There's a random Sphinx over here that's going to get beaten up a little bit, but Aveley doesn't want anything to do with that. She's still... Aveley's never going to check this, like, at all. Why would he? He's just going to be like, why don't I have any wood? Where's my wood? I should have more wood. Avely swinging out on the map. Still doesn't know that Matris is on 2 TCs, but it should be fairly obvious for him. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Matris going for an early gold mine out of his base. Avely's going to have to shut that down quick smart. As the Warrior Priest pick off a Priest there. And now the large Scorpions are a very scary unit to do. They do so much damage. Like, so much damage. It's not easy for a Spearman to win those fights. And the good advantage here for Matris while this is all going on is he's getting walls up over here. He's got a gold mine on this side and a gold mine on this side. So easy to rotate from one position to the other position. One side to the other side. All right, well. Avely swinging up over here. Does see the wooden wall. Gonna bash that down. Villager breaks for the tower there. As the villagers up here are gonna look to finish off the wall so they can run through the gate. But this is open here. Basically, you can just bash this one down. No problems. And, well, Matris is caught out. What's he going to do? He's trying to get back home. The Spearman coming up here. We do see the wall up again. One villager down. Any more? No, just the one. And then he'll say, all right, I'm out of here. 5 speed versus 5.1 speed. Spearman can catch up to them, but... we will be seeing the Koyol Xiaohui coming through, which should be somewhat obvious, because this Prosperity plus... the spammage of Tits and Middles is just so crazy obvious here for Avely to want to go for. The only issue is that, well, Matris basically just needs to spam a whole bunch of priests and walls, and he should be okay. Like, he could get a wall up over here, quick smart. He can go Nephthys, quick smart. We will see the Great Temple coming in. I guess the other thing that's an option for Avely at the moment is to go into those Jaguar Riders. So you need Spearmen as well as the Priests. He does have a couple already. Now Matris is like, I just gotta prevent the raids at the moment. And he's right. He just has to play defense here. Avely has taken his time. He's getting his upgrades in, and he is going to go through for the Jaguar Riders. He gets himself that Levy Great Temple Soldiers for dirt cheap and get his extra upgrades in as well. He's going to be looking for an immediate attack on this right side. But the villagers here will say, all right, we're out of here. If you're going to come attack me on this side, I'm going to look over onto the left gold mine, which is perfectly fine for him to have as well, as the obelisks are set up there. And after all is said and done, Nephthys is almost through. Nephthys is almost through for Avely. Avely coming in. Going to try and take out the Sphinx on this side. That Sphinx will end up falling, it looks like, very, very quickly, as Avely is just all in on this position. Villagers need to get idled. Scorpion Man over on this side, almost getting taken out, as the Spearman going down quickly as well. Avely's just got so much more stuff than Matris does now. Trying to take out the town center here as the Warrior Priest gets taken down before it gets turned into an Incarnate. More units to come through. The Incarnate does turn into its special big boy. Back up to full HP. Going to be trying to dodge some of these arrows as the villagers are going to bail off on this position, but the town center is down. Up onto the top, there's now a Migdol stronghold. So this pressure has been successful for Avely, as Matris in full retreat now, as the Jaguar Riders are out in full force. Medium at the moment only. He can go up to the next tech if he wants. Ancestors getting dropped. Eclipse gets dropped as well. There are still a handful of Warrior Priests remaining, but more importantly, the large Scorpions are going to be really strong. The Tajipla coming through as well with that jump, going to do tons of damage, and those minions are not going to be helping at all. I think this might be a quick game 3, ladies and gentlemen, as Matrius, he's about to lose a lot of villages. We do see the prosperity getting dropped there as well from Avely, as he is just going to keep on pumping out those sits and middles now. He's got so much favor. Gold's going to be coming through. I mean, he can keep on going for the Jaguar Riders as well, but another sits and middle going to come in. And those Jaguar Riders happily diving forward, taking out the Pharaoh as well. And that there is going to be the game. As Avely gets a quick win with Tezcatlipoca. Matrius just that little bit out of the loop, I think, here with what is powerful from Tezcatlipoca. I feel like he should be staying classical age. This is something that maybe I'm wrong on this, but if he stays classical age and spams Spearman a little harder, gets walls set up, then these sort of one town center all-ins don't really function as well. Of course, you do need to make sure you got a healthy amount of priests so you can deal with everything, but the priests are in. I think that's got to be the way forward for the ISIS here if you want to play the 2-town center route versus Tezcatlipoca, because I mean, these are incredibly powerful units, but they do get countered by those spearmen. Nonetheless, that was a nice win for Avely. And we will jump back to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. A dominating one. Right, back to the draft. Alrighty. Looks like it's going to be Step next. And it's going to be a Ra versus Gaia matchup next. Alrighty. Let's see. Are they off to the races here? Yes, they are. Oh, are we going to see Avely play Leto for the first time? Surely. It's Ra versus Gaia. You can't not go Leto on step Ra versus Gaia. Surely. Why another Egyptian? I mean, I don't know. He's got his Hades for what map? Ghost Lake, I guess. I'm confused on the Ra, but he's picking it. Automaton got nerfed pierce armor? Did they? Well, they have more hack armor. Automaton versus Ra are just really, really strong. We already saw it once today with Zookt versus... No, not Zookt versus Ragnaroks. Ragnaroks versus Hell's Ravage. Then again, maybe the idea is to go into a whole bunch of Sphinx rather than going into a whole bunch of Wadgets, and then you can use the Sphinx with Eclipse to clean up the Leto army. Yeah, but if you have more priests, then you have less units, right? Less other units. So it's like you can maybe you kill off the automatons, but you lose everything else. And he didn't even repair his he didn't even repair his automatons. So there's that. So yeah, don't build slingers. Yeah, slingers are terrible units. I think you have to avoid those at all costs. But we'll see how it's going to go. I mean, Averley is kind of more known for playing Oceanus anyways, so he might go a different way. What's Ra's power spikes? Yeah, not sure. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff. I think 2 TC classical fight is probably one of his more strong options. So maybe if he goes for a town center and spams classical units, he could be good. Ladry a big buff versus Egyptian? Really? I don't think so. You can wiggle micro. I mean, nobody knows this, or nobody did this, but you can wiggle micro with the Caladria and never lose one versus the priests. Anyways. Let's jump into game number... What are we up to? Game number 4. Ra versus Gaia. Off we go into the map. Oh, actually, 1 second. Off we go into the map step. Let's check it out. Alrighty, off into our 4th game here. It is best of 5, first of 3. Averley is 1 game away from victory. He's on his Gaia. He does drop the economic guild, getting his upgrades in. Matreus on the other side, on his Ra. Unfortunately for Matreus, he's only been able to play 1 god that I think he's super comfortable with this series thus far. And that was his Poseidon. I mean, first game on Amaterasu, he felt pretty good too. Couldn't quite convert against the Quetzalcoatl of Averley. But we'll see. We'll see if he's going to be able to shake things up with his Ra here. On the top side, let's check out some relics. We've got the Arrows of the Alpha, which is plus 15% of base there for the melee attack and range attack of buildings. Moving down into the middle of the map, there is the Wu Hao Bow of Huang Di, which is always nice. Going to give a little bit of the snare bonus over onto those archers as well. Bone Shards of Mictlan there, trying to goad Averley into playing for some automatons here. If the automaton costs 6 favor, then you get 2 favor back. That's 33% refund there. Little Crow Circle over here as well is making the weapon upgrades in the armory cost half price. So we'll see what Averley's going to pick. He does see the Bone Shards of Mictlan. Surely on this map, surely you see Leto. It makes so much sense here. We got seeing the goats getting grabbed. Then again, Oceanus, I guess it can work as well. Temple coming up onto the back here for Averley. As the goats are getting dragged back home. Matreus on the other hand, Temple coming up, empowering the monument. Gaia Forest's coming down as well. Just going to try and give himself just a little bit more shenanigans in the main base. And it will be Leto! I gotta say, I think it's just better to go Temple first. Gives you Relic priority. And gives you Oracle spammage. And then drop your Economic Guild. I don't feel like you gain that much from getting the Economic Guild down and the upgrades in straight away. Don't feel like you gain that much. But that's just me. At least we are going to be seeing some Leto shenanigans here from Averley. Matreus, on the other hand, he's going Bast. And so we've got a pretty different situation here. Bast versus Leto. Automatons, I think they counter Sphinx though. Sphinx are a high favor cost versus the automatons low favor cost. Automatons do 3x versus myth units. I think Sphinx do 3x versus myth units as well. We'll see what Avely is going to be able to come up with. He's also doing crush damage too. It's hack damage and crush damage, and the special is doing 15 hack damage continuously for 2 seconds, I think. Nonetheless, the counter barracks coming through from Avely. And a quick move over onto this position as the spider egg's getting dropped down. Kind of a little bit early here from Avely to be making that move. He doesn't need to, especially not versus Bast, but in the middle of the map there, the automaton does get spotted. Going to try and bring that one back. Doesn't matter losing some HP. Can heal up on the Lush. Can get repaired as well by other Autobots. Turn around, get some smacks in as this Terma can get converted into a hero. Maybe a Catapulty hero as well wouldn't go astray. As the automaton comes in, that's going to be repaired back up. Over onto this side. The obelisk is blending in at the moment as the citizen is having some issues. Can he get it to safety? No, well, that one's dead. I don't know. So the automaton's going to come back out. I don't know why he's building Terma. Just build like 3 Catapulty heroes. Nonetheless, here comes Perception. More automatons coming in. And the Sphinx are just going to be looking more and more around for more damage. Up onto this top side, Avely is trying to get a sneaky wall up. Villagers over onto this spot taking some more Sphinx damage, but they're going to get back into the town center. They'll be okay. Meanwhile, Matrius is getting himself his armory, his market up. He's got the 1 barracks. Looks like he's trying to get to a heroic age here. Perception comes through for a little bit more favor income from Avely. Now military barracks on the way. As Spider Lair onto this bottom gold mine. Avely should be looking to move over onto those kind of early here, but we'll see if he's going to make that happen. Matrius, on the other hand, I like the idea of a quick heroic age here. Locust plus Eclipse, Sphinx from the heroic age is going to be quite nice. Meanwhile, the Spearman coming in onto this side will spot these Termite heroes. They're going to get chased away to the corner of the map. The automaton just enjoying life over here for the time being as the micro coming through. Still no upgrade on the automaton though. And of course, Avely really not going to mind taking this fight as the automaton can just repair itself back up. There's still more units going to be coming in here. And not a Kara Ballister in sight just yet from Avely. And not only that, Heroic Age will be in momentarily, or starting momentarily, from Matrius. He's going to come back and get his automaton. It's a little bit scary, but he can definitely take this position out. Leaving low HP Murmillo here to heal back up. Only takes about 100 seconds. Not too long. Not bad. Please come and repair the automaton though. Please. Now the channels upgrade going in. Volcanic Forge. Oh, he's going to get there. One Sphinx coming through though. Trying to guard the situation as the automatons. They're gonna just ignore it. Repair up their fallen brethren. Kind of got to catch him out though. He's got to be careful here. Doesn't take too long to get his automaton back up, but 3 Sphinx is kind of scary, especially without the upgrade there. As there goes the Eclipse and all the automaton looking like they're going to be getting taken out. Over onto this bottom side though, the Terma coming through. Sobek is almost in as well. I think Avely is just completely butchering this at the moment, but we'll see if he's going to be able to make this come back in. He needs another automaton to get in and keep the other the other boys alive, get them back up to scratch here. Here comes the heroic ages. There goes the Sobek, and the Terma gonna try and dodge out of here. There's still a little bit left on this Eclipse as the damage is just brutal from this Matrius Ra. The Term, a little bits of damage to come through. Still somewhat of an advantage here. I'd love to see him just drop the spider lair over this while he's repairing them back up. But another spider lair onto this backside, as I'm sure a Migdol Stronghold is going to be finding its way onto the map sooner or later. But not putting it on this position is so strange. One Automaton attempting to come back up as the Patsukos is going to be saying, no, no, no. You're not allowed this spot. Not today. Automaton going down. Yet again. The Spearman diving through, and Avely has just created a cemetery of robots. All right. Let me explain one of the big mistakes here I think that Avely's made in this game. These units. Sabonis not making any counter archers, and he needs to take out priests and sphinx. Just make Murmillos. Or catapulties. Not catapulties, but make Murmillos. Now Rhea on the way for Avely. It's not quite over for Avely, but he has lost a lot of his advantage. And he's going Rhea and not going for what's it called? He's not going for Thea here at the moment, which is a little bit risky as well. No Stymphalian birds is a little bit of a help here. Of course, the priests are in, but still you can get the Stymphalian birds out, snipe down those priests, and still have a half-decent situation. As random mana in the middle of the map going to go up, as the citizens can't get out there just yet. There's just so many more units for the moment here for Matrius. There's the Sphinx coming up.
Here, Joe's.
And soon we'll dive into the mana for the time being. Onto this side, the Sphinx kind of getting love tapped as they're going to pull up to the top there again. Avely is out of gold is the big problem. Well, Citizen there trying to get that mana up. Not going to be able to do so. There will be a trader or something to steal, I don't know, the Patsukos or a Sphinx. But Avely with no gold. I mean, he could set up a trap, I guess, by spamming spider layers over on this spot. He's already got 4. If he just spams another 2 layers of spider layers there, it might be enough to help him get through that situation. Now, Avely on the way down. We just see a couple of, or a rock over here. Does that reveal the spider eggs? Yes, it does. Random oracles dying in the corner of the map as the rock will take little bits of damage here. Ballistics is just about in as that rock will end up meeting its death. The units are going to think about getting through here, but still a ways away. I want to see immediate extra spider layer here to hold on to this position. Has to go for that. He puts it onto this side, but it's not on the death trap. It looks like Matrius is smart enough to say, all right, let's not go in there. It is equal on military diff, but to some degree that is advantage for the Ra player as the Sphinx coming through. Does he get into the tower? Nope. Dead Arcus. And Matrius drops a town center. These Sphinx are just searching for damage As the Terma do have their ballistics in now, so they are actually a pretty decent answer for the Sphinx. As he can get every little shot off. Sphinx should not be able to get away from this, but he's got the relic there as well, but well, he doesn't have ballistics. Excuse me, I thought he was researching it. Now he's grabbing it. A little bit on the late side. There's a couple units swinging in onto this bottom position. Going to come in. They will get hit with the spider layers. 3 camel riders getting eaten up there. The spider layers do all pop. And Avely coming in now. He's making a whole bunch of behemoths. His ballistics is just about in. He is caught out on this position, though. He's got to somehow control this. He does decide to steal the Patsukos with the trader. That behemoth is tanking up a lot of damage as the infantry units on the front to take out those camel riders coming through. The military advantage is still very, very close here, but it is looking like the units for Avely are falling. I don't know why he's out in the middle of the map. He's got all of this defense over here, but he gets caught out, and Avely in that moment will tap out as too many drastic mistakes there, and Matreus punishes everything. I was so excited for the Leto, but he didn't even go for it. He barely made automaton. Duh. What can you do? Well played from Matreus, though. The Sphinx to take out the automaton was definitely a nice touch, but the whole idea of the strat, and I think you have to play it a little bit to start understanding, is if your opponent's playing one town center, you are living the dream as the automaton user because you can just sit there and mash your automaton army. You don't have to be so active. I feel like if Avely went in for Murmillo heroes at the start with his automaton, that would have been the right call to kick off the game. Maybe goes counter barracks, military barracks, Murmillo heroes into his automatons. It would have been a really nice game for him, but he kind of went Terma. I know he had this relic, and I think this was the whole point of it. He had this relic, Wu Hao Bo of Huang Di, so that his Terma have snare to snare up the Sphinx and be able to take them out. But he needed to get ballistics in really quickly for the hero Terma to actually be able to create some issues for those Sphinx, but that didn't work out for him. So we're now getting a 2-2 situation, a game 5, and one final game for the open qualifier round of 16. Let's jump into the draft, see what they're going to pick. Alrighty, so for the last map, which I believe is Ghost Lake, it's going to be a Hades versus Oranos affair. Hades, Oranos. Alrighty. Off to the races we go in about 30 seconds, guys. We're not too far. We're not too far behind here. Just have to go Bast. To be honest, I don't think Bast works very well. That was a 1 in 10. I think I was probably his first time ever trying to play Leto. All right, guys. We're about to get it. We're about to see it. Avely on his pride and joy, Oranos. Matreus on his Greek, on the map Ghost Lake. It's going to be a spicy one. Strap in. One final game before we can start talking about, announcing, showing off the big amount of games we're going to be having in July. Let's jump into Ghost Lake. Check it out. to the races we go. One final game. Avely on his main god. Matrius on his main Civ. Uranus versus Hades. It's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. But the second town centers, well, this one, not super amazing for Matrius, but this one is. Gold mine here, beautiful forest here, hunt back here that's not really going to be able to get eaten, but if he does decide to come forward, he can just go into farms and live the dream here. So Avely needs to be very, very respectful here. He's got to get a nice classical age in, spam out the units and start making that happen, but he does go for his early temple into early hero oracle shenanigans. He's grabbing relics. He's spotted the ogre bitten helmet, says, thank you very much. I will enjoy that. Yes, please. Mana down. He's looking for maybe one more villager. And then he is off to the races. Up onto this side, there is the scales of a Catoplopas, which is myth units, damage, vulnerability to pierce, minus 15% of the current, which is really nice for Caladria to have a lot more survivability versus those heroes. And unfortunately, he does see the Major God statue. He will see the relic. Other relics on the map. Up onto the top, we've got the Kopesh of Horus. Really, really nice there as well to grab that one. And finally, the Cathara of Apollo over on the left as Avely going up through Oceanus. I'm not exactly surprised to see this, though. Prometheus is definitely an option here. It's a little too slow for the map. That being said, I don't know how much of the map Avely's really spotted, what he really understands about it. But he's going to be... Basically, all he has to do is ensure that this town center doesn't get grabbed, and then he has a good line of sight of this town center. If this one does get taken, you try and get some damage done with the Carnivora, but you are basically looking to put massive pressure onto the main town center to force sentinels, and then you can lock off this gold mine. Matrius, on the other hand, is there a one town center angle here that's going to be nice for him? I think there is, but it's through Ares. He's not going Ares. He's going Athena. So we'll see what his plan's going to be. Relics, not relics, but goats getting taken in as the second relic has been found. This relic over here also has been found as surely Avely is going to be... He misses it just barely there, but he will spot it with the Oracle. But is it going to be spotted in time?
Herr Joes.
Wait, what's happening? The torch has been spotted. That could be enough knowledge that there's a relic there if he's paying attention. No, he's not. He's going over the other side. Nonetheless, a little bit unlucky from Avely. It's a big relic to keep away from the Hades, who does know it's there. But the hero from Matrius has spotted this Oracle. I'm going to try and take that one out. In fact, we'll take that one out. And there is no winning here for Avely's Oracle as this one does come in and he does spot the relic. He picks... does spot the relic and he does pick it up and he's going to take that one back home. In the main base, there is military barracks up. And it's looking like for Matrius, it's going to be a stable and an armory. And an archery range from Matrius right away. Second military barracks up from Avely already. Moving over onto this spot to enjoy the caribou as the Pegasus is just checking things out himself. Sees the double or sees a military barracks for the time being. Hasn't seen the second one, but should be fairly aware that Mermilla are a good unit. Probably going to be getting made. Probably going to be very strong. Into the main base or into this little fight here as the Ajax going to take a couple of slaps. There's a Minotaur on this spot that's going to send those guys away. He's got a Caladria in, so it's not that big of a deal, but Hippias Toxotes is such a weird choice for Matrius here. I mean, the Hippias to take out the Terma, I guess, and the Toxotes to take out the Murmillo sort of makes sense. Meanwhile, there's an armory up for Avely as well, but Avely is in full pumping of Murmillo mode for the time being as the Oracle does end up going down. Avely down to 2 oracles. He's lost 2 at the moment, but he has just built 1.
Yoji Bureg.
Elmer Miller going after this fight as the Ladria does have to stay very much out of range. Good control thus far from Avely as Matrius has his walls up. He's going to be able to eat that back hunt. Playing very defensively now. Little goat check after all is said and done. Matrius got 22 and Avely got 7. That doesn't even make sense. This is Aranos. This is Atlantean. Atlantean gets all the goats. That's what always happens to me. Anyways. Avely coming back, heroizing some Mamilos as the walls are coming up so fast and early from Matrius. He just wants the map sorted out. He did get the relics instead. That's true. Did he get all 4? He got 3. 3 of 4. Not bad. I mean, can Avely actually win these fights at this moment is the big question. I'm not even sure he can. Is the Minotaur going to come through over here? Villagers for Avely will get alerted to the presence of this Minotaur as they're going to dive into the Sky Passage and be fairly safe here. And this Murmillo will get converted as the Minotaur will pull back home. Of course, the villagers all just pop back over into the chickens and the boar, and another Sky Passage over onto the left-hand corner of the map. As this fight, I don't know if it's a great idea for Avely to take it because he can't drop the Carnivora on the ice there. As the Caladria does get sniped, both the Ajax and the Achilles, they take those units out very, very quickly if they get too close. Avely dropping the Sky Passes on the left side. Matrius is just fully defended, fully walled up. Has a military lead as well. And he's looking to go to the next stage. Like everything is looking up for Matrius at the moment. I don't see how Avely is going to be able to make any inroads at the moment. He's just trying to cause pressure while going heroic age himself, I guess. As the Hippias get split off, trying to chase down the Murmillos. And of course, if he turns around and tries to fight those Hippias, then the Toxotes will be in very quickly as well. But Avely just says, no worries, I'm out of here. It's fine. Bit of the Pierce Armor to come through. And Apollo, we've got a choice here for Matrius, so that he can play for this gold mine and then also move quickly over to here. Has to be the idea, I have to imagine. There's also chances that Manticore are going to get built. There's no villagers on favor though, so I don't want to jump for joy just yet at that sort of an idea. Meanwhile, there goes the frontline heroics. There goes the Hyperion, and I think here that Avely's grand plan is to go in for a lot of Hero Mimilos. They have a gigantic boost with that Ogre Bitten Helm. Plus 10% HP is huge. As the villagers coming over onto this side. Shockwave does get dropped, and Avely will enjoy 1 pick, 2 picks, and he has to get out of here, though. Good awareness from Matrix. Losing 2 villagers to a Shockwave might seem really bad, but honestly, if you're a Greek fan in this game, you're happy there because that's not a huge amount of value. You can get a lot more value out of Shockwave. And meanwhile, Avely moving up to the top side, going to eat these berry bushes for the time being as he is going up through Hyperion, but he gets back. More Murmillos getting built. And Matrius will drop his town center. And that's going to secure this position as well to some degree, right? Ontarius coming through as well. Meanwhile, all the upgrades in. Heroic Renewal. Sons of the Sun. I think the main reason that Averly's a little bit far behind here is because he lost 2 Oracles early on. I think that's probably the only real negative, and a Collidria, I guess. Military Academy coming through from Matrius. And now the Contarius are out and searching, but man, Matrius is just playing... Like, if there was, like, a fundamental... If you wanted to, like, see fundamentals in action, what Matrius is doing here is it. You'll learn in the game there is nothing better than watching what Matrius is placing on this map. The way that he's playing, super smooth, super methodical, protecting all of his weaknesses. There's no problems with his map, his position at the moment. Now we'll see a fortress coming up for Matrius. Manas as well from Avely, and he is still in full pumping mode, but there is also still a restoration, an underworld passage, a lot of pain to come. Like, the other thing is, like, what do you underworld? If you want to use it aggressively, what do you underworld? Do you underworld the gold mine? I mean, it doesn't really work, because he just jumps into the sky passage, he's gone. Main base here takes a little bit of damage as the villager will try to bail out, and Matrius... Well, Avely, he wants that kill, but he doesn't want to overcommit here and get caught out and lose a bunch of units. So much care and just no risks being taken here. No risks being taken at the moment. Avely could also look to walk over here and grab these caribou with another sky passage if he likes. The Pegasus going to come over onto this side. We'll see that town center coming up shortly. I mean, there's just so many gold mines on this right side. Now comes in the underworld passage, and he will pick off 2 villagers here. There is a shockwave he could have dropped to escape and keep everything alive. The town center gets denied. Main base is going to get attacked here as the stable going to go down it, but I don't know if Avely is going to find the value here. Units are back in to say, excuse me, what's happening there? Town center still 16 seconds from completion as the chaos does get dropped down. Restoration comes in. There goes the Carnivora, and this is the fight here from Avely that he wants to take. It looks like the units are split up. He's going to take out those heavy Toxotes on the back there with the Contarius. Good control there from Matrius, though, to keep those in good safety. And the Murmillos are just doing work here versus all of that as Matrius pulls back into his main base. Gets caught out. The underworld passage here can get taken down. Units over onto this side getting taken down too. That one Satyr is going to take down all of the rest of those units. Never mind, not with the heroes coming through. Contarius will get a little bit of damage done as the army from Avely trying to get back. He's got... But this is the thing. Avely here, no gold in the bank. It's got a very strong army as the units will dive into the underworld passage. And the question is, does Avely stay away from it? I think he will. He'll just let it die, go elsewhere. Villagers on this side, they've been spotted. They can pull off that and go elsewhere. Town center still needs to get finished from Avely, so he's going to send a citizen over there. Satyr's coming through. Hero Contarius getting converted. They will start getting their health back as well with that heroic renewal. Very, very important. I think after all is said and done there, I think Matrius is just in the advantage. And now Avely looking for a fight over onto this side. Citizens, Avely's got to be very, very quick to get back here. He's not paying attention. He gets hit. The villagers going down. That's 2 citizens down already. 3 citizens down. The path blocking going in. 4 citizens. 5 citizens on that attack there. Brutal. Avely does have one really, really good thing going for him, though. And that's that his army is mostly heroized. With heroic renewal, with a crazy amount of bonus stats. But Matrius, he is going Hephaestus. Avely coming in here, going to attempt to prevent the units from getting back, take out all of those Toxotes. Good amount of damage here is the Mamillo hero. One Mamillo hero versus the Chiron. A couple of units do manage to escape there, but some return fire from Avely has to get him feeling something there. Over onto this side, still this gold mine on this position. We will be seeing the Gemini coming through, but shortly Matrius will be into the Mythic Age through Hephaestus. I guess with this, like, I mean, you got to get in here and maybe hit this or something. I don't know. It's the army coming up onto the top. There is an opening here on this wood line. He's going to go after this stable again. It doesn't have much HP left. Villager's going to get pulled back. He can charge onto the town center and try and deal some damage there. Picks up the stable and he'll pull away. And now Matrius hits the Mythic Age, Forge of Olympus to come through, and it's going to be full iron very, very shortly. Ailey, on the other hand, he has got a lot of army upgrades to come in. Now, there are going to be 5 Satyr. Matrius just needs to wait for this to come in. Like, Zom coming down on this position as well. There is enough favor. No, there's not. Not enough favor for a Chaos either. Are there oracles in this army? There absolutely are. That's why he's got no favor. He's moving oracles around in his army. Oh no. Unless main base might be the better choice of attack, like a fortress, the sentinels, the town center. Tower going down. Iron just about to be in. Favor situation, not quite there for Matrius for a whole lot of stuff here. Is Avely going to go left and right, it looks like. You can keep on putting the pressure on. There is the Perseus out, though, as well. That's hard to play around. No, select all heroes doesn't select the oracles.
Boit.
It doesn't. This is select all here. I'm spamming the hotkey. It doesn't. Stop spreading misinformation. He just accidentally put them in there. I don't know how. Just selected them. Huge damage from the Satyrs, though. How much damage have they done? They've done 1,865. Intense game here. Ailey's got a very, very hard game ahead of him. Well, select idle military doesn't. I don't have a select all military button, I think. I can't test that one for you. Alright, well, town center on the left going up as the Pontarius don't want to get caught out. Matrius is trying to prevent this from all happening. The town center over here coming up from Avely. It would be huge here, though, if Avely can catch Matrius getting that town center up. He needs to get some sort of damage happening here. He's got Chaos. A fight in the center of the map with Chaos could be huge. On this side, the Colossus is just like, let me eat that tree. As the villager's getting pulled back. Colossus gets caught out. That's going to go down quickly. Antari's picking up a couple of units in the middle as the Hoplight's charging over here. And, well, Avely has to rotate elsewhere, I think. Satyr could come over and actually deal with this, dragging those units in. If Matrius isn't paying attention, could be brutal. He does pay attention that time, though. So the heroes will come forward. Satyr pulling back, trying to keep those all alive, and it's now looking like Well, Matrius has got what he needs. Turns around, gets that damage done. Does manage to turn one Satyr to stone. Chaos onto the back line. Will be helping out. Contarius coming up to the top side to pick off those Toxotes there, but they're getting pulled away. Is there enough stuff here for Avely? He's got the Arcus coming through as well. Hero Contarius coming onto that back line. And it is looking like Avely is going to be winning this fight, I think. But the reinforcements are coming through very quickly for Matrius, and Matrius is about to get himself another restoration here to push back. Avely needs time at the moment to basically re-heal from that fight, but Matrius not going to push any further. A good fight from Avely, but Matrius is just pulling further and further and further ahead in this game. Avely's still got armory upgrades to grab. Random Hades Shades coming in, checking things out. Alice coming up for Avely on this spot. There's a fortress over here, grabbing this gold mine. Military buildings getting placed all over the place. There is a potential here for Avely to make something happen with Helios. It's the only way through here is Hecagigantes, Arcus, and some really, really nice gameplay. Destroyers coming up to the top. Can take out a fortress or something nice and quick. Matrius, though, does have Siege in queue, right? He's got some Metropolis coming in. I don't think he's got any up there. Is the Heliopolis coming onto this town center? Is Avely's got a couple of Murmillos waiting to defend. There's a fortress, though, creeping forward. The Destroyer's going after the fortress. The villager's going to try and shank down, but Avely is in with a couple of units, and Matrius will just say, I'm out of here. See you later. Now Avely's town center here going down. Heliopolis pulls back. So this town center will be under attack next. But both players are going to lose a town center. This can't be good for Avely. And Avely loses his sky passage on the left side, which means he can't get back over onto the right side to change the field of battle, so to speak. At the very least, Matrius' town center will fall, and 9 villages will go down. Not that that's a huge amount of problems for Matrius. I think he's probably just going to enjoy the population for a little bit later. Is there enough favor for a Chaos? There is, but there's not enough time here. There's Avely trying to get out. He's got his Helios pre-queued. Sky Passage back up onto this side as, well, Avely is just going to leave. Say, I don't want to take this fight. Let's get over onto the other side. Hoplites taking down citizens as the Metropolis going to slowly siege down the fortified town center. Into the Sky Passage they go. There's so many fortresses up, though, for Matrius now. So the Destroyers will come in, and they will destroy. Villagers going down slightly here. And he'll be able to take these fortresses down, but the town centers on this left side are going for Matrius. He's taking both of them at the same time, killing off all the Sky Passages down here. Of course, Avely's got the Sky Passages on this side, but once Matrius has 4-2 town center advantage, you're just never going to be able to do anything here as the Uranos. Meanwhile, behind this, Sections of the Titans for Matrius as he is just getting further and further and further ahead. We do have Helios, so I mean, there's a potential for something to happen in terms of taking that Titan Gate out. He's going to try with the heavy destroyers, but I mean, there's a pacifist chasing after him. Avely will spot it immediately, I think. He comes in onto this spot. Trees disappearing. He spots the Titan Gate. It's at 10,000 HP. Chaos onto this one. Does come down. Carnivora as well as the Destroyers doing their best to try and take this out. It goes down so fast. Avely is going to make it happen. He takes out the Titan Gate. This is huge. Over onto this side, the distraction with the units as well, but maybe it doesn't matter. Matrius is at 260 population. Villagers onto the bottom side with this gold mine. It's about to be a fortress placed on his face. Shockwave gets dropped over here as, Avely just can't get away from this insanely powerful Hades army. And while this is happening, the town center of Avely falls on the right side. There's still Helios to come through, but Avely just can't do anything now. There's going to be, Matrice is going to come in and just drop this town center next. It's going to be 290 populate, 300 population, isn't it? 290? I can't remember. 295 population. There was a whole bunch of Hecagigantes here. Maybe there'd be something here for Avely. I doubt it, though. He just doesn't have the population to play with. The fortress up onto this gold mine means no gold for Avely remaining. And Matrius looks like he is going to be qualifying. All the Toxotes on the back dying. A Skypass is going to attempt to come back onto this position, but citizens are just dropping like flies. Up onto the top side, Palace is going down. Vortex gets dropped somewhere onto this position. There's only 9-10 units remaining. And that there does end up being the game. And Matrius is the player to move on. And Avely, what a series from Avely, but just not able to get across the line. There was so many moments in this series to look back on, which could have gone a different way. But Matrius is going to be in the next round, and he's going to have a chance, for sure, to get to Athens. What a series. If both players could have gone through, I would have put them both through, but that's not how that works. Well played to Matrius as our final participant for the top 16. GG, well played. Let's jump back over to the other menu, talk about what's going to happen next, and we'll see you guys. Well, let's just do that first. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So what happens next is I'm going to do some quick organizing off stream. Going to put out a bracket quickly before I head off to sleep. Then there's going to be round of 16. That's going to be getting free scheduled through the weekdays. And then there's going to be the round of 8 and round of 4 and round of 2 on the weekend. So if you haven't followed already, make sure you follow, because otherwise you will be missing out on games. So click that follow button and tell your friends about the tournament and all the other good stuff. I'm going to send you guys over to Satfat, who's playing a busted Civ. Sorry for the abuse. I'll see you guys throughout the week for more Gimity games. And you can see all the players on Liquipedia if you like as well. But for now, I am off. Appreciate you guys for all the love. And I'll see you guys later. Bye for now.